Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you're using this video to sleep, so before that, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now sit back and relax. My is Lance Tanaya, and this happened in 1996, out by the lakes in Grand Teton National Park, Wyoming. I'm Northern Cheyenne, though I didn't grow up around here, mostly on the plains. Always had a thing for the open, wild spaces, which is probably why I took up guiding visitors around the trails. Figured if I got to be out in nature, I'd at least get paid for it, right? Plus, I get to dodge the 9-to-5 office routine. That spring, I turned 28. 7 years as a guide had taught me everything about these mountains, or so I thought. The jagged peaks of the Tetons had become as familiar to me as the lines on my palm. I knew which trails flooded in April, which ridges offered the best views of eagles, and which lakeshores attracted moose at dusk. I could read the weather from how the wind rustled through pine needles or how clouds gathered around Signal Mountain. My supervisor, Russ Clearwater, had assigned me to the easier trails that week, the tourist loops around Phelps Lake, String Lake, and occasionally up to Inspiration Point. Nothing challenging, nothing dangerous, just groups of families with cameras, retirees in their spotless hiking boots, and the occasional honeymooners who spent more time looking at each other than the landscape I was describing. "You're good with the day trippers," Russ told me that Monday morning, his leathery face crinkling with what passed for his smile. "They like your stories." I didn't tell him that half my traditional stories were improvised on the spot, often inspired by the actual history, but embellished to keep attention from wandering. The tourists wanted the mystical Indian guide experience, and I gave them just enough to make their vacations memorable without turning myself into a caricature. It was a balancing act I'd perfected. That week had been particularly busy, spring break crowds from universities mixing with early season vacationers. The weather had cooperated beautifully with clear skies and temperatures that hovered around 60 degrees during the day, perfect hiking weather. By Friday, I was looking forward to the weekend despite having volunteered for the trail cleanup detail. A few hours alone on the paths would reset my patience after a week of answering the same questions over and over. My final group on Friday was a collection of tourists from various states, a family of 4 from Minnesota, a retired couple from Florida, and 3 college students from somewhere on the East Coast. They were pleasant enough, if somewhat oblivious to proper trail etiquette. I spent half the hike picking up granola bar wrappers and retrieving water bottles left on rocks just for a minute. "Remember," I told them as we completed the Phelps Lake loop around 4 in the afternoon, "take only pictures, leave only footprints." The father from Minnesota, Bill or Bob, I couldn't remember, clapped me on the shoulder. "Great tour, Chief," he said, and I managed not to wince at the nickname. "The kids loved your bear stories." I smiled mechanically, having long ago learned that correcting these small indignities wasn't worth the awkwardness it created. "Glad you enjoyed it. Safe travels back to the lodge." As they wandered off toward the parking area, I checked my watch. I had a couple of hours before sunset, plenty of time to walk the trail once more and clean up whatever trash the day's visitors had left behind. The Park Service was understaffed as usual, and these cleanup walks helped preserve the illusion of pristine wilderness for tomorrow's guests. I grabbed my pack with extra trash bags, my first aid kit, flashlight, and water bottle. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the trail as I set out, working methodically, stopping to pick up discarded tissues, forgotten sunglasses, and the occasional sock. The rhythm of the work was soothing after a day of forced sociability. The air grew cooler as evening approached, and I caught myself humming as I walked. This was the part of the job I genuinely loved, the quiet moments when the mountains belonged to themselves again, when I could almost imagine I was the first person to walk these paths. That was the day everything changed. Just a regular Friday cleanup walk that turned into something I still can't fully explain. Even now, years later, I sometimes convince myself it was some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion or altitude or dehydration. But then I remember the sounds they made, and I know it was real. I was about halfway around Phelps Lake when I first noticed something wasn't right. The birds had gone silent, which happens sometimes when a predator is near. I assumed it was a mountain lion or perhaps a black bear. Nothing unusual for the area, just something to be aware of. I kept walking, keeping my senses alert, occasionally scanning the tree line for movement. The sun had just dipped behind the mountains, not yet set but no longer visible above the peaks, casting the eastern shore of the lake in premature twilight. I switched on my flashlight, more out of habit than necessity. There was still plenty of ambient light to see by. That's when I spotted another light up ahead, flickering erratically through the trees about a quarter mile along the shoreline. I paused, watching. It wasn't unusual to encounter other hikers, though park regulations discouraged night hiking for safety reasons. But this light didn't move like someone walking with a flashlight or headlamp. It jerked and swayed, like someone stumbling or perhaps signaling for help. I picked up my pace, calling out, "Hello? Park Service, do you need assistance?" No response came, but the light continued its strange dance, now moving closer to the water's edge. The lake was deep in places, with slippery rocks near the shore. If someone had injured themselves or become disoriented, they could easily fall in. "Hey," I shouted louder. "You lost? Need a hand?" Still nothing. Just that strange, flickering light, now hovering near the shoreline. I jogged forward, my own flashlight beam bouncing along the path ahead of me. The silence felt heavier now, pressing against my ears. No frogs, no insects, not even the usual lapping of water against the shore. As I rounded a bend in the trail, my light caught something that made me stop dead in my tracks. What I saw in that moment would change everything I thought I knew about the world and about what shares it with us. The beam of my flashlight revealed them. 3 figures crouched by the water's edge. At first glance, they appeared almost human, the right general size and shape. But something was profoundly wrong. Their proportions were distorted, limbs too long and oddly articulated, as if they had extra joints. They hunched forward in a way that seemed physically impossible, spines curved at unnatural angles. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. These weren't people. They weren't animals I recognized either. One of them turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of what passed for its face. An elongated muzzle with a flat, wide nose, somewhat like a bat's, but stretched and wrong. Its skin was taut over prominent bones, giving it an emaciated appearance despite its obvious strength. Between them lay a black-tailed deer, still alive but immobilized somehow. One of the creatures had its hands, if you could call them that, buried deep in the deer's flank. Not clawing or tearing as a predator would, but somehow manipulating. Its long, bony fingers flexed and twisted beneath the skin, moving with deliberate precision rather than predatory violence. The worst part was the sound, a rhythmic clicking that emanated from them in patterns like some terrible form of communication. It wasn't vocal, more like bones tapping against each other, hollow and dry. The sound seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly inside my skull. I'd spent my entire adult life in the wilderness. I'd encountered every predator native to the Rockies: bears, wolves, mountain lions, coyotes. I'd seen them hunt, seen them feed. This was different. This wasn't predation for sustenance. There was a methodical quality to their movements, an intelligence behind those actions that chilled me more than any growling beast ever could. The light I'd seen from a distance sat on a flat rock between them, not a flashlight as I'd assumed, but something that glowed with an inconsistent cold light. It pulsed in time with their movements, brightening when they extracted something from the deer, dimming when they paused. I should have retreated immediately, should have backed away slowly and quietly. Instead, I stood transfixed, my rational mind struggling to categorize what I was seeing. They worked with the precise movements of surgeons, not the ravenous tearing of predators. One extracted something from the deer, a dark glistening organ, and passed it to another, who examined it in the pale light before setting it aside in what I now realized was a growing collection of parts. They were harvesting the animal piece by piece while it still lived. My trance broke when one of them suddenly stiffened. Its head lifted, turning with a series of quick jerking movements until it faced directly toward me. There were no eyes that I could discern, just deep shadowed sockets. But I knew with absolute certainty that it saw me. For one endless moment we regarded each other across the darkening shoreline. Then it rose to its full height, taller than I'd initially thought, well over 6 feet, and took a step toward me. Its joints moved wrong, bending in directions human anatomy wouldn't allow, giving its gait a disjointed, lurching quality. That's when primal instinct finally overcame shock. I turned and ran. Every wilderness guide knows you don't run from predators. Running triggers the chase response, marks you as prey. But these weren't natural predators, and something deep in my hindbrain screamed that the normal rules didn't apply. I sprinted along the lakeshore trail, branches whipping past my face, roots threatening to trip me in the fading light. Behind me, I heard movement, not the pounding of feet, but a strange scuttling sound that suggested multiple limbs moving in unnatural coordination. I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to slow down even for a second. The trail curved away from the lake, climbing slightly as it wound through a stand of lodgepole pines. My lungs burned, and my legs threatened to cramp, but terror drove me forward. The thing was gaining on me. I could sense its presence closing in, could hear that bone-clicking sound growing louder. Ahead, I spotted a massive fallen tree trunk I recognized, an old lightning-struck pine that had collapsed years ago, its core rotted out to form a natural tunnel. Without conscious thought, I veered toward it, diving into the hollow space and pressing myself as far back as possible. The confined space smelled of damp wood and decay. I pressed my hand against my mouth, forcing my breathing to quiet despite my hammering heart. Outside, the scuttling stopped. I could sense it moving around the log, investigating. A shadow passed over the opening, blocking what little light remained. Then I heard it. My own voice, played back with horrifying accuracy but wrong somehow, like words pushed through machinery that was never meant to speak. "Hey, you lost? Need a hand?" My earlier words repeated in a distorted parody of my voice. It wasn't just mimicking, there was a questioning inflection, an experimental quality, as if it were trying to understand the purpose of human speech. It repeated the phrase, each iteration becoming more garbled, more distorted, until it barely resembled language at all. Just sounds twisted into an approximation of human communication. I remained motionless, barely daring to breathe. Minutes stretched like hours as the creature circled the fallen tree, occasionally letting out that terrible clicking sound. Eventually the noises began to fade, moving away down the trail. I counted slowly in my head, reaching 300 before I dared to move. My limbs had stiffened from holding one position, and pain shot through my cramped muscles as I inched toward the opening of the hollow trunk. The forest had grown much darker, true night having fallen while I hid. Cautiously I peered out. The trail appeared empty. The only sounds were the normal chorus of night insects and the distant hoot of an owl, natural sounds that had been conspicuously absent before. I allowed myself a moment of hope. Perhaps it had lost interest, moved on to easier prey. I extracted myself from the hollow log, wincing as my joints protested. Standing upright, I oriented myself. The ranger station was about 4 miles away, mostly downhill. If I could reach my truck parked at the trailhead, I could drive there in minutes and report. What exactly? What had I seen? The rational part of my mind was already trying to reinterpret the experience. Perhaps they were poachers using unusual equipment. Perhaps the poor light had distorted ordinary humans into something that seemed monstrous. Perhaps my rationalizations died as I turned toward the lake and saw them again. They stood along the shoreline, not 3 now, but at least 7 or 8, spread out in a loose semicircle. The strange cold light source had multiplied as well, creating pools of sickly illumination that revealed only portions of their forms, leaving the rest in merciful shadow. One held something in its elongated hand. Even from this distance, I recognized the distinctive red and blue pattern, a hiking boot identical to those worn by the Minnesota family from my tour group. Another creature extended its arm, and the first placed something inside what might have been a pouch or sack made of material I couldn't identify. Fear gripped me again, but differently this time, not just for myself, but for the people I'd guided, people I was responsible for. Had these things followed us during the tour? Had they marked the family somehow? Were they already? I couldn't complete the thought. Instead, I felt for the small knife I kept on my belt, a 3-inch folding blade, practically useless against creatures of this size, but better than nothing. The cold metal against my palm provided minimal comfort as I began to edge away, staying within the tree line, hoping the darkness would conceal my movement. That's when I noticed the pile. Just beyond the circle of creatures, partially hidden by rocks, lay a mound of what appeared to be clothing, equipment, and bones. Clean white bones arranged in patterns that defied natural scattering. Not thrown aside like the leavings of ordinary predators, but deliberately positioned, interlocked in geometric configurations no animal would create. Nausea rose in my throat. I forced it down, knowing that any sound might attract their attention. I had to get away, had to warn someone, though what I would say, who would believe me, I had no idea. I continued my careful retreat until I reached a bend in the trail that would shield me from their view. Then I turned to hurry away, and found myself face to face with one of them. It stood directly in my path, motionless and silent. In the dim light I could see more details of its form, the way its skin stretched too tight over its frame, the absence of visible eyes in those deep sockets, the strange articulation of its limbs. It stood upright now, its posture almost curious as it regarded me. Behind me I heard movement, more of them closing in. They had circled around while I was distracted by those on the shore. I was surrounded. Fight or flight narrowed to a single option. I gripped my small knife and lunged at the CR eacher blocking my path, aiming for what I hoped was a vulnerable area. The blade connected, scraping against something hard beneath its skin. Not a direct hit, but enough to make it jerk backward with a high-pitched keening sound that bore no resemblance to any pain response I'd heard before. In that moment of confusion, I bolted past it, veering off the established trail and down the steep slope toward the lake. Branches tore at my clothing and skin as I half ran, half slid down the incline. Behind me, that terrible clicking grew louder, more rapid, like angry communication. I hit the shoreline running and didn't hesitate. I plunged straight into the frigid water of Phelps Lake. The cold nearly stole my breath, but fear drove me forward. I swam with desperate strokes toward the opposite shore, expecting at any moment to feel bony fingers close around my ankle and drag me under. But nothing grabbed me. I reached the far side, exhausted, my clothing heavy with water, my body shivering violently. Pulling myself onto the rocky shore, I looked back across the dark expanse of the lake. They stood on the opposite bank, their strange silhouettes unmistakable even at this distance. They made no move to follow, but their stillness was somehow more terrifying than pursuit. They watched, patient and alien, as I dragged myself further from the water's edge. I knew then that the lake hadn't saved me because they feared water. It had saved me because they didn't need to follow. They knew exactly where I was going. Dawn found me huddled in my truck at the ranger station, shivering despite the heater running full blast. I hadn't slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those twisted forms, heard that bone-clicking sound. My clothes had dried stiffly against my skin, lake water and sweat creating an uncomfortable second skin. Senior Ranger Paul Dearborn found me there, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern when he saw my condition. "Tanaya, what happened to you?" He opened the truck door, letting in a blast of cold morning air. "You look like hell." I opened my mouth to explain, then stopped. What could I say? I saw monsters harvesting a deer by the lake. I found evidence that they've been taking people too. The word sounded insane even in my head. There's something out there, Paul, by Phelps Lake. My voice sounded rough, unfamiliar. I don't know what I saw. Paul's weathered face creased with worry. Were you attacked? Bear? Mountain lion? I shook my head. Not an animal, at least not any animal I've ever seen. I hesitated, then pushed on. I think there might be people missing, hikers, I saw. Evidence. That got his attention. Paul straightened, his expression shifting to professional concern. What kind of evidence? Did you find remains? I saw belongings, clothing, a boot that looks like it belonged to a family I guided yesterday. I swallowed hard. And bones, arranged in patterns. Paul's eyebrows drew together. Arranged? By what? That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's something out there, not human, not animal, something else. The words sounded ridiculous as I spoke them, and I saw the skepticism creep into Paul's eyes. "Lance," he said carefully, using my first name, a rarity for him, "you've had a shock. Maybe you fell, hit your head, or ate something that didn't agree with you. He wasn't being dismissive, just rational, offering explanations that made sense in a world where things like I described didn't exist. I know what I saw, I insisted, but without conviction. In the morning light, with a respected colleague looking at me with barely concealed concern for my mental state, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it? A hallucination brought on by exhaustion after a long week, but the mud caked on my clothes, the scratches on my arms from branches as I fled, those were real enough. Paul sighed. Look, take the day off, get some rest. I'll send a patrol around Phelps Lake, check for any signs of disturbance or missing hikers. If there's anything to find, we'll find it. I nodded, too tired to argue. Just be careful, don't go alone, and be back before dark. He gave me a long look. We'll be careful. Now go home, get some sleep. Doctor's orders. I drove back to my small cabin on the outskirts of Moose, the nearest settlement to the park headquarters. The morning was bright, sunlight glinting off the peaks of the Tetons, everything normal and unchanged. Birds sang, traffic moved along the main road, tourists prepared for another day of sightseeing. The events of the previous night seemed increasingly unreal. At home I showered, watching dirt and pine needles swirl down the drain. The hot water revealed more scratches and bruises than I'd realized I had, evidence of my headlong flight through the forest. Those, at least, weren't imaginary. Clean and dressed in fresh clothes, I should have collapsed into bed. Instead, I found myself at my kitchen table with a notepad, trying to sketch what I'd seen. My artistic skills were limited, but I needed to capture the details before they faded. The strange proportions, the elongated limbs, the muzzle-like facial structure. The drawings looked childish, crude approximations that failed to convey the wrongness of the creatures. Still, the act of rendering them on paper made them more concrete, less like a nightmare, and more like something that existed in the real world. Next, I pulled out maps of Grand Teton National Park, focusing on the area around Phelps Lake. I marked where I'd first seen the light, where I'd encountered the creatures, where I'd hidden in the hollow log, and the location of the bone pile. Laid out this way, the events formed a coherent narrative that was harder to dismiss as hallucination. I was interrupted by my phone ringing, Paul calling from the ranger station. We checked the area, he said without preamble. Found nothing unusual. No sign of disturbance, no evidence of poaching or injured wildlife. Certainly no bone piles. My heart sank. You went all the way around the eastern shore, near that big lightning-struck pine? Covered the whole trail, Lance. Nothing. He paused. But we did check on that Minnesota family you mentioned. They're fine. Checked out this morning, headed for Yellowstone. All accounted for, boots and all. Relief washed over me, immediately followed by confusion. But I saw. Look, Paul's voice softened. I'm concerned about you. We've worked together for years, and you've always been solid. But stress affects everyone eventually. Maybe you should talk to someone. I'm not stressed, I protested automatically, and I wasn't hallucinating. I didn't say you were. His tone remained carefully neutral. Just consider taking a few days off. Russ agrees. He says he can cover your tours through the weekend. So they'd been discussing me. Wonderful. Fine, I said, too tired to argue. I'll take the weekend. But Paul, be careful out there, especially after dark. He promised they would, though I could tell he was humoring me. We hung up and I sat staring at my maps and crude drawings, doubt gnawing at my certainty. The Minnesota family was safe. No evidence had been found. The rational explanation was that I'd experienced some kind of temporary breakdown, stress, exhaustion, maybe even a mild case of altitude sickness that had caused hallucinations. Yet I couldn't dismiss what I'd seen. The memory was too vivid, too detailed to be entirely fabricated. And there were my injuries, consistent with a frantic flee through the forest, not a leisurely trail inspection. I spent the day researching, pulling out books on local wildlife, folklore, even cryptozoology, though I'd always dismissed that as pseudoscience. I searched for anything that might resemble what I'd seen, any historical accounts of strange creatures in the region. The Shoshone and other indigenous peoples had stories of spirits and beings that inhabited the mountains, but none matched what I'd encountered. I found legends of skinwalkers from Navajo traditions, Wendigo from Algonquian beliefs, but these were geographically distant and still didn't align with my experience. By evening, my eyes burned from reading, and my mind churned with possibilities, none satisfying. I fixed a simple dinner, barely tasting it as I continued to wrestle with what I'd seen and what it might mean. As night fell, I found myself growing increasingly anxious. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, drew the curtains, kept lights on in every room. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and plagued by dreams of clicking sounds and elongated limbs reaching for me from shadows. I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat despite the cool morning air. The image of that boot in the creature's hand lingered from my dreams. The Minnesota family was safe. Paul had confirmed that. But what about others? Had there been hikers or campers who hadn't returned, whose absence hadn't yet been noted? I showered and dressed quickly, then drove to the ranger station, arriving just as the morning shift was starting. The weekend crew was smaller, mostly focused on routine patrols and tourist assistance. To my relief, Paul wasn't there. I wasn't ready for another concerned lecture. Instead, I found Marcy Whitetree, a junior ranger who'd joined the service the previous year. She was logging weather conditions when I walked in. "Lance, thought you were off this weekend." She looked up from her computer, pushing her glasses higher on her nose. "Just stopped by to check something," I said casually, moving to the incident board where reports of missing hikers, wildlife sightings, and other notable events were posted. "Any unusual reports come in yesterday? Missing persons, strange sightings, anything like that?" Marcy frowned. "Not that I heard. It was pretty quiet." She studied me curiously. "Why? You expecting something?" I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "Just curious. Thought I heard something on my radio before I turned it in yesterday." She seemed to accept this explanation, turning back to her weather log. I scanned the board carefully. Nothing about missing hikers or strange occurrences around Phelps Lake or anywhere else in the park. I was about to leave when the radio crackled. A ranger on morning patrol was reporting finding abandoned camping equipment near String Lake, about 3 miles from where I'd had my encounter. Marcy responded, getting details. A tent left set up, personal belongings inside, no sign of the campers. "Probably just moved on without properly breaking camp," Marcy commented after signing off. "Happens sometimes with inexperienced campers. We'll tag and bag the equipment, hold it for 60 days. "What campsite was that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "C7 up by String Lake," she replied. "Why?" "Just curious," I said again, but my mind was racing. String Lake connected to Phelps Lake via a small stream. The sites were close enough that someone, or something, could move between them easily, especially at night. "I'm heading that way anyway," I said impulsively. "I could check it out, save you sending someone special." Marcy looked uncertain. "Paul said you were taking personal time. Something about being under the weather." "I'm fine," I insisted. "Just needed a night's rest. And I was heading up to Bradley Lake anyway. It's practically on my way." She still seemed doubtful, but the weekend staff was stretched thin, and she eventually agreed. "Just radio in what you find. And if it looks like anything other than abandoned equipment, like signs of wildlife disturbance or struggle, don't disturb the site. Call for backup." I promised I would, trying not to show my relief as I headed for my truck. This could be nothing. Campers abandoning equipment wasn't uncommon, especially when inclement weather struck suddenly. But it was also the first potential corroboration of my experience, a thread I needed to pull. As I drove toward String Lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pulled back toward something I should be fleeing. Yet I had to know if what I'd seen was real, and if it was, I had to find evidence that would convince others before more people disappeared. The morning was bright and clear, the mountains sharp against the blue sky. Nothing suggested danger or otherworldly threats. Yet my hand kept drifting to the knife on my belt, now supplemented with a larger hunting knife I'd retrieved from my cabin, as if primitive steel could protect me from what I'd encountered. I parked at the String Lake trailhead and hiked to campsite C7, a small cleared area set back from the lake shore, partially screened by trees. From a distance, everything looked normal. A blue 2-person tent, a small fire pit with a cooking grate, camping equipment neatly arranged. Up close, details emerged that sent a chill through me. The tent was unzipped, its opening gaping like a mouth. Inside, sleeping bags lay unrolled, personal items scattered as if the occupants had stepped out momentarily, expecting to return. A paperback novel lay open, face down beside one sleeping bag. A pair of reading glasses sat atop a clothes bag. Most telling was the small camp stove on the picnic table, a pot of water still sitting on it, now cold. No camper would leave with water ready to boil. They'd been interrupted in the midst of a routine task, making coffee or preparing a meal. I circled the site carefully, looking for signs of struggle or animal disturbance. There were none of the usual indicators of bear activity. No claw marks, no scattered food, no distinctive prints. The ground was too hard and rocky for footprints, but I noticed something odd near where the tent backed up against the trees. Thin, parallel scratches in the dirt, like something had been dragged or had dragged itself away from the campsite. The marks led into the denser forest, heading roughly southeast toward Phelps Lake. I stood at the edge of the trees, staring at those faint marks. Common sense said to radio this in, let professionals handle the investigation. But I knew what they would conclude, that the campers had abandoned their site for unknown reasons, or that a bear or mountain lion had scared them off. They wouldn't look for what I had seen. They wouldn't know what to look for. Taking a deep breath, I unclipped my radio from my belt and set it on the picnic table. Then I pulled out my knife and followed the scratches into the forest. The forest thickened as I moved away from the campsite, lodgepole pines giving way to denser spruce and fir. The scratches in the earth became harder to follow, appearing intermittently where the ground was soft enough to record passage. I moved slowly, stopping often to listen and scan my surroundings. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was foolhardy. Venturing alone into the wilderness, following unclear signs toward what might be dangerous predators. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had happened to these campers was connected to what I'd seen. And if I was right, traditional search and rescue protocols wouldn't help them. About half a mile from the campsite, I lost the trail completely where it crossed a rocky outcropping. I stood atop the stones, turning slowly, looking for any sign of which direction to take. The forest spread out in all directions, identical and impenetrable. That's when I noticed the silence. No birds called, no insects buzzed. The natural background noise of the forest had simply stopped, just like it had at Phelps Lake. My skin prickled with gooseflesh. I was close to something. I climbed down from the rocks on the southern side, the direction that would eventually lead to Phelps Lake, and continued more cautiously than before. The terrain sloped downward, becoming increasingly rugged. I had to climb over fallen trees and navigate around dense undergrowth. The forest floor was covered with pine needles that muffled my footsteps, but also obscured any trail I might have been following. After another 20 minutes of careful progress, I caught a glimpse of something bright through the trees ahead, an unnatural color against the greens and browns of the forest. I crouched low, moving from tree to tree for cover as I approached. In a small clearing lay a backpack, red nylon with black straps, unmistakably human-made. It lay unzipped, contents partially spilled onto the ground around it. A water bottle, energy bars, a map of the park, a small first aid kit. Personal items belonging to someone who had expected to return for them. I scanned the clearing carefully before approaching. The backpack looked undamaged. No tears or bite marks that might indicate animal predation. I crouched beside it, examining the contents more closely. A wallet contained ID for Michael Abernathy, age 34, from Boulder, Colorado. Photos showed him with a woman approximately the same age, presumably the other camper. I pocketed the wallet, intending to turn it over to the rangers later. It might provide vital information about who was missing. As I sorted through the remaining contents, looking for anything that might indicate what had happened, I noticed something strange. A fine, powdery substance dusted across some of the items. It was pale, almost white, with a texture like talcum powder. I touched it cautiously with one finger, then rubbed it between thumb and forefinger. It felt gritty, mineral rather than organic, not pollen or fungal spores, more like crushed bone. The realization sent me scrambling backward, wiping my hand frantically against my pants. My mind flashed to the bone pile I'd glimpsed by Phelps Lake, the clean white remains arranged in unnatural patterns. I forced myself to calm down, to think rationally. This could be simple trail dust or ash from a nearby campfire. It didn't have to be what my panicked mind immediately jumped to. But I couldn't dismiss the connection so easily. I zipped the backpack closed and slung it over my shoulder. If nothing else, it was evidence that someone had been here, had passed this way, and never returned for their belongings. The light was beginning to fade as afternoon crept toward evening. I knew I should turn back, report what I'd found, let a proper search team take over. But something drove me forward, a need to confirm what I'd seen, to find evidence that would convince others. I continued downhill, moving more quickly now despite the growing darkness. The terrain was becoming familiar. I was definitely approaching Phelps Lake from the north. Within half an hour I caught glimpses of water through the trees, the lake's surface reflecting the dim light of approaching dusk. I slowed my pace, caution overriding urgency. If the creatures I'd seen were still in the area, this was where I would find them, but I had no desire for another close encounter. I moved from tree to tree, keeping cover between myself and the lakeshore, watching and listening. The silence persisted. No natural sounds, no movement except the occasional ripple across the lake's surface caused by the light evening breeze. I circled well away from where I'd had my first encounter, working my way toward the eastern shore. As the sun dipped below the mountains, casting long shadows across the water, I spotted movement on the far side of the lake. Something large shifted among the trees, followed by another, then a third. The distance was too great to make out details, but the unnatural way they moved, all wrong angles and jerky coordination, left no doubt in my mind. They were back, or perhaps they had never left. I crouched behind a large boulder, using binoculars from my pack to observe from a safer distance. Through the magnified lenses, I could make out 3 figures moving along the shoreline. Their proportions remained as disturbing as I remembered. Too tall, too thin, with joints that bent in impossible ways. They moved with purpose, examining the ground, occasionally stopping to collect something I couldn't identify. They worked methodically, covering the area where I had fled 2 nights before. Were they looking for me? The thought sent ice through my veins. Had they tracked me somehow, followed my scent, or trailed back to my home? Were they now retracing my steps, hunting me with the same clinical precision they had shown with the deer? I forced the thought aside. I needed evidence. Something I could show the rangers, something that would convince them I wasn't suffering delusions or stress-induced hallucinations. The light was failing rapidly now, making photography impossible without flash, which would give away my position. Instead, I pulled out my small notebook and began sketching quickly, trying to capture the distinctive silhouettes, the impossible anatomy, the methodical movements. As I watched, one of the figures straightened suddenly, lifting what appeared to be a head to scan the shoreline. Though I couldn't discern eyes from this distance, I had the distinct impression it was looking directly at my hiding place. I ducked down, heart hammering against my ribs. Had it seen me? Sensed me somehow? I counted slowly to 30, then cautiously peered over the boulder again. The figures had vanished. I scanned the shoreline frantically, searching for any sign of movement, any indication of where they had gone. Nothing. The far shore appeared completely deserted, as if they had never been there at all. The sudden absence was almost more terrifying than their presence had been. Had they simply moved into deeper shadow, or were they now moving around the lake toward me? I shouldered the backpack and began retreating up the slope, away from the water, keeping the boulder between myself and the shore as long as possible. Night was falling in earnest now, the forest growing darker by the minute. I pulled out my flashlight but hesitated to switch it on, remembering how the light had given me away before. Instead, I moved carefully, letting my eyes adjust to the deepening gloom, using the remaining ambient light to pick my way between trees. I had gone perhaps 100 yards when I heard it, that distinctive clicking sound like bones tapping together. Not from behind me where I'd been watching the shoreline, but from somewhere ahead, between me and the way back to the ranger station. They had circled around, cutting off my retreat. I froze, straining to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to come from multiple directions at once, surrounding me. The clicking accelerated, growing more urgent, more complex. Communication, I was certain. They were coordinating, positioning themselves, preparing to. I didn't wait to find out what came next. I veered sharply east, abandoning any thought of returning to the ranger station directly. If I could circle widely enough, I might be able to reach the main road that ran along the eastern edge of the park. From there, I could flag down a vehicle or walk to the nearest emergency phone. The forest grew denser as I moved away from the lake, the undergrowth catching at my clothing, slowing my progress. Behind me, the clicking continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, as if they were tracking me in relays, passing my trail from one to another. I pushed on, ignoring scratches from branches, focusing only on putting distance between myself and those sounds. The terrain began to rise more steeply. I was climbing one of the foothills that separated Phelps Lake from the main highway. The physical exertion helped combat the cold terror that threatened to overwhelm me. I concentrated on each step, each handhold, the simple mechanics of climbing keeping panic at bay. Near the crest of the hill, I paused to catch my breath, listening intently. The clicking had faded, or perhaps stopped altogether. I couldn't be certain. My pulse pounded so loudly in my ears it masked subtler sounds. I had just started to relax slightly when my foot dislodged a stone, sending it tumbling down the slope behind me. The small sound seemed magnified in the quiet night, echoing briefly before silence returned. Except it didn't return completely. From below came a response, that terrible clicking, now rapid and excited. They had heard the stone. They knew where I was. I abandoned stealth for speed, scrambling up the remaining distance to the ridgeline. Once there, I finally risked using my flashlight, sweeping its beam across the landscape ahead. Trees, rocks, more trees, and there, in the distance, a straight line cutting through the forest. The highway. Hope surged through me. If I could reach the road, I would be safer. Cars passed regularly, even at night, and the creatures seemed reluctant to reveal themselves in open areas. I hurried forward, moving as quickly as I dared through the unfamiliar terrain. The beam of my flashlight bounced erratically, creating disorienting shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees casting them. A flash of movement to my right. I swung the light toward it, but caught nothing, just trees and darkness. My imagination was working overtime, seeing threats in every shadow. Then my light caught something that stopped me cold. A structure of some kind, partially hidden among the trees about 50 yards ahead. Not a ranger station or tourist shelter. Those were clearly marked on maps, and none existed in this area. This was something else, something that didn't belong in Grand Teton National Park. Curiosity warred with caution. The highway lay beyond, safety just a short distance away. But this structure might contain answers, evidence of what these creatures were, where they came from, why they were here. Behind me, the clicking grew louder. The decision was made for me. I moved toward the structure, hoping it might offer temporary shelter, a place to hide until the creatures moved on. As I drew closer, details emerged. It wasn't a building in any conventional sense. It appeared to be a framework of branches and bones, woven together in complex geometric patterns. The bones weren't all animal. Some were unmistakably human. Ribs curved to form archways. Femurs and tibias created support structures. Skulls adorned junction points like macabre decorations. The entire construction glowed faintly with the same cold, pulsing light I had seen the creatures using, a pale blue-white radiance that seemed to emanate from within the bones themselves. My rational mind rejected what I was seeing. This couldn't exist. Not here, not anywhere. Yet there it stood, a grotesque monument that defied explanation. I circled it cautiously, keeping my distance. The structure was about 15 feet in diameter, rising to a point about 12 feet high. It had no walls as such, just the interwoven framework that created a semi-transparent boundary between inside and outside, and there was definitely an inside. Through the lattice of bones, I could see a central space where the ground had been cleared and flattened. Objects were arranged there in patterns that mirrored the structure itself, concentric circles and spiraling forms composed of parts. Animal remains certainly, but also items I recognized as human-made. Watches, eyeglasses, wedding rings, keys. Personal effects collected and arranged with terrible precision. Among them lay something that made my heart stutter, a hiking boot, red and blue, identical to those worn by the Minnesota family from my tour group. Paul had said they were all accounted for, had checked out safely. Had he been mistaken? Had they lost belongings rather than lives? Or had the creatures collected trophies before the family escaped? I wanted to believe the latter, needed to believe it. But the bone structure told a different story. The clicking grew louder, closer. I had lingered too long. They were coming, drawn to their collection, or to me, or both. I backed away from the structure, turning to flee toward the highway still visible through the trees. 3 steps, and I collided with something solid that hadn't been there moments before. I looked up into a face that wasn't a face. That elongated muzzle, those deep sockets where eyes should be, that skin stretched too tight over an impossible framework of bone. It towered over me, at least 7 feet tall, its limbs bent at angles that human anatomy couldn't achieve. Up close, I could see details I had missed before. Its skin wasn't skin at all, more like a translucent membrane that revealed glimpses of what lay beneath. Not muscle and organs, but a complex latticework of bone and sinew, arranged in patterns that mirrored the larger structure behind me. It made no immediate move to attack. Instead, it tilted its head, or what passed for a head, in what seemed almost like curiosity. Then it lifted one long multi-jointed arm, extending what might have been a hand toward my face. I didn't wait to discover its intentions. I ducked under its reach and ran, no longer caring about direction, focused only on escape. Trees blurred past, branches whipped at my face, roots threatened to trip me. Behind me, that terrible clicking erupted in what sounded almost like excitement. The pursuit was on. I ran blindly through the forest, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me, illuminating trees and undergrowth in chaotic flashes. Direction no longer mattered. Only distance, only escape. Behind me, the clicking sounds multiplied and accelerated, a percussive chorus that drove me forward like a physical force. My lungs burned, my legs threatened to cramp, but terror provided fuel beyond my normal endurance. I leaped fallen logs, crashed through underbrush, splashed across small streams without breaking stride. In the back of my mind, a desperate plan formed: reach the highway, flag down a vehicle, find witnesses and safety in numbers. Something whistled past my ear, a projectile of some kind, though I hadn't seen the creatures carrying weapons. I ducked instinctively, changing direction, veering back toward where I thought the road might be. The forest thinned slightly, allowing me to increase my speed. The clicking behind me grew fainter. I was gaining distance, or they were falling back. Hope surged through me as I glimpsed what looked like a clearing ahead. I burst from the tree line at full sprint and skidded to a halt at the edge of a steep ravine. No road, no clearing. Just a 30-foot drop to jagged rocks below, the rushing sound of a stream at the bottom barely audible over my pounding heart. The thing that had been tracking me emerged from the trees behind me, moving with that unsettling gait. Not quite walking, not quite crawling, its limbs bending in ways that shouldn't be physically possible. It made no sound now beyond that soft, rhythmic clicking. I was trapped between it and the ravine. My hand closed around the hunting knife at my belt, a futile gesture, but the only defense I had. The creature stopped about 10 feet away, swaying slightly, its eyeless face turned toward me. It extended one long arm, opening what passed for a hand, a complex structure of jointed appendages that unfolded like the petals of some terrible flower. In its center lay a small object that glinted in the beam of my dropped flashlight. My ranger badge. I stared at it, uncomprehending. I'd been wearing that badge 2 nights ago when I first encountered these things. Somehow they had taken it, removed it from my uniform without my noticing. And now this one was returning it. The gesture made no sense. Were they intelligent enough to understand what the badge represented? Were they trying to communicate something? Or was this merely another aspect of their incomprehensible behavior, like the bone structures and the arranged trophies? The creature extended its arm further, the badge still offered. When I made no move to take it, it began that garbled mimicry again. My own voice twisted through impossible vocal structures. "Hey, you lost? Need a hand?" My words from 2 nights ago repeated with eerie accuracy, but this time something else followed, words I hadn't spoken, assembled from sounds it must have collected from other sources. "Not safe. Go. Back." The voice shifted between syllables, a patchwork of different tones and inflections. Not conversation, not really. More like a recorded message assembled from fragments. Was it warning me? Threatening me? I couldn't tell, but it was undeniably attempting communication. "What are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature tilted its head, that strange clicking intensifying briefly. Then it repeated, "Not safe. Go. Back." Behind it, more shapes emerged from the forest. 3, then 5, then more, until nearly a dozen of the creatures stood in a loose semicircle, cutting off any retreat. Some held objects, personal items I recognized from campsite C7, a water bottle, keys, a wristwatch. The one nearest me dropped my badge to the ground, then made a sweeping gesture toward the others, not threatening but demonstrative, showing me something. I looked more closely at the objects they held. Not random items, but things that held meaning, that represented connection. The watch had an inscription visible on its back. The keys had a photo keychain attached, a family portrait. The water bottle bore a name written in permanent marker. These weren't just trophies, they were identifiers, markers that linked the items to specific people. Understanding bloomed, terrible in its implications. They weren't hunting humans for food or sport. They were studying us, collecting us, learning about us through our possessions, our relationships, our identities. And now they had identified me, not just as another specimen, but as something different. The badge marked me as someone with authority, someone connected to the structure of the park itself. "What happened to the people these belong to?" I asked, gesturing to the items they held. "Are they alive?" The creatures conferred in their clicking language, sounds passing between them in complex patterns. Then the one that had offered my badge stepped forward again. "Not here, not now." The patchwork voice struggled with concepts beyond simple mimicry. Different place. My mind raced. Was it saying the people were somewhere else, alive but relocated? Or was different place its way of describing death? I had no framework to interpret such alien communication, more clicking, more conferring among them. Then another stepped forward, this one taller than the rest, its movements more fluid, almost graceful in their wrongness. It held out both hands, empty, a gesture that seemed deliberately non-threatening. Then it spoke, not in the patchwork voice of the first, but in a single, consistent tone. A voice I recognized with shock. Michael Abernathy, the owner of the red backpack I'd found. "You should not be here." The words were clear, precise, as if Michael himself were speaking. "This is not for you to understand." Cold fear washed through me. Had they killed him, somehow absorbed his voice? Or was this another form of mimicry, copied from some encounter before he disappeared? "Did you hurt him?" I demanded, anger momentarily overriding fear. "Did you hurt any of them?" The tall one tilted its head, considering. "Hurt is imprecise. Changed is better. Learned is better." It gestured to itself, then to the others. "We learn, we change, we become." The implications hit me like a physical blow. They weren't just studying humans, they were incorporating aspects of us, becoming something new, something that combined their alien nature with what they harvested from people they encountered. "What are you?" I asked again, needing to understand despite the horror growing within me. "Old," the tall one said simply. "Older than your kind, waiting long, learning now." It stepped closer and I tensed, knife raised. It stopped, seeming to recognize my fear. "Not for hurting," it said, gesturing to itself and the others. "For knowing, for becoming, for preparing." "Preparing for what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. It made a gesture I couldn't interpret, something between a shrug and a bow. "For after, when your kind is gone, when our kind remains." The calm certainty in that stolen voice chilled me more than any threat could have. They weren't conquerors or invaders in the conventional sense. They were more like successors, patient inheritors waiting for humanity's inevitable decline. "You're killing people," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Taking them." "Some," it acknowledged without apparent concern. "Few, to learn, to become." It gestured to the badge on the ground. "You help others find safe paths. We recognize this purpose, similar to ours in ways." The comparison revolted me. "I'm nothing like you. I protect people." "Yes," it agreed, surprising me. "You protect, we prepare, different purposes not opposed." It took another step forward, and this time I retreated, feeling the edge of the ravine behind my heels, no further room to back away. "We will not take you," it said, the stolen voice somehow conveying something like reassurance. "Not needed. You have seen. You have understood as much as your kind can. You will tell others who will not believe. This is the pattern." With that, it turned and began moving back toward the forest, the others following in that strange, fluid motion that defied normal locomotion. They were simply leaving, dismissing me as irrelevant to whatever incomprehensible purpose drove them. Relief warred with indignation. I was being spared, but not out of mercy, out of indifference. I was neither threat nor necessary specimen, just an observer who would not be believed. "Wait," I called after them. "The people you took, the missing campers, what happened to them?" The tall one paused, turning its eyeless face back toward me. "Changed," it said simply. "Becoming. Parts of us now, as we're becoming parts of you." With that, they melted into the forest, their pale forms disappearing among the trees like mist. The clicking faded, replaced gradually by normal night sounds, insects, the rustle of wind through leaves, the distant call of an owl. Nature reclaiming the space they had vacated. I stood frozen for several minutes, knife still raised, expecting them to return. When they didn't, I slowly bent to retrieve my flashlight and the badge they had left behind. The metal felt cold against my palm, ordinary and reassuring, a tangible connection to the rational world I knew. Carefully, I edged away from the ravine, orienting myself by the stars visible through breaks in the forest canopy. North. I needed to go north to reach the highway. My legs trembled with exhaustion and fading adrenaline, but I forced myself to move, to put distance between myself and the place where they had been. I walked through the night, stopping only when necessary to check my direction or rest briefly. As dawn broke, I finally emerged onto the main park highway, empty at this early hour, but a welcome sight nonetheless. I followed it toward the east entrance, eventually being picked up by the first ranger patrol of the morning. The rangers were concerned, but not surprised to find me walking along the road. It wasn't the first time a park employee had become lost during off-hours exploration. I told them I had been checking reports of abandoned equipment at campsite C7 and had gotten turned around after dark. A partial truth that explained my presence without inviting questions I couldn't answer. Back at headquarters, I filed a report about the abandoned campsite and the backpack I'd found, turning over Michael Abernathy's ID. A missing persons report was initiated, search teams organized. I didn't mention the bone structure or the creatures. I couldn't bring myself to face the skepticism, the concerned looks, the gentle suggestions that I might need time off or counseling. Because the tall one had been right. No one would believe me, not without evidence, and I had none beyond my own testimony. In the weeks that followed, search teams found no trace of Michael Abernathy or his companion. Campsite C7 was documented as another mysterious abandonment, unusual but not unprecedented in national parks, where visitors occasionally left without properly checking out for various reasons. I requested a transfer to visitor services, away from trail guiding. Russ approved it without question, assuming I wanted less physically demanding work. I didn't correct him. The truth was I couldn't bring myself to walk those trails again, to venture near Phelps Lake or any of the more remote areas of the park. Not after dark, not alone. Sometimes in the years since I've been tempted to return, to seek out that bone structure, to document it properly, to gather the evidence I lacked. But something always stops me, not just fear, but a deeper certainty that they would know, that they would be waiting, that next time they might decide I was needed after all. So I tell this story instead, knowing it sounds like fiction, like the campfire tales I used to spin for tourists. Perhaps that's for the best. Perhaps warnings are most effective when disguised as entertainment. But if you find yourself in Grand Teton National Park, near Phelps Lake as dusk approaches, and you notice the birds have gone silent, the insects have ceased their chorus, leave. Don't investigate strange lights in the distance. Don't call out to what might be a lost hiker, because they're still there, I'm certain, patient and ancient, studying and becoming, preparing for a future I can't comprehend and don't want to witness. And if you hear clicking in the darkness, like bones tapping together in complex rhythm. Run, run, and don't look back, because they're learning, always learning, and they might decide they need you after all. The Navajo National Forest wasn't my first choice for a solo backpacking trip, but after 3 months of grinding at the software company, I needed somewhere remote, somewhere I could disconnect entirely. My research suggested this lesser-known trail system would offer solitude without the crowds that plagued more popular destinations. I parked at the trailhead around noon on Friday. The lot was empty except for a forest ranger's truck parked near the information board. The ranger, a weathered man in his 50s, was replacing some faded notices when I approached. "Planning to camp out there?" he asked, eyeing my pack. 3 days, 2 nights, I confirmed. Taking the northern loop toward Black Crest Ridge. He stopped what he was doing, his expression shifting. "That area's had some issues lately. Mountain lion sightings. Might want to consider the eastern trails instead." "I've dealt with mountain lions in Colorado," I said, adjusting my backpack straps. "Got proper food storage and bear spray." The ranger seemed to measure his words carefully. "It's not just wildlife. We've had some unusual reports from hikers, strange noises at night. One couple came back early because they felt like they were being watched." I smiled politely. Every remote area had its local legends. "Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep my eyes open." He nodded, clearly seeing I wouldn't be dissuaded. "Just stay on marked trails and make plenty of noise while you hike. And if anything feels off," he paused, "trust your instincts." The trail started easily enough, winding through sun-dappled pine forest. The April air was cool but comfortable for hiking, and the scent of pine sap and earth filled my lungs. This was exactly what I needed. No Zoom calls, no deadlines, no artificial light, just wilderness. 3 hours in, the trail steepened as it climbed toward the ridge. I stopped at a lookout point, drinking water and taking photos of the vast forest spreading below. The solitude was perfect, not another human for miles. That's when I noticed something odd. About 50 yards down the slope, a cluster of branches had been arranged in a pattern that seemed too deliberate to be natural, crossed in an X shape and propped against a boulder. Probably trail maintenance, I reasoned, or perhaps another hiker's marker. By late afternoon, dark clouds gathered overhead. I quickened my pace, wanting to reach my planned camping spot before the storm hit. The trail narrowed, hemmed in by dense underbrush, and the forest grew quieter. No birdsong, no rustling in the leaves. Just the sound of my boots on dirt and the distant rumble of thunder. I reached the camping area, a small clearing near a stream, just as the first raindrops fell. Working quickly, I set up my tent, secured a rainfly, and organized my gear inside. The rain intensified, drumming against the nylon as I heated water for my freeze-dried meal. As darkness fell, the storm passed, leaving behind a heavy silence. I switched on my headlamp and ventured out to hang my food bag, a necessary precaution against bears and smaller critters. The forest around the clearing seemed different somehow. The darkness between the trees felt denser, more watchful. While securing the rope over a branch, I heard it, a sound like nothing I'd encountered before. Not quite human, not quite animal. A long, wavering cry that seemed to start as a whistle and end as something like laughter. It came from the ridge above my camp, perhaps half a mile away. Coyote, I told myself, or maybe an owl with an unusual call. The ranger's warning about mountain lions flashed through my mind, but this didn't sound feline. Back in my tent, I recorded the day's hike in my journal, noting coordinates and landmarks. I added a brief mention of the strange sound, describing it as objectively as possible. Outside, the forest had gone silent again, except for the occasional drip of rainwater from leaves. Just as I was zipping up my sleeping bag, my headlamp caught something outside, a shadow moving past my tent. Too large for a raccoon or fox. I froze, listening intently. Slow, deliberate footsteps circled the perimeter of my campsite, crunching softly on pine needles. They paused directly behind my tent. I reached for my knife and bear spray, heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps resumed, moving away toward the trees. When I finally gathered the courage to unzip the tent and shine my light into the darkness, the clearing was empty. But something had changed. My food bag, which I'd hung carefully from a branch 15 feet high, now lay on the ground, its contents scattered. The rope hadn't broken, it had been untied. I slept fitfully, if at all. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf jolted me awake. Around 3 a.m. I gave up entirely and sat cross-legged in my sleeping bag, knife within reach, listening to the night. The rational part of my brain suggested a bear had gotten my food. They're surprisingly dexterous when motivated by hunger, but bears don't untie knots. Dawn brought heavy fog and a sense of unreality to the forest. I emerged from my tent to survey the damage. Most of my food was gone, though oddly some items remained untouched. A packet of instant coffee, 2 energy bars. The rope lay coiled neatly at the base of the tree, not torn or chewed through, untied and coiled. I documented everything with my camera, more out of habit than any expectation it would help. The ground revealed nothing. No footprints, no claw marks, just pine needles and damp earth. I searched the surrounding area for tracks but found only deer prints and what might have been coyote. My options were limited. With food for maybe one day if I rationed carefully, I could either continue my planned route or head back to the trailhead. Pride suggested pushing forward. I'd been in tough situations before. But something about this place had shifted from peaceful to threatening. I decided to modify my route. Instead of the full northern loop, I'd cut across to the eastern trail the ranger had suggested, which would eventually connect back to the trailhead. It meant one more night in the forest instead of 2, and I'd have to push harder than planned, but it felt like the right compromise. As I packed up camp, something caught my eye, a dark smudge on my tent's rainfly. At first glance, it looked like dirt or tree sap, but when I touched it, my fingers came away with a rust-colored powder. It smelled metallic, like dried blood. I packed quickly after that, checking my map and compass obsessively. The fog limited visibility to about 30 yards, transforming familiar trees into looming specters. I started hiking east, marking my path with my GPS app whenever I had enough signal. Around midday, the fog began to lift, revealing glimpses of the ridge above. I stopped for a break, rationing 1 energy bar into tiny portions. As I ate, I noticed unusual marks on several tree trunks nearby. 3 parallel scratches too high for a bear on its hind legs, too deliberate for random damage. The silence of the forest remained unnatural. No birds, no insects. Just the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles. I pressed on, determined to cover as much ground as possible before nightfall. The cross-country route proved more challenging than expected. What looked like passable terrain on the map turned into steep ravines and dense thickets in reality. By late afternoon, I'd made less progress than hoped and faced a decision: push through twilight hours with my headlamp or make camp early. The memory of last night's visitor made me choose the former. I'd rather navigate difficult terrain than spend another night being circled. As the light faded, I reached a small clearing with a fallen log. Taking a brief rest, I checked my coordinates again. I was still on course, though moving slower than planned. That's when I noticed movement at the tree line, just a flicker in my peripheral vision. I turned quickly, scanning the darkening forest. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I stood, shouldering my pack. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small in the vast silence. "Anyone there?" The forest absorbed my words without echo. I took out my headlamp, switching it to its brightest setting. The beam cut through the gathering darkness, illuminating tree trunks and undergrowth. At the edge of its reach, something moved again, a pale shape ducking behind a tree. "I see you," I said, more confidently than I felt. "I'm just passing through, not looking for trouble." No response, just that prickling sensation of eyes watching from the shadows. I decided to keep moving, making more noise than necessary, snapping twigs, rustling leaves, occasionally clearing my throat. The traditional advice for avoiding wildlife encounters. But whatever was following me didn't behave like wildlife. As full darkness descended, the forest changed character completely. My headlamp created a small bubble of visibility, beyond which anything could be hiding. I tripped twice on exposed roots, barely catching myself. The third time, my ankle twisted painfully, and I dropped to one knee, swearing under my breath. I needed to stop. Continuing in these conditions was asking for a serious injury. I found a small depression sheltered by boulders, not ideal, but better than open ground. Without a tent, I'd left it behind to move faster. I laid out my emergency bivy sack and crawled inside, positioning myself to see the approach from any direction. The night sounds emerged slowly. Wind in the trees, a distant owl, the occasional scurrying of small animals. Almost normal except for one thing. Every few minutes a twig would snap or a stone would shift, always from a different direction. The sounds formed a perimeter around my position, methodically circling. I clutched my bear spray, wondering if it would work on whatever was out there. Around midnight the circling stopped. The forest fell absolutely silent. Then came a sound directly above me, breathing. Slow, deliberate breaths from the boulder overlooking my shelter. I didn't move, didn't speak, just waited, every muscle tense, for whatever would happen next. Nothing did. The breathing continued for perhaps 5 minutes, then stopped. No footsteps moving away. No indication that whatever it was had left. Just sudden, complete absence. When I finally gathered the courage to shine my light on the boulder, nothing was there. But on the ground beside my bivvy, something had been placed while I wasn't looking. A small, perfectly preserved rabbit, its neck broken cleanly. Not eaten, not bloody, just killed and delivered like a gift, or a warning. The rest of the night passed in a blur of hypervigilance and exhaustion. I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep, just lay listening to every sound while clutching my bear spray. The rabbit remained where it had been placed, a disturbing reminder that whatever was out there could have reached me any time it wanted. First light couldn't come soon enough. I packed quickly, leaving the rabbit untouched. My ankle throbbed from yesterday's fall, but adrenaline dulled the pain. According to my map, the eastern trail should be less than 2 miles ahead. If I pushed hard, I could reach it by mid-morning and be back at the trailhead by evening. The forest seemed different in daylight, less threatening but somehow more insidious. The unnatural silence had returned. No birds announced the dawn, no squirrels chattered in the branches. Even the wind had died, leaving the trees motionless. I maintained a brisk pace despite my ankle, stopping only to check coordinates and sip water. Around a bend in an animal trail I'd been following, I came upon something unexpected, a rock face covered in petroglyphs. They weren't mentioned in any of my research about the area. The images were weathered but distinct, stylized human figures with elongated limbs, animals that might have been deer or elk, and spiraling patterns that could represent water or wind. But one figure dominated the composition, a tall, stick-like humanoid with a head that wasn't quite human, more like a deer or wolf skull perched on a too-thin neck. I photographed the petroglyphs methodically, fascinated despite my situation. Based on the style, they appeared to be Native American, possibly hundreds of years old. I'm no anthropologist, but I'd seen similar imagery in museums. The elongated figure reminded me of descriptions I'd read of skinwalkers, shapeshifters from Navajo legend said to wear animal skins to transform themselves. Just folklore, I reminded myself. Stories to explain predators or human criminals who targeted isolated travelers. As I stepped back from the rock face, something crunched under my boot. Looking down, I found myself standing on a scattering of small bones, rodents mostly, but some larger. All had been broken and arranged in patterns that mirrored the petroglyphs above. This was recent, very recent. The bones were still white, not yet weathered by exposure. I backed away, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. The rock face formed one wall of a small canyon, a natural trap with limited escape routes. I turned to retrace my steps and found the path blocked. A man stood there. At least I thought it was a man, the right height and build, wearing what looked like tattered clothing. But he stood unnaturally still, and his face... I couldn't make out his features clearly. He was about 30 yards away, partially obscured by a pine tree. Something seemed wrong about the proportions of his limbs, too long, too thin. And he made no sound, no rustling clothes, no breathing, no shifting weight. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. "I'm just passing through, heading back to the trailhead." No response, no movement. I took a step sideways, planning to circle around him. He mirrored my movement precisely, maintaining the distance between us. "Look, I don't want any trouble," I said louder this time. "I'm just a hiker who's lost his way a bit." The figure tilted its head at an angle that seemed to strain the limits of human anatomy. Then it stepped sideways behind the pine tree and didn't emerge on the other side. I waited, holding my breath. 10 seconds, 20. I edged forward cautiously, scanning the forest. Nothing. I reached the pine tree and circled it. No footprints, no disturbed ground, no indication anyone had been there at all. My rational mind suggested explanations, a trick of light and shadow, a park ranger observing from a distance, my own sleep-deprived brain manufacturing threats. But none of these accounted for the arranged bones, the untied food bag, the dead rabbit left beside me in the night. I abandoned all pretense of calm and began jogging eastward, ignoring the pain in my ankle. The terrain sloped upward, becoming rockier and more exposed. Good. Fewer places for something to hide. Bad. Fewer escape options if cornered. Around noon, I crested a small rise and finally spotted what I'd been searching for. The Eastern Trail, a clear path cutting through the forest below. I nearly cried with relief. Established trails meant other hikers, safety in numbers, a direct route back to civilization. As I descended toward it, movement caught my eye. Actual human hikers, a group of 3 moving along the trail with normal backpacks and trekking poles. I waved frantically, shouting to attract their attention, not caring how deranged I might appear. They stopped, looking up toward me with evident confusion. One raised a hand in tentative greeting. I scrambled down the slope, half running, half sliding, desperate to reach them before they continued on. "Thank God," I gasped as I reached the trail. I thought I was alone out here. The hikers, 2 women and a man in their 30s, exchanged glances. "You okay, buddy?" the man asked. "You look like you've had a rough time." I must have been a sight, unshaven, wild-eyed, clothes stained with dirt and sweat. I tried to modulate my voice to sound less unhinged. Got a bit lost. Had some strange experiences up there. "Like what?" one of the women asked, her expression somewhere between concern and wariness. How to explain without sounding completely insane? "Food got taken from my camp, heard weird noises, felt like something was following me." "Probably a bear," the man said reasonably. "They're pretty clever about getting food." I hesitated, then decided against mentioning the figure by the petroglyphs or the dead rabbit. Instead, I asked, "You heading toward the trailhead?" They nodded. "About 4 hours away at our pace. You're welcome to join us." I nearly collapsed with relief. 4 hours, just 4 more hours, and I'd be back at my car, driving away from this place. We set off together, the normal conversation of the hiking group, discussing trail conditions, comparing gear, sharing previous adventures, washing over me like a cleansing wave. For the first time in 2 days, I felt my guard lowering slightly. Whatever had been stalking me seemed unlikely to approach a group. As we walked, I gradually shared more details of my experience, carefully avoiding the most disturbing elements. "This area does have some weird stories," the second woman acknowledged. "A guy at the ranger station mentioned some local legend about a watcher in the woods, Native American thing apparently." "What kind of watcher?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. She shrugged. "Some kind of spirit that guards sacred sites. He didn't go into detail, just mentioned it when warning us to stay on marked trails." The conversation drifted to other topics. The sun emerged from behind clouds, warming the path. Birds called from the trees, normal forest sounds returning as if they'd never been absent. I began to wonder if I'd overreacted, if exhaustion and isolation had magnified ordinary wilderness encounters into something sinister. Then one of the women stopped suddenly, pointing ahead. "What's that on the trail?" About 20 yards ahead, something lay across the path. As we approached, I recognized it with sickening clarity. A freshly killed deer, its neck broken at an impossible angle, just like the rabbit. The animal's eyes were open, staring sightlessly at the forest canopy. No blood, no signs of feeding, just killed and placed deliberately in our path. "That's not normal predator behavior," the man said quietly. "No," I agreed, "it's not." We stood in silence, 4 humans suddenly aware of how far we were from safety. In the trees beyond the deer, something moved, just a shadow shifting between trunks, watching us, waiting to see what we would do. "We should keep moving," the man said, his voice tighter than before. That's not a natural kill. None of us wanted to approach the deer, so we left the trail briefly, circling through the underbrush to avoid it. As we passed, I noticed something I hadn't seen from a distance. A pattern of broken twigs had been arranged on the deer's body, the same spiral pattern from the petroglyphs. Did anyone else see that? I asked, pointing. They followed my gaze, but the woman closest to me shook her head. See what? I looked again. The pattern was gone, just random broken branches scattered by the wind. Had I imagined it? The lack of sleep was affecting my perception. We continued more quickly now, our earlier casual pace replaced by something more urgent. Conversation died. Each of us scanned the forest continuously, jerking toward any unexpected sound. The trail began to seem impossibly long, each turn revealing only more wilderness, not the promised trailhead. Check the map again, one of the women suggested to her companion. This doesn't feel right. The man pulled out his phone, checking the GPS. His expression changed. That's weird. According to this, we've barely moved for the last hour. That's impossible, I said, looking over his shoulder at the screen. We've been walking steadily. He showed me the map. The blue dot indicating our position hovered near the same coordinates I'd recorded 2 hours earlier. Either the GPS was malfunctioning or something impossible was happening. Let me check mine, I said, pulling out my phone. No signal, but the GPS still worked. According to my device, we were exactly where we should be, 4 miles closer to the trailhead than his phone suggested. We compared the two screens, baffled by the discrepancy. Then one of the women spotted a trail marker, a blue blaze painted on a tree trunk. Look, she said, number 14. What number was the last one we passed? No one had been counting. We backtracked slightly and found another marker, number 14 again. That's not possible, the man said, looking from one marker to the other. They're sequential along the trail. We pressed on, checking every marker we passed. All number 14, as if we were walking in circles despite following a straight path. The light began to fade. None of us had planned to camp overnight. The women and man were on a day hike, and I was supposed to reach my car by evening. We had headlamps, but minimal overnight gear between us. We need to make a decision, the man said finally. Either we keep pushing to the trailhead or we make camp and continue at first light. The thought of spending another night in these woods made my skin crawl. I vote we keep moving, I said immediately. The others agreed. We switched on headlamps and continued, staying closer together now. The forest pressed in around our small circles of light. Occasionally one of us would freeze, claiming to have seen movement in the periphery of their vision. Each time we'd stop, directing all 4 headlamps toward the spot. Each time we'd find nothing. Around 9 p.m., one of the women stopped abruptly. Listen, she whispered. We fell silent. At first I heard nothing. Then it came. That same sound I'd heard the first night. The whistle that became a laugh echoing through the trees, much closer now. What the hell was that? The man hissed. That's what I heard before, I said, when I was alone. The sound came again, from a different direction. Then another, from somewhere else, as if we were being surrounded. Run, one of the women said suddenly. Just run. We broke into a sprint, abandoning all pretense of calm. The trail blurred beneath our headlamp beams. Branches whipped at our faces. Behind us, those sounds multiplied, not following exactly, but pacing us, sometimes cutting ahead. I don't know how long we ran. Time lost meaning in the panic and exertion. Eventually, we burst into a small clearing and stopped, gasping for breath, backs together like animals at bay. The sounds had stopped. The forest was silent again. Our headlamps created a small island of light in a sea of darkness. What are those things? One of the women asked between breaths. No one answered. No one had an explanation that made sense. We stick together, the man said finally. No matter what, that's our only chance. We agreed, forming a tight group as we continued down the trail at a fast walk, each of us scanning a different direction. My headlamp began to flicker, batteries failing after too many hours of continuous use. The others shared the same problem. One by one, our lights weakened, shrinking our visible world. That's when we saw it, not in the trees or on the trail, but standing directly in our path, the figure I'd glimpsed by the petroglyphs, except now I could see it clearly in our combined headlamp beams. It stood over 6 feet tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like tattered animal hides, but most disturbing was its head, not human at all, but a deer skull, complete with antlers perched on a too long neck. The empty eye sockets somehow conveyed watchfulness, intelligence. We froze collectively, instinctively huddling closer. The figure remained motionless, blocking the trail. "What do we do?" one of the women whispered. "I don't," the man began. The figure tilted its head at that unnatural angle I'd seen before. Then it raised one elongated arm and pointed into the forest, away from the trail. "I think it wants us to go that way," I said quietly. "No way," the man responded. "We stay on the trail." The figure stepped toward us, a jerking, uneven movement that triggered every primal fear response in my body. We backed away collectively. It advanced again. This bizarre, silent confrontation continued for several minutes, the entity herding us steadily away from the trail. "Maybe it's trying to help us," one of the women suggested desperately. "Maybe the trail's washed out ahead or something." None of us believed that, but we had few options. Our headlamps were failing. We were exhausted, lost, and confronted by something that defied explanation. When the figure gestured again toward the forest, we reluctantly complied, stepping off the trail. It followed, maintaining a precise distance behind us. Whenever we slowed or changed direction, it made that same pointing gesture, correcting our course. We were being led somewhere specific. After what seemed like hours, we reached another rock formation, a natural arch formed by two massive boulders. Petroglyphs similar to the ones I'd seen earlier covered its surface, barely visible in our dying lights. The figure stopped, pointing at the arch. "It wants us to go through," I said. "This is insane," the man replied. "We're following directions from whatever this thing is." One of the women's headlamps failed completely, plunging a quarter of our world into darkness. "I don't think we have a choice," she said. We passed beneath the arch one by one, entering a small canyon beyond. The walls rose steeply on either side, lined with more petroglyphs, hundreds of them, depicting scenes of hunting, celestial events, and that same elongated figure with the animal skull head. At the canyon's end stood a sight that made us stop in disbelief. My car, and beyond it, the trailhead parking lot. Somehow, impossibly, we had been led directly back to our starting point, through terrain that should have taken hours to traverse. We turned to look at our guide, but the figure had vanished. Just empty forest behind us, no sign that anything had ever been there. "This isn't possible," the man said, voicing what we were all thinking. But the evidence was undeniable. Somehow the entity had known exactly where we needed to go, and had brought us there by a route no map showed. As we approached the parking lot on shaky legs, I noticed something on my windshield, a small bundle of twigs and leaves tied with sinew. A Native American protective charm, I'd later learn. Similar bundles had been placed on the other hikers' vehicles. We stood in silence, four people trying to process an experience that defied rational explanation. The trailhead information board caught my eye, specifically a notice I hadn't seen when I arrived. "Respect sacred sites. Some areas within the forest hold cultural significance to Native peoples. Visitors are asked to remain on marked trails and report any historical artifacts to ranger station personnel." I remembered the petroglyphs, the arranged bones, the patterns. Had I inadvertently trespassed on something sacred? Had the entity been protecting its territory rather than hunting us? The others were already moving toward their car, eager to leave this place behind. Before joining them, I took one last look at the forest edge. Just for a moment I thought I saw that distinctive silhouette watching from between the trees, the guardian of boundaries I'd crossed without understanding. I didn't sleep that night, even in the relative safety of a motel room 20 miles from the trailhead. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that deer skull face, those empty sockets somehow watching, judging. The others had left immediately, heading back to Phoenix without even exchanging contact information, as if acknowledging what we'd experienced would somehow make it more real. Morning brought harsh fluorescent light and the comforting banality of continental breakfast. With caffeine and distance came the inevitable rationalizations, sleep deprivation, group hysteria, maybe even hallucinogenic spores from forest fungi. There had to be a logical explanation. I checked out of the motel and drove to the nearest public library. The librarian, A Navajo woman in her 60s with silver hair and kind eyes looked up when I approached the reference desk. "I need information about local folklore," I said, "specifically about figures that guard sacred sites in the forest, ones that might be depicted with animal skulls." Her expression changed subtly. "School project?" "Personal interest," I replied. "I was hiking in Navajo National Forest and saw some petroglyphs. I'm curious about their meaning." She studied me for a long moment. "Which trail were you on?" "The northern loop, but I cut across to the eastern trail when I got a bit lost." She nodded slowly. "Wait here." She disappeared into the back room and returned with a slim volume not from the public shelves. This was written by a tribal elder about 30 years ago, not published commercially, just for preservation of stories. The book was titled Guardians of the Sacred, Navajo Protective Spirits. I thanked her and found a quiet corner to read. The contents were fascinating. Detailed accounts of spirits believed to protect ceremonial grounds, burial sites, and places of power. Some were benevolent, others dangerous to trespassers. One chapter focused specifically on what the author called boundary walkers, entities that patrolled the edges between safe and forbidden territories. They were described as shapeshifters who could appear human from a distance, but revealed their true nature upon closer inspection. Often they would wear the skins or skulls of animals as both disguise and symbolic connection to the natural world. The descriptions matched what we'd seen with uncomfortable precision. More disturbing were the accounts of their behavior. They were said to stalk intruders, taking their food, leaving dead animals as warnings, and creating illusions that caused travelers to become lost or disoriented. If these warnings were ignored, the consequences became increasingly severe. However, the text also noted something surprising. Boundary walkers were not inherently malevolent. Their purpose was protection, not harm. In several accounts, they had actually guided lost travelers back to safety after first warning them away from sacred areas. I photographed several pages with my phone, then returned the book to the librarian. "Find what you were looking for?" she asked. "I think so. Do you know if there are any documented sacred sites near the Northern Trail system?" She hesitated before answering. "Nothing on official Forest Service maps, but there's a canyon system locals avoid. Old burial caves were discovered there in the 1950s during a survey for a now abandoned dam project." "With petroglyphs? Showing figures with animal skulls?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You saw it." It wasn't a question. I nodded. "And did you see anything else while you were there?" I considered lying, but something in her expression suggested she already knew the answer. "Yes, something followed us, led us back to the trailhead eventually." She sighed deeply. "You're lucky. Some who disrespect those boundaries never find their way back." "I didn't know," I said defensively. "There were no signs, no warnings." "There are warnings for those who know how to read them," she replied. "The Forest Service removes the more explicit markers. They think they're deterring vandals and looters. Instead, they're removing protection for both the sites and the hikers." She wrote something on a slip of paper. "If you're still having experiences since your return, call this number. It's a medicine man who helps with such things." I took the paper, not sure whether to feel reassured or more disturbed that she thought I might need spiritual intervention. "Thank you, but everything stopped once I left the forest." She nodded, but her expression remained concerned. "The guardians usually stay within their territories. Usually." I drove back to my apartment that afternoon, the 6-hour journey passing in a blur of podcast distractions and gas station coffee. By the time I arrived home, rational thought had reasserted itself. The experience had been frightening but explainable. A territorial predator, perhaps a mountain lion as the ranger suggested, combined with exhaustion and the power of suggestion. The apartment felt normal, safe. I showered away 3 days of forest grime, ordered takeout, and settled on the couch with mindless television. No deer skull figures lurking in corners, no strange sounds, just ordinary, comforting domesticity. Around midnight, I finally felt tired enough to sleep. As I was closing the blinds, something caught my eye in the parking lot below, a tall, thin figure standing beneath a streetlight. Just a person waiting for someone, I told myself. But they stood too still, and when I looked directly at them, they tilted their head at that impossible angle. I jerked the blind shut and backed away. Coincidence? Had to be. Just an ordinary person who happened to move strangely. The guardian spirits stayed in their territories. The librarian had said so herself. Sleep came eventually, but brought no relief. In my dreams, I wandered endlessly through forest paths that doubled back on themselves. Behind every tree lurked watching eyes. Ahead, petroglyphs shifted and moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. I woke to the sound of something scratching at my window. Just tree branches moved by wind, I realized, as rational thought returned. But when I checked my phone, I found dozens of photos I didn't remember taking, all completely black except for a pair of glowing points that might have been eyes reflected in darkness. Over the next week, small disturbances accumulated. Items moved when I wasn't looking. Strange tracks appeared in the dust on my balcony. Not human, not animal, something in between. At night, that whistling, laughing sound sometimes drifted through my apartment's thin walls, though my neighbors claimed not to hear anything when I asked. I found myself returning to the librarian's book, now saved as images on my phone. One passage in particular haunted me. Those who have encountered the guardians may find themselves marked. The spirits recognize them, remember them. Distance provides no sanctuary if proper respects were not paid. What constituted proper respects? The book mentioned offerings, prayers in Navajo, ritualized acknowledgments of trespass, none of which I had performed. After 2 weeks of escalating phenomena, dead birds on my doorstep, strange figures glimpsed in my periphery, my key found hanging from a thread inside my locked apartment, I finally retrieved the medicine man's number. He agreed to see me the next day. I drove back to the reservation, following his directions to a small house set against red sandstone cliffs. The medicine man, introducing himself simply as Ben, was younger than I expected, perhaps in his 40s, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt rather than anything ceremonial. He listened without interruption as I described everything that had happened, from the first night in the forest to the ongoing disturbances. When I finished, he nodded thoughtfully. "You crossed a boundary," he said simply. "Now you must acknowledge it and make amends." "How?" I asked. "We return to the place. You present an offering, you speak words of respect and regret. If the guardian accepts, the connection will be broken. And if it doesn't accept," he met my eyes steadily, "then the marking remains, but typically the guardians seek only acknowledgement, not revenge." The next morning we drove together to the trailhead. Ben brought supplies for the offering, corn pollen, cedar, sage, and a small clay vessel. We hiked in silence, following the same path I'd taken 3 weeks earlier. When we reached the rock face with the petroglyphs, Ben stopped. "This is the place, the boundary." He instructed me in preparing the offering, a small mound of corn pollen mixed with herbs placed before the largest petroglyph. He taught me simple Navajo phrases asking forgiveness for trespass and acknowledging the guardian's right to protect its domain. As I spoke the words, a wind rose suddenly, swirling around us. The offering scattered, carried upward in a spiral that mimicked the petroglyphs themselves. For just a moment, I thought I saw that familiar silhouette at the edge of the clearing, the skull-headed figure watching impassively. Then it was gone. The wind died. The forest sounds returned, birds calling, insects humming, leaves rustling normally. "It's done," Ben said quietly. "The guardian has accepted." We hiked back in companionable silence. At the trailhead, he declined my offer of payment, asking instead that I respect the boundaries I encountered in the future. All boundaries, not just those in the forest. That night, back in my apartment, the disturbances stopped. No scratching, no moved objects, no strange sounds. Just ordinary, blessed quiet. But sometimes when I'm hiking other remote trails, I find myself scanning the tree line more carefully. And if I come across unfamiliar symbols or arrangements that seem too deliberate to be natural, I turn back. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some watchers should remain undisturbed. The forests hold older truths than our maps acknowledge. I learned that lesson in the hardest possible way, and count myself fortunate to have emerged marked but unharmed, reminded rather than removed. Some say there's no such thing as skinwalkers or boundary guardians, just folklore to explain natural phenomena or human threats. They're entitled to that belief. I once shared it. But I know what I saw in those empty eye sockets. I know what followed me home, and I know with absolute certainty that something still watches from the boundaries, not just in remote forests, but at the edges of what we understand about the world. 3 months passed. Summer turned to fall. The incident in the forest became something I discussed less frequently, a story that grew more implausible with each telling. Friends listened politely, attributing my experience to exhaustion or an overactive imagination. I almost began to believe them, almost, because sometimes when I reviewed the photos from that trip, I'd catch details I hadn't noticed before. A blur of movement between trees, the suggestion of a figure watching from shadows, patterns in scattered leaves that shouldn't have formed naturally. My nightmares had subsided after the offering ceremony with Ben, but occasionally still jolted me awake. Visions of empty eye sockets watching, judging, waiting. On those nights I'd check my apartment meticulously, half expecting to find objects moved or strange tracks in dust. But nothing ever appeared. The boundary had been re-established. In October, I received an email from an unfamiliar address. The subject line was simply, Northern Loop Incident. The contents were brief. Similar experience happened to me last week. Need to talk. Please contact. A phone number followed. I hesitated before calling, suspecting a prank or scam, but curiosity won out. The voice that answered was female, tense. This is Madison. You sent me an email about the Northern Loop? Yes, thank you for calling. I found your name in a forum post about unusual encounters in Navajo National Forest. You mentioned a figure with an animal skull? My pulse quickened. How did you find that post? I never used my real name. I'm a journalist, she explained. I've been researching disappearances in national parks and forests. Your account matched patterns I've been tracking. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop halfway between our cities. 2 days later, I found myself sitting across from a woman in her early 30s, with quick eyes and a recorder on the table between us. Mind if I record? She asked. Just for my notes. I hesitated, then nodded. She pressed a button and the red light illuminated. Let's start with your experience, she said. The complete version, not the sanitized one you posted online. I recounted everything, the strange sounds, the figure by the petroglyphs, the way it had eventually led us back to safety. As I spoke, Madison occasionally nodded, making notes on her laptop. Now tell me about the aftermath, she prompted when I finished. The disturbances at your home. I described those as well, the moved objects, the scratching sounds, the tracks in dust. How they'd stopped after the offering ceremony with Ben. She sat back when I finished. Your experience matches 7 others I've documented in the past 2 years, all in areas with known or suspected Native American sacred sites, all involving figures described as unnaturally tall with animal skulls or features, all resulting in similar afterward effects until some form of acknowledgement was made. So you believe me, I said, relief evident in my voice. I believe something happened, she said carefully. Whether it's supernatural or has a rational explanation, I'm still determining. But the pattern is undeniable. She turned her laptop toward me, showing a map of the southwestern United States marked with red dots. Each of these represents an encounter similar to yours. Notice anything? The dots formed a rough circle around a central area spanning parts of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. They're all at the perimeter of something, I said slowly. Exactly. Traditional lands considered sacred by multiple tribes, places where development has been fought for decades, and where disappearances occur at statistically significant rates. She clicked to another screen. News articles about hikers gone missing, search parties finding no trace, authorities eventually classifying cases as misadventure or exposure. Most people who encounter these phenomena never report it officially, she continued. Who would believe them? But some share their experiences in forums, support groups, with trusted friends. I've been piecing these accounts together for a documentary. And you had an encounter yourself? I asked. Her expression tightened. Last week, solo hiking trip, researching locations. I found petroglyphs similar to what you described. That night, something circled my tent, left a dead rabbit, followed me for 2 days. I eventually made it out, but... She hesitated. Things have been happening at my apartment since... You need to make an offering, I said immediately. I can put you in touch with Ben. She shook her head. already did something similar. A Ute elder performed a cleansing. It didn't work. The disturbances are getting worse. Ice formed in my stomach. What do you mean worse? Physical manifestations, actual sightings inside my home. Objects not just moved but destroyed. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos, then showed me one. Her living room wall covered in those same spiral petroglyph patterns, apparently scratched directly into the drywall. Jesus, I whispered. The elder said my case is different because I went looking for it. I wasn't an accidental trespasser like you. I deliberately sought out these phenomena for my documentary. Crossed the boundary with purpose rather than ignorance. We sat in silence for a moment, the implication sinking in. Finally, I asked, "What are you going to do?" "That's partly why I wanted to meet," she admitted. "I'm going back, to make a more significant offering. The elder believes I need to return to the exact spot and perform a specific ceremony. He's agreed to accompany me." "When?" "This weekend, and—" She met my eyes directly. "I was hoping you might come too. Your experience ended positively. The guardian accepted your offering. Having you there might help." Every instinct told me to refuse. I'd escaped whatever this was, made peace with the boundary guardians. Why risk attracting their attention again? But Madison's situation echoed my own experience too closely to ignore. If our roles had been reversed, I would have been desperate for help from someone who'd successfully resolved the haunting. "I'll come," I said finally, "but I want to speak with the elder first. Understand exactly what we're doing." She nodded, visible relief crossing her features. "Thank you. We leave Friday morning." 3 days later, I found myself back in the forest I'd sworn never to enter again, hiking alongside Madison and a Ute elder named Joseph. He was older than Ben, perhaps in his 70s, with deep lines etched into his face and eyes that missed nothing. The hike to Madison's encounter site took most of the day. Unlike my experience, her boundary crossing had occurred in a different section of the forest, a remote canyon system rarely visited by hikers. As we descended into the canyon, I felt that familiar prickling sensation of being watched. "They know we're here," Joseph said quietly, confirming my suspicion. "They remember both of you." We made camp near the petroglyph site Madison had discovered, a rock overhang covered in ancient images similar to those I'd seen. Joseph spent the evening preparing for the ceremony, arranging various herbs, cornmeal, and items I couldn't identify. "The offering must be more significant because the trespass was deliberate," he explained as darkness fell. "Not just acknowledgement, but exchange. Something of value must be given." "What kind of exchange?" Madison asked nervously. Joseph's expression was grave. "Traditionally blood, just a small amount. But symbology matters more than quantity. It represents commitment." We slept uneasily that night, taking turns keeping watch. Strange sounds echoed through the canyon, not quite the whistle laugh I remembered, but similar enough to raise the hairs on my neck. Shapes moved at the periphery of our campfire light. Once, I distinctly saw a tall figure watching from atop the canyon rim, silhouetted against the stars. Morning brought heavy fog that shrouded the canyon in ghostly white. Joseph directed us to the petroglyph wall, where he began arranging the ceremonial items in patterns that matched the ancient images. He instructed Madison in the words she would need to speak, phrases in Ute and Navajo that acknowledged the guardian's domain and her transgression in seeking them out. "And the blood?" she asked, voice steady despite her evident fear. Joseph handed her a small stone knife. "Just a drop from your palm, placed on the offering." The ceremony began with Joseph burning sage and cedar, the smoke curling upward into the fog. Madison spoke the phrases he had taught her voice growing stronger with each repetition. I stood slightly apart, witness rather than participant. As the ritual progressed, the fog thickened impossibly, until Joseph and Madison were barely visible just feet away from me. The temperature dropped. That sensation of being watched intensified until it felt like physical pressure against my skin. Madison completed her recitation and pressed the stone knife against her palm. A single drop of blood fell onto the cornmeal offering. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the fog began to move, not dispersing but coalescing, forming a vaguely humanoid shape taller than any of us. Through the swirling whiteness, I glimpsed the now familiar outline of antlers, the suggestion of that skull-like face. Joseph and Madison saw it too. The elder bowed his head respectfully. Madison stood her ground, though I could see her trembling slightly. A sound emerged from the fog figure, not the whistle laugh, but a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my chest. It continued for perhaps 30 seconds, modulating in ways that suggested language, though none I could comprehend. Joseph responded in what sounded like very old Navajo or Ute. The fog figure rippled, then extended what might have been an arm toward Madison. She instinctively stepped back. "It wants something else," Joseph said urgently. "Your recording device, your research." Madison's hand went protectively to her jacket pocket where I knew she kept her recorder and small notebook. "All of it?" Joseph nodded. "That is the exchange. Your blood acknowledges the trespass. Your work is the price of forgiveness." She hesitated only briefly before removing both items and placing them on the cornmeal beside her blood. The fog figure lowered its arm. The vibrating sound returned, briefer this time. "It accepts," Joseph translated. "The boundary is restored." The fog began to disperse, not gradually but in an instant, as if swept away by an unfelt wind. Sunlight broke through, illuminating the canyon in normal morning light. Where the fog figure had stood, we found only undisturbed ground. But the recorder and notebook were gone. "It's done," Joseph said, gathering his remaining ceremonial items. "The disturbances will stop now." Madison looked both relieved and bereaved. 6 months of research, she said quietly. Interviews, evidence, documentation. "A small price," Joseph replied, not unkindly. Others who sought these guardians with purpose paid with more than recordings. We hiked out in contemplative silence, each processing what we'd witnessed. At the trailhead, Madison thanked me for coming. "I couldn't have faced that alone," she admitted. "What will you do about your documentary?" I asked. She smiled ruefully. "Start over. Focus on other aspects of wilderness disappearances. Leave the guardians to their territories." She hesitated, then added, "But I'll always know what's really out there, what watches from the boundaries, same as you." We parted ways, returning to our separate cities and ordinary lives. In the months since, I've had no further encounters with the phenomena. The nightmares have stopped completely. The boundary, as Joseph promised, was restored. But I've changed my relationship with wilderness. I research areas thoroughly before hiking, looking for signs of cultural significance. I leave offerings of cornmeal at trailheads, small acknowledgments that I understand I am a visitor, not an owner. I pay attention to warnings, both official and subtle. Most importantly, I've come to respect that not all territories are meant for human exploration. Some boundaries exist for reasons older than our understanding. Some watchers have guarded their domains since time immemorial, and will continue long after we're gone. If you venture into remote wilderness, remember this: you are never truly alone in the forest. Eyes follow your passage. Ancient intelligences assess your intentions. Guardians stand at the boundaries between known and sacred spaces. Tread carefully, listen closely. And if you feel that prickling sensation of being watched, or hear a sound like whistling that becomes laughter, turn back. Return to marked trails and known territories. Some boundaries are not meant to be crossed. The decision to hike alone in the Navajo Highlands wasn't one I made lightly. At 32, I'd completed enough solo expeditions to know both my capabilities and limitations. But something about this particular trip felt different from the moment I parked my weathered Subaru at the trailhead, 60 miles from the nearest town. It was mid-October 2023. The aspens had turned golden, and the morning air carried that crisp scent that only comes with autumn in high-elevation forests. According to my research, this isolated section of wilderness was rarely trafficked due to its remoteness and challenging terrain. Perfect for someone seeking solitude after a brutal year working in corporate finance. 3 days out, 2 nights camping, then back to civilization, I mumbled to myself while adjusting my pack. The extra weight of my DSLR camera would be worth it for documenting the trip. The first 6 miles passed uneventfully. I maintained a steady pace, stopping occasionally to photograph peculiar rock formations or unusual flora. Around mid-afternoon, I arrived at a small clearing beside a creek that seemed ideal for setting up camp. As I assembled my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had grown unusually quiet, no birds calling, no squirrels chattering, just the sound of water over rocks and the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles. "Getting paranoid already, James?" I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I'd read about the local indigenous legends before my trip, stories passed down through generations about entities that could take human form. The ranger station had a pamphlet mentioning these traditions, with the usual warnings about respecting cultural beliefs while hiking through ancestral lands. I dismissed it as interesting folklore, nothing more. After setting up camp, I hiked another mile to a ridge offering panoramic views of the valley. Through my camera's telephoto lens, I scanned the landscape, capturing the dramatic play of light and shadow across the rugged terrain. That's when I noticed something odd. What appeared to be smoke rising from a location deep in the forest where no trails existed. Too thin to be a forest fire, it resembled a campfire smoke. I checked my topographic map. The area was at least 10 miles from any marked trail or road. Perhaps another hiker had ventured off trail, or maybe local hunters. As the sun began its descent, I returned to camp and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated stew. The peculiar silence persisted. No nocturnal animals began their evening chorus. No owls, no insects. Just unnatural stillness punctuated by the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the darkness beyond my campfire's glow. I've spent enough nights in the wilderness to know this wasn't normal. Something had disturbed the natural order here. Sleep came fitfully that night. Each time I drifted off, some small sound would jolt me awake. The snap of a twig, the whisper of movement outside my tent. Once I swore I heard what sounded like breathing, close enough that whatever made it stood just beyond the thin nylon wall near my head. When I finally unzipped my tent at first light, I found something that made my stomach contract. A series of tracks circled my campsite. Not animal prints, at least not entirely. They resembled a mix between human footprints and something else, with elongated toe marks and unusual depth patterns. They approached from the forest, circled my tent multiple times, then disappeared back into the undergrowth. I'd traveled enough in remote areas to recognize most North American wildlife tracks. These matched nothing I'd ever seen. Morning brought no relief from the oppressive silence. No birdsong greeted the dawn, just the same heavy absence of natural sound that had settled over the forest the previous evening. I heated water for coffee and oatmeal, trying to convince myself the strange tracks had a logical explanation, perhaps someone playing a prank. But who would venture this far into the wilderness just to scare a random hiker? After breakfast, I packed my day supplies and decided to continue to my planned destination, a secluded lake another 5 miles along the trail. The walking helped settle my nerves, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every few minutes I'd stop and scan the forest behind me, seeing nothing but still catching glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Around noon, I reached a small stream crossing. As I carefully navigated the slippery rocks, something caught my eye. A crude arrangement of sticks on the opposite bank. 3 sticks formed a triangular shape with smaller twigs inside, positioned in a pattern that couldn't have occurred naturally. It reminded me of something I'd read about territorial markers, though not from any hunting tradition I recognized. As I photographed the arrangement, goosebumps rose on my arms despite the afternoon warmth. I glanced up and froze. Across the stream, partially hidden behind a large pine, stood a figure. The distance and shadows made details difficult to discern, but the silhouette appeared human-sized, yet somehow wrong in its proportions. Limbs slightly too long, head oddly shaped. Before I could focus my camera, the figure stepped back and melted into the forest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "I mean no harm. Are you okay?" No response came except the gentle gurgle of the stream. I debated turning back then, abandoning my planned route and returning to my car. But something, curiosity, stubbornness, or perhaps a misguided sense of adventure, pushed me forward. I convinced myself I'd seen another hiker, Perhaps someone from one of the nearby reservations checking on ancestral sites. The lake, when I reached it 2 hours later, was breathtaking, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks and cloudless sky. Under different circumstances, I would have spent hours photographing it from various angles. Instead, I quickly set up my tent in a protected spot with good visibility, gathered firewood while daylight remained, and prepared myself for another night. As darkness fell, I built a larger than necessary fire, finding comfort in its crackling warmth. The sun had just disappeared behind the mountains when I heard it, a sound that stopped my breath. From across the lake came a cry, not quite human, not quite animal. It began as something resembling a coyote's howl, but morphed halfway through into something that approximated human vocalization, a sound trying to be human but missing crucial elements. The result was profoundly disturbing, like audio from the uncanny valley. I fumbled for my phone, initially hoping to record the sound before remembering I'd had no service since beginning my hike. Still, I activated the voice memo function just as the cry came again, longer this time, echoing across the water. While listening to the recording afterward, I noticed something I'd missed in real time. Beneath the primary sound was another layer, almost like words in a language I couldn't identify, spoken in a raspy whisper. Sleep was impossible that night. I maintained the fire until my wood supply dwindled, then retreated to my tent with my hunting knife close at hand. Around 3 a.m., footsteps circled my campsite. Slow, deliberate steps that paused occasionally as if their owner was studying my tent. Then came the scratching light at first, then more insistent, against the tent's rainfly. 3 distinct scratches, a pause, then 3 more. "Who's there?" I called, my voice stronger than I felt. The scratching stopped immediately. What followed was worse. The sound of something breathing, heavy and irregular, just inches from where I lay paralyzed in my sleeping bag. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the first gray light filtered through the tent fabric, I unzipped the door with trembling hands. The area around my campsite showed signs of visitation. Broken branches, disturbed earth, and most disturbingly, my backpack had been moved from where I'd secured it to a tree branch about 30 yards into the forest. Nothing was missing, but the contents had been methodically removed and arranged in a semicircle. My food in one pile, clothes in another, maps and electronics in a third. The organization suggested intelligence, not the random scattering an animal would leave. I quickly repacked, skipped breakfast, and decided to abort my trip. 3 more days in these woods suddenly seemed unthinkable. I plotted the quickest route back to my car, not the way I'd come, but a more direct path that would cut my return journey to a single day of hard hiking. The new route took me through denser forest where the trail occasionally disappeared into undergrowth, forcing me to rely on my compass and map. Around mid-morning, I found the first marker, a small animal skull placed precisely in the middle of the trail, facing the direction I'd come from. 20 minutes later, another. This time a rabbit carcass, fresh enough that flies still swarmed around it, split open with its organs arranged in a pattern I refused to study closely. These weren't random animal remains. They were placed deliberately, recently, by someone tracking my movements with enough precision to stay ahead of me while predicting my chosen route. The logical part of my brain cycled through possible explanations. A disturbed individual living off-grid, hunters playing sick games with a solo hiker, even park rangers testing my reaction for some incomprehensible reason. None seemed plausible given the remoteness of my location. By noon, the markers appeared with increasing frequency. More stick arrangements, stones in circular patterns, and once, most unnervingly, a perfect imprint in mud that resembled a human hand with impossibly elongated fingers. I abandoned stealth and began moving as quickly as the terrain allowed, no longer stopping for water or rest. The sense of pursuit intensified with each passing hour. Twice I caught clear glimpses of movement paralleling my route through the trees, a figure maintaining my pace but staying just far enough away to remain indistinct. At one point I stopped abruptly and raised my camera with its telephoto lens. Through the viewfinder I caught a fleeting image of what appeared to be a person, but wrong somehow. The proportions distorted, the movement unnaturally fluid. Before I could focus properly, it ducked behind a large boulder. The photograph, which I examined while walking, showed only a blur of motion, but the outline was distinctly humanoid. I deleted it immediately, suddenly afraid of what closer examination might reveal. Around 3 p.m., I reached a small clearing and paused to check my position. According to my map, I'd covered nearly 12 miles, with perhaps 6 more to go before reaching my car. If I maintained my pace, I might make it before complete darkness. That's when I found the camera. It lay in the center of the clearing. My expensive DSLR that I was certain remained secured in my backpack. Yet here it was, lens broken, body scratched as if by claws. I frantically checked my pack. The camera was indeed missing, though I had no memory of dropping it or having it taken. With shaking hands, I turned on the damaged device and accessed the memory card. The most recent images weren't mine. Dozens of photos taken from positions surrounding my campsites over the past 2 nights. Shots of me sleeping, of me cooking, of me changing clothes. The final image showed me from directly above, asleep in my tent with the rainfly mysteriously absent, though I knew I'd secured it before sleeping. The implications were clear. Whatever was stalking me had been much closer than I realized, and for much longer. I dropped the camera and ran. Running in panic through unfamiliar wilderness is precisely what survival experts advise against. Yet fear had overridden my training. After 10 minutes of crashing through underbrush, I forced myself to stop, gasping for breath beside a fallen pine. The forest had changed character. The relatively open woodland had given way to densely packed trees growing so closely together that in places their trunks almost touched. The ground between them was carpeted with a thick layer of pine needles that deadened sound and showed no obvious trail. I checked my compass with trembling hands. In my blind panic, I'd veered nearly 45 degrees off course. I corrected my bearing and continued at a more controlled pace, fighting the urge to look behind me every few seconds. The afternoon light had begun to fade, filtered through the canopy into an eerie green twilight. I calculated 4 hours of daylight remained, barely enough to reach my vehicle if I maintained a brisk pace without further detours. 30 minutes later, I found myself at the edge of a ravine not marked on my map. It cut across my path like a scar in the earth, perhaps 20 feet deep with steep sides of loose shale. At the bottom ran a narrow stream. Checking my GPS coordinates confirmed my worst fear. I had somehow gotten turned around despite following my compass. Instead of moving toward the trailhead, I'd been traveling parallel to my original route, deeper into the wilderness. As I recalculated my position, a sound rose from the forest behind me. That same, not quite human cry I'd heard the previous night, but closer now. Much closer. It was answered by another from somewhere to my right, then a third from my left. The implications chilled me. Not one stalker, but multiple, or something fast enough to create the illusion of multiple presences. Either possibility was terrifying. I scrambled down the ravine's steep slope, sending small avalanches of loose rock ahead of me. The descent ended in a painful slide that left my hands bloody and my pants torn, but I reached the bottom intact. The stream was shallow enough to wade through, the cold water shocking against my overheated skin. As I climbed the opposite side, I glanced back. 3 figures stood at different points along the ridge I'd just descended. The distance and fading light obscured details, but their silhouettes were unmistakably humanoid yet wrong, too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. They made no attempt to follow as I crested the opposite ridge. Instead, they remained perfectly still, watching. The message was clear. They could have caught me if they wanted. This was not pursuit, but a game. I pushed on as darkness settled over the forest. Using my headlamp now seemed dangerous, like painting a target on myself, but navigating without light would be impossible. I compromised by using it sparingly, turning it on just long enough to check my direction before continuing in darkness. Around 8 p.m., I reached a small rock outcropping that offered some protection at my back. Exhaustion forced me to stop despite the dangers. I couldn't risk a fire, so I huddled against the stone, wrapped in my emergency thermal blanket, knife in hand. The sounds began shortly after midnight, movement in the forest around my position. Not the normal nocturnal rustlings of wildlife, but deliberate, coordinated activity. Something larger than a squirrel or raccoon was circling my location, maintaining a consistent distance of about 50 yards. Then came the mimicry. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My own voice called from the darkness to my left. I froze, knife clutched so tightly my knuckles whitened. "I mean no harm," the same phrase I'd called out earlier in the day, repeated in a perfect imitation of my voice but with subtle wrongness in the inflection. From another direction came a different snippet of my speech. "Getting paranoid already, James?" Exactly as I'd said it to myself on the first day. The implications were staggering. Whatever stalked me had been present from the beginning, close enough to hear even my quiet self-talk. And it could reproduce human speech with terrifying accuracy. I pressed myself against the rock face, fighting the urge to respond. The mimicry continued for nearly an hour. Fragments of sentences I'd spoken over the past 2 days, repeated in increasingly distorted versions of my voice until they devolved into something barely recognizable as human speech. Then came sounds I hadn't made: a child's laugh, a woman's scream, a man's desperate sobbing. Each more disturbing than the last, each somehow fundamentally wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, the forest finally fell silent. I remained motionless until true daylight penetrated the canopy, then gathered my few belongings with numb fingers. I was no longer lost. I was being herded. The morning brought no comfort. Heavy mist clung to the forest floor, limiting visibility to 20 feet in any direction. I moved cautiously, checking my compass every few minutes, determined to maintain a straight course toward the trailhead no matter what obstacles appeared. The forest had changed again overnight. The trees here were older, massive trunks rising like columns into the mist. Few undergrowth plants survived in the permanent twilight beneath their canopy, leaving the ground strangely open and carpeted with a thick layer of moss that muffled my footsteps. I hadn't eaten since the previous morning, and thirst clawed at my throat. My water bottle contained less than an inch of liquid, and I'd seen no streams since crossing the ravine. According to my increasingly unreliable mental map, I should have intersected the main trail hours ago. Around mid-morning, the mist began to thin, revealing what appeared to be a structure ahead, a cabin or small hunting shelter partially obscured by foliage. I approached cautiously, desperate for shelter but wary of what might await. It was indeed a cabin, though far older than I initially thought. The log walls had weathered to silver gray, and part of the roof had collapsed inward. The small porch sagged dangerously, and the single window was boarded from the inside. No smoke rose from the stone chimney. Logic dictated caution, but thirst and exhaustion overrode my better judgment. After circling the structure and finding no signs of recent habitation, I approached the door. It hung partially open on rusted hinges, revealing a darkness beyond that my eyes couldn't penetrate. "Hello," I called, then immediately regretted making noise. No response came from within. The interior was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. A cast iron stove sat in one corner, its pipe rising through the intact portion of the roof. A crude wooden table stood in the center, and against the far wall was a metal-framed cot with a mildewed mattress. The floor was bare earth, packed hard by years of use. Most importantly, a metal bucket sat beneath a crude hand pump near the stove. I worked the pump handle, which resisted at first, then yielded with a screech of protesting metal. After several pumps, rusty water sputtered out, eventually running clearer. I filled my bottle and drank deeply, ignoring the metallic taste. The cabin's appearance suggested abandonment years ago, but certain details contradicted this assessment. No dust covered the table's surface. The chimney, visible from inside, contained ash that couldn't be more than a few weeks old, and scratched into the wall beside the cot was a series of tally marks, 47 vertical lines, with the 48th crossed through horizontally. As I examined these markings, my gaze fell on something half hidden beneath the cot, a composition notebook with a black and white marbled cover. I pulled it out and opened to the first page. The handwriting was jagged and irregular, pressing so deeply into the paper that some letters punctured through to the next page. Day 1. Got turned around after leaving the main trail. Found this cabin just before dark. Will wait until morning to get my bearings. I flipped through the pages. The entries continued for weeks, documenting a hiker's deteriorating mental state as they became convinced something was stalking them through the forest. The descriptions matched my experiences with disturbing accuracy: the stick arrangements, the mimicry, the strange tracks. The final entry, dated just 3 weeks earlier, read simply, "They're not trying to kill me, they're trying to change me." The implication struck me with physical force. I wasn't the first to be led here. This cabin wasn't sanctuary, it was a trap. I shoved the notebook into my pack and turned to leave, only to find the doorway occupied by a figure. Backlit by the gray daylight outside, I couldn't make out details, but the silhouette was unmistakably humanoid, yet wrong. Too tall for the doorframe, forcing it to stoop unnaturally. The proportions weren't right, limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles. I backed away until I hit the wall, unable to speak or scream. The figure remained motionless in the doorway, blocking my only exit. Then it spoke, not in mimicry of my voice, but in a raspy whisper that seemed to contain multiple tones simultaneously. 49 days, it said. That's how long it takes. I closed my eyes for just a moment, overwhelmed by terror. When I opened them, the doorway was empty. I bolted outside, running blindly into the forest without direction or plan. The mist had thickened again, enveloping everything in white silence. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the moss-covered ground, lungs burning. When I finally caught my breath and checked my compass, the impossible truth became clear. Despite running in what I was certain was a straight line, I had somehow circled back. Through the mist, I could make out the dark shape of the cabin less than 50 yards away. Night fell with unnatural swiftness, as if the forest itself had swallowed the remaining daylight. I found myself unable to move far from the cabin despite multiple attempts. Each time I struck out in a different direction, walking in what my compass assured me was a straight line, I would eventually glimpse the cabin's dark silhouette through the trees ahead. The GPS on my phone showed coordinates that jumped erratically, sometimes placing me miles from my actual location before settling back to a position near the cabin. The device's battery indicator fluctuated wildly before finally dying despite having shown 60% charge moments earlier. With no other options, I returned to the cabin as true darkness enveloped the forest. I barricaded the door with the heavy table and positioned myself in the corner with the best view of both the door and the single window. Sleep was unthinkable. Around midnight, the sounds began: movement on the cabin's roof, scratching at the walls, and the low murmur of voices speaking in what might have been a language, but contained sounds no human vocal cords could produce. Something heavy dragged itself across the roof beams. Dust and debris filtered down through the partially collapsed ceiling. The temperature inside the cabin plummeted until my breath fogged in front of my face. The scratching at the walls intensified, moving systematically around the perimeter until it reached the boarded window. There it paused before becoming a deliberate tapping. 3 distinct knocks, pause, 3 more. Against every instinct, I spoke. "What do you want from me?" The tapping stopped immediately. Silence held for nearly a minute before a voice responded, not from outside, but seemingly from the very walls themselves. "To become," it said, using my own voice, yet subtly wrong. "To change." "I don't understand," I whispered. 49 days, came the response, this time in the raspy, multi-toned whisper I'd heard earlier. "The hunger changes you, the isolation changes you, the forest changes you, until you can walk between worlds." The implications slowly crystallized in my mind. The notebook, the tally marks. The previous visitor hadn't escaped after 48 days. They had transformed. "You're human," I said, the realization dawning with horrifying clarity. "Or you were." The silence that followed seemed confirmation enough. Then came sounds from all around the cabin. Not just one voice, but many. A chorus of whispers so quiet I had to strain to hear. "The old ones called us skinwalkers, but that name is incomplete. We are the in-between, neither fully human nor fully other. And once you begin the change, it cannot be stopped." The barricaded door began to shake as something pressed against it from outside. The heavy table scraped inches across the dirt floor despite my weight braced against it. Through gaps in the boards covering the window, I glimpsed movement elongated fingers with too many joints prying at the wood. In that moment of pure terror, my mind achieved a clarity that had eluded me for days. I wasn't randomly selected. The skinwalkers hadn't found me by chance. They had lured me, studied me, identified me as suitable. Perhaps through my online research before the trip, my interest in local legends, or some criteria I couldn't fathom. As the pressure on the door increased, a section of the roof finally gave way. Through the gap, shapes began to descend, humanoid figures moving with impossible fluidity, their features obscured by shadow but clearly wrong in fundamental ways that transcended mere deformity. They surrounded me, these former humans, close enough that I could smell the wild musk of their skin and see the remains of modern clothing hanging in tatters from emaciated frames. Their faces retained just enough humanity to make their wrongness more terrible. Eyes too large and reflective, jaws slightly elongated, skin stretched too tightly over pronounced bones. One reached out with fingers that bent in too many places, touching my forehead with surprising gentleness. 49 days, it whispered in that multi-layered voice. We will keep you safe until the change completes. Then you will understand hunger as we do. The touch sent electricity through my body, locking my muscles and sending me crashing to the floor. As consciousness faded, I heard them continue their whispered conversation, discussing me as scientists might discuss a specimen. I awoke to daylight filtering through the collapsed roof. I was alone in the cabin, the door still barricaded exactly as I had left it. If not for the new scratches on the walls and the lingering scent of something wild and musky, I might have believed I'd dreamed the entire encounter. On the table, now back in its original position, lay a small object, a carved wooden figure representing a human form in mid-transformation, its lower body still recognizably human, while its upper portion elongated into something else. Beside it lay the notebook I'd found earlier, open to a blank page with a pencil placed precisely across it. I understood the message. I was expected to continue the record, to document my own 49 days. Instead, I ran. Not randomly this time, but with purpose. If I couldn't find my way out, I would find the higher ground I'd seen on my first day. Cell reception. Help. I ran until my lungs burned, following my compass northeast toward where my topographic map showed a ridge rising above the forest canopy. The figures paced me through the trees, visible from the corners of my eyes but never directly confronting me. Not trying to stop me, simply watching, waiting. Because they knew what I was beginning to suspect, that the hunger had already begun, that the changes were already underway inside me, that escape might no longer be possible in the way I imagined it. When I reached the ridge after hours of punishing ascent, I found exactly what I'd hoped for: 2 bars of cell reception, enough to make a call, enough to send my location. The search and rescue team found me 16 hours later, dehydrated and delirious with fever. They attributed my wild story to exposure and trauma, perhaps combined with the effects of drinking contaminated water from the cabin's well. The strange figures I described were dismissed as hallucinations. The notebook had disappeared from my pack, and the wooden carving was nowhere to be found. I'm home now, recovering physically while my mind remains fractured by uncertainty. Some days I convince myself it was all hallucination and trauma, as the doctors suggest. Other days I catch glimpses of elongated figures at the edge of my property, watching me through the trees with patient, hungry eyes. And in the mirror each morning I study my face for changes: the slightest elongation of my jaw, the subtle enlargement of my eyes, the way my fingers sometimes seem to bend at angles that shouldn't be possible. 49 days, that's how long they said it takes. Today marks day 37. Note: I found this account posted anonymously on a wilderness forum 3 years ago. The user deleted their profile immediately after posting, and no follow-up ever appeared. Local search and rescue records show no operations matching this description in the stated time frame. I've been unable to locate any cabin matching this description in the area, though several hikers have reported strange experiences in those same woods. I share this story not as fact, but as a warning to those who venture alone into remote places. Some things in this world exist in the boundaries between what we understand and what we fear. And sometimes the most terrifying possibility is that we might become what we fear most. There's something about working in a small town that keeps you humble. Not because the job's easy, but because you're always the one who gets called when people can't deal with the worst of it themselves. I'm Ray Franklin, the sole law enforcement officer in Holbrook, a forgotten speck on the map with a population that keeps dwindling every year. I've been doing this job for, well, it feels like forever. But let's just say long enough to know when something doesn't sit right. This was back in 2003, and I was the only officer in Holbrook, a town no bigger than the football field back in my old high school. When I tell people that I prefer being the only cop in a one-stoplight town, they look at me like I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but small-town work suits me. I know the folks. They know me. And when things go sideways, I'm the one they call. Whether it's a fight over the last bottle of cheap whiskey at the gas station, or someone losing a goat to a loose dog. But this was different. Holbrook isn't a place you'd hear about unless you were lost. It's deep in the woods, just north of the Ozarks. If you stand in the middle of Main Street, all you'd see is a gas station that's been out of order for a decade, the diner run by old Miss Caroline, and a cluster of houses clinging to the side of the hill like they're waiting for the next big storm to take them. It's the kind of place where folks keep to themselves, not because they're unfriendly, but because it's just the way it's always been. Spring had come late that year, and the nights still carried a bite of winter that wouldn't let go. The trees had only just started to bud, their skeletal fingers stretching toward a sky that seemed too vast for our little corner of nowhere. I'd been on the job for 15 years by then, watching as the town slowly folded in on itself, businesses closing, young folks leaving for places with more promise than a dying lumber town. My shift started like any other. Coffee from Miss Caroline's diner, black and strong enough to strip paint. The usual nod to old Pete, who'd been sitting on the same bench outside the post office every day since his wife passed in '98. A quick drive by the school to make sure the kids were where they should be. Normal. Everything was normal. That evening carried a strange stillness, though. The kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up for no good reason. I remember checking my watch around sunset, thinking I should finish my rounds and head back to the station, which was really just a small office attached to the town hall, with a single holding cell that hadn't seen use in months. That night I was patrolling the edge of town as I usually did before heading in. It was quiet just the way I liked it, and I had my window rolled down enjoying the cool breeze. Nothing felt off. Nothing seemed unusual until I got the call. Miss Caroline's voice crackled through the radio. "Ray, you out there?" I grabbed the receiver. "Always, Caroline, what's up?" "There's something strange over by the old Miller place. You mind checking it out?" "Strange how?" She hesitated. "I don't know, just strange. Hank said he saw something moving through the trees, big, said it didn't look like any animal he's seen before." Now Hank wasn't one to jump at shadows. The man had been hunting these woods since he could hold a rifle. So when he said something was out of place, I took it seriously. "All right, I'm on my way." The Miller place was about 10 miles out, down a winding road that most folks avoided. The house had been abandoned for as long as I could remember, and even the local kids didn't dare go out there after sunset. Not that I believed in any of those old ghost stories, but the place did have a way of getting under your skin. As I drove, I thought about the Miller family. They'd been one of the founding families of Holbrook, lumber barons back when that meant something. The last Miller had died or disappeared, depending on who you asked back in the 70s. The property had stayed vacant ever since, the forest slowly reclaiming what had once been a grand estate. The stories about what happened to Joseph Miller varied. Some said he'd gone mad after his wife died. Others claimed he'd been involved in something dark, rituals in the woods, sacrifices to things better left unnamed. I'd always written it off as small-town gossip, the kind that happens when people have too much time and too little to talk about. But those stories came back to me as I turned down the overgrown drive that led to the Miller place. The trees seemed to lean in, branches scraping against the roof of my cruiser like bony fingers. The headlights cut through the gathering dark, illuminating patches of the road before being swallowed again by shadow. The radio crackled with static, and I reached to adjust it, but the noise only grew louder, an angry buzz that made me wince. Eventually I just turned it off, preferring the silence to that grating sound. I don't know exactly when I started to feel it, that creeping sensation of being watched. Maybe it was when I passed the old stone pillars that marked the entrance to the property, worn and crumbling now, but still standing like sentinels. Or maybe it was when I noticed how absolutely still everything had become. No wind in the trees, no distant calls of night birds or insects. Just silence, heavy and oppressive. I've never been a superstitious man. 15 years on the job teaches you that most of the monsters in this world walk on two legs and have human faces. But there was something about the Miller place that night that made me wonder if maybe, just maybe, some of those old stories had a kernel of truth to them. As the house came into view, I slowed the cruiser to a stop. It was a grand old Victorian, 3 stories of weathered wood and broken windows, its roof partially collapsed on one side. In the moonlight, it looked less like a house and more like the skeleton of some massive beast, all angles and shadows against the night sky. I pulled up to the edge of the property and killed the engine. It was quiet, too quiet. The wind had died, and even the crickets seemed to have taken the night off. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, checked my sidearm, and stepped out into the darkness. The gravel crunched beneath my boots, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. I swept my flashlight across the front of the house, its beam catching the reflection in a broken window, like an eye winking at me from the dark. "Hank?" I called out. My voice sounded smaller than I'd have liked, swallowed by the vast emptiness around me. "You out here?" No answer, just that oppressive silence. I started toward the house, my hand resting on the butt of my gun, not yet drawn but ready. Each step seemed to take too long, as if the distance was stretching, the house receding even as I approached. That's when I heard it. A low rumbling sound, almost below the threshold of hearing. More felt than heard, really. A vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stopped, scanning the tree line with my flashlight, its beam weak against the dense wall of darkness. And that's when I saw the first sign that this wasn't going to be a normal night in Holbrook. A smear of something dark on the trunk of a nearby oak. I approached cautiously, playing my light over the stain. Blood, fresh enough to still be wet, dark enough to be problematic. "Hank?" I called again, louder this time, my voice cracking slightly. "Anyone out here?" The only response was another rumble, closer now, and a sound like heavy breathing from somewhere in the shadows beyond my light. I pulled up to the edge of the property and killed the engine. It was quiet, too quiet. The wind had died, and even the crickets seemed to have taken the night off. I stepped out of the car, my boots crunching on the gravel, and flicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, and I scanned the edge of the tree line. Nothing moved, no sound, just the rustling of the leaves overhead. I started walking toward the house, keeping my light low. My hand was on the grip of my sidearm, not because I was expecting trouble, but because the stillness felt wrong. If there's one thing I've learned in this job, it's that you don't second-guess your gut. The Miller house loomed ahead, its broken windows like missing teeth in a skull's grimace. 2 stories of Victorian pretension gone to rot, with a partial third floor that had mostly collapsed inward decades ago. The porch sagged in the middle as if the weight of the years had become too much to bear. Yellow police tape from some long-forgotten investigation still clung to the porch railing, faded and tattered. I'd been out here a few times over the years. Teenage kids looking for thrills, the occasional vagrant seeking shelter, but never at night. Never when the house seemed to almost breathe in the darkness, its empty windows watching like hungry eyes. That's when I heard it. A snap, like a branch breaking underfoot, but heavier. Something large was moving through the brush just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I swung the beam in that direction, but there was nothing, just trees swaying gently in the dark. I kept walking, slower now, my heart starting to thud in my chest. I'm not one to scare easy, but this was different. Something wasn't right. Another crack, closer this time. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. "Hank, that you?" No answer. I took a few more steps toward the sound, my flashlight catching the edge of something shiny in the dirt. Kneeling down, I brushed away the leaves and found a torn piece of fabric. Looked like it had been ripped from a shirt. There were dark stains on it, stains that didn't need a lab to confirm what they were. Blood. "Jesus," I muttered, standing up, my hand instinctively going to the holster on my hip. Another sound, this time to my right. Faster, moving through the underbrush like something big and clumsy. But what got me was the smell. It hit me all at once, like something had crawled out of the earth and died weeks ago. I've smelled bad things before, Hell, I've even dealt with a couple of bodies that had been out in the sun too long. But this was something else entirely. The smell was thick, cloying, a mixture of rot and something else, something chemical and wrong. It coated the back of my throat, making me gag. I pulled out my handkerchief and pressed it against my nose, but it did little to block the stench. "Police officer," I shouted, trying to sound authoritative despite the quiver in my voice. "Identify yourself." The movement stopped. The woods went silent again, but that silence felt different now, expectant, like the world was holding its breath. I backed toward the house, thinking I might get a better vantage point from the porch. My foot hit the first step and the wood groaned beneath my weight. I froze, listening. Nothing but the distant hoot of an owl, sounding impossibly far away. The porch boards creaked as I made my way to the front door, which hung partially open on rusted hinges. The smell was stronger here, seeping from the dark interior like a physical presence. I shone my light through the gap, revealing a hallway cluttered with debris, fallen plaster, rotting furniture, leaves blown in from broken windows. I pushed the door open wider with the toe of my boot. It swung inward with a low moan that seemed to echo through the empty house. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing wallpaper peeling in long strips like flayed skin, exposing the bones of the house beneath. "Hello?" I called again, knowing it was useless. "Anyone in here?" My voice bounced back at me, distorted and wrong, as if the house itself was mocking me. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The air was thick with dust and decay, and that other smell stronger now, making my eyes water. I moved carefully, sweeping my light from side to side, watching for holes in the floor. To my right was what must have once been a grand parlor. Sheets covered most of the furniture, gray with decades of dust. An ornate fireplace dominated one wall, its mantel still holding the remnants of family photographs, the faces lost to time and damp. I moved deeper into the house, every nerve on edge. The silence pressed in, broken only by my footsteps and the occasional settling of the house around me. I reached a staircase, grand once, now sagging and treacherous. A trail of something dark led up the stairs, glistening wetly in the beam of my flashlight. More blood, recent, still wet enough to catch the light. I drew my gun, holding it alongside my flashlight, the weight of it reassuring in my hand. "Police!" I shouted up the stairs. "If anyone's up there, identify yourself now." Nothing. Just that oppressive silence and the smell, growing stronger with each passing second. I put my foot on the first step, testing it. It creaked but held. I began to climb, keeping my back to the wall, eyes scanning the darkness above. The blood trail continued, smeared in places as if something had been dragged. I was halfway up when I heard it, a low, rumbling sound from somewhere above. Not quite a growl, not quite anything I could identify, just wrong. My heart hammered against my ribs and I tightened my grip on the gun. The upper landing was shrouded in darkness, the moonlight from broken windows creating pools of silver amid the black. The blood trail led down the hallway to the right, toward what looked like a bedroom door, partially ajar. I moved slowly, each step deliberate, the floorboards protesting beneath my feet. The smell was overwhelming now, a physical presence that seemed to press against me. I reached the door and paused, listening. Nothing. Just the distant sound of the wind picking up outside, whispering through the trees. I nudged the door open with my foot, gun raised, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The room beyond had once been a bedroom. A 4-poster bed dominated the space, its mattress rotted and stained. But it was what was on the bed that made my blood run cold. A deer carcass freshly killed, its belly torn open. But the way it had been arranged, head propped up on pillows, legs splayed unnaturally, suggested a horrible parody of a human pose. And carved into the flesh of its chest was a symbol I didn't recognize, something angular and wrong, still seeping blood. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. That's when I heard the breathing. Heavy, wet, coming from the corner of the room. I swung my light in that direction, but the beam caught only empty space. Yet the breathing continued, moving now, circling me in the darkness. I turned, tracking the sound, but it seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if the room itself was breathing around me. "Show yourself," I demanded, my voice cracking with tension. The breathing stopped. For a moment, everything was still. Then, A thud from downstairs, heavy, deliberate. Something was moving through the house below. I backed toward the door, gun still raised, eyes straining to see through the darkness. Another thud, closer now, at the foot of the stairs. I stepped into the hallway, aiming my light toward the staircase. The beam caught something moving at the bottom, a shape, darker than the surrounding darkness, shifting and flowing like smoke, but solid, too solid. It began to climb, each step bringing it closer, though I couldn't make out any details, just that mass of deeper darkness, moving with a purpose that made my skin crawl. I backed away, bumping into the wall behind me. The thing continued its ascent, unhurried, as if it knew I had nowhere to go. As it reached the top of the stairs, I caught a glimpse of something pale in the center of that dark mass, a face, or something like a face, too smooth and featureless to be human. I turned and ran, pure instinct taking over. Down the hallway, past doors hanging askew, toward a window at the end that glowed silver with moonlight. Behind me I heard it coming, faster now, a sound like wet leather sliding across the floor. I reached the window only to find it boarded up, the moonlight seeping through cracks in the planks. I spun around, back pressed against the wall, gun raised. The thing filled the hallway, a mass of shadow given form. It moved like nothing I'd ever seen, flowing rather than walking, stretching and contracting with each undulation. And that smell, God, that smell. I fired, once, twice. The gunshots were deafening in the confined space, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating what pursued me. In that strobing light I saw something that shouldn't exist, a body too long, too jointed, skin that seemed to shift and flow over a framework of bones that bent in impossible ways. The bullets disappeared into that mass with no apparent effect. It kept coming. I looked frantically for an escape route. To my left was another door, hanging partially open. Without thinking, I lunged for it, shouldering it open and stumbling into what turned out to be a small bathroom. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling for the lock, only to find it broken. The bathroom window was small but unboarded. I holstered my gun and began to pry at the frame, the wood soft with rot. Behind me, the door shuddered as something heavy pressed against it. The window frame came loose in my hands, and I cleared the remaining shards of glass with the butt of my flashlight. The opening was tight, but desperation is a hell of a motivator. I hoisted myself up and began to squeeze through, the splintered wood tearing at my uniform. The door behind me crashed open just as I pulled my legs through. I tumbled onto a section of roof below, rolling and nearly sliding off the edge. I scrambled to my feet, looking back at the window. Something was pushing through, a limb, too long and jointed wrong, ending in fingers that were more like talons, scraping against the frame as they sought purchase. I didn't wait to see more. I half ran, half slid down the sloping roof, reaching the edge and looking down. It was a long drop to the ground below, but staying wasn't an option. I lowered myself as far as I could, hanging from the gutter, which groaned under my weight. Then I let go, falling what felt like forever before hitting the ground hard, pain shooting up through my ankle. I staggered, nearly fell, but managed to stay upright. Behind me, I heard something moving on the roof. I limped toward the tree line, every step sending a jolt of pain through my leg. The cruiser was too far, on the other side of the house. My only hope was to lose whatever that thing was in the woods. That's when I heard it. A snap, like a branch breaking underfoot, but heavier. Something large was moving through the brush, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I swung the beam in that direction, and that's when I saw it. I turned toward the sound, squinting into the darkness. And that's when I saw it. At first I thought it was a bear, big, hulking, moving on all fours. But as it got closer, I could see the shape was all wrong. Too long, too lean, with legs that bent the wrong way, like it had been pieced together from different animals. The skin was stretched tight, almost translucent, and its mouth hung open, revealing teeth. More teeth than anything should have. I didn't wait. I pulled my gun and fired. Once, twice. The sound echoed through the trees, but the thing didn't even flinch. It just kept coming. I backed up, my hand shaking as I tried to reload, but the thing was faster than it looked. It lunged forward and I felt something slam into me, knocking the wind out of my lungs and sending me sprawling backward. I hit the ground hard, my head swimming as I struggled to get my bearings. The flashlight had rolled out of my hand, casting a weak beam across the dirt. and in that dim light I saw it standing over me. It made a noise, something low and deep that vibrated through my bones. I've never heard anything like it, not from any animal in these woods, and sure as hell not from anything man-made. Up close, the creature was even more wrong than I'd first thought. Its skin wasn't just stretched tight, it seemed to shift and flow as if what was inside was constantly rearranging itself. The face was a nightmare of misplaced features, eyes too far apart, a mouth that stretched nearly ear to ear if it had ears at all, and the smell, God, the smell was unbearable, like decay and chemicals and something else, something I couldn't even name. For a second I thought I was done for, but then there was a shout, Hank's voice cutting through the noise, and a gunshot. The thing jerked, staggering back, and Hank appeared out of the trees, rifle in hand. "Get up," he shouted, firing again. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing my flashlight and stumbling toward Hank as he fired another shot. The thing let out a sound that could only be described as a scream, high-pitched and almost human. And then it turned and bolted into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. For a few moments, neither of us moved. We just stood there listening to the thing crash through the underbrush until the sounds faded away. Hank lowered his rifle, breathing hard. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "But it wasn't anything from around here." Hank was a big man, 6'4" and solid as an oak, with a beard that hadn't seen scissors in a decade. Right now, though, he looked small, his face pale in the flashlight's beam, eyes wide with something I'd never seen in him before. Fear. "You okay, Ray?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I took stock. My ankle throbbed, and my back felt like I'd been hit by a truck, but nothing seemed broken. "I'll live. You?" Hank nodded, but his eyes kept darting back to the trees where the thing had disappeared. "Been tracking it since sundown. Thought it was a bear at first, maybe a big cat. But..." He trailed off, and I knew what he was thinking. There wasn't a name for what we'd just seen. "We should get back to town," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Report this." Hank let out a humorless laugh. "Report what? That we saw some kind of monster? They'd have us both committed." He wasn't wrong. Even in a place like Holbrook, where folks still believed in things that lived in the dark, this would sound like madness. "Then we just say it was an animal attack," I said, "something that ran off when we fired at it." Hank nodded, but I could tell he was still shaken. We started making our way back toward my cruiser, every shadow in the forest suddenly suspect, every sound a potential threat. "How'd you know to come out here?" I asked as we walked, keeping my voice low. "Caroline called me after she talked to you," Hank explained. "Said you were heading out to the Miller place alone. I figured you might need backup." I was grateful for his presence, though I'd never admit it out loud. The thought of facing that thing alone. We reached the cruiser and I unlocked it with shaking hands. The familiarity of the vehicle was comforting, a piece of the normal world in this night that had gone so wrong. "What do you think it was?" Hank asked as we pulled away from the Miller place, the house watching us go with its empty window eyes. I shook my head. "I don't know. Some kind of animal, maybe, deformed or sick." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. What we'd seen wasn't natural, wasn't of this world, maybe. "You ever hear the stories about this place?" Hank asked, his voice low. "About Old Man Miller?" I had, of course. Everyone in Holbrook had. Joseph Miller, the last of his line, who'd vanished back in the 70s. Some said he'd gone mad after his wife died, started dabbling in things best left alone, things from books that shouldn't be read. Others said he'd found something in the woods, something old and hungry that had been sleeping for a long time. "Just stories," I said, but the words sounded hollow even to me. We didn't stick around to find out if it was coming back. By the time we made it back to town, it was well past midnight and neither of us spoke a word on the drive. The lights of Main Street were a welcome sight, the familiar storefronts and darkened windows a reminder that normal still existed somewhere. I pulled up outside the diner where a single light still burned in the kitchen. "Miss Caroline's still up," Hank noted, nodding toward the light. I wasn't surprised. Caroline had a way of knowing when things weren't right, and she'd be waiting for news. She was the unofficial heart of Holbrook, had been since before I was born. Folks brought their troubles to her almost as often as they brought them to me. "You coming in?" I asked Hank as I turned off the engine. He shook his head. "Think I'll head home, check on Emma and the kids." I nodded, understanding. After what we'd seen, the need to be with family, to make sure they were safe, was a powerful pull. "Thanks for coming after me," I said. "I owe you one." Hank managed a weak smile. "Just don't make me do it again, Ray." He got out of the cruiser and headed for his truck, parked a little way down the street. I watched him go, noting the way he kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting that thing to materialize out of the shadows. The bell above the diner door jingled as I pushed it open. The place was empty, the chairs upturned on tables for the night, but there was light and warmth coming from the kitchen, and the smell of fresh coffee. "That you, Ray?" Caroline's voice called from the back. "It's me," I confirmed, making my way to the counter. Caroline appeared from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She was in her 70s, but moved like a woman half her age, silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, sharp eyes missing nothing. "You look like you've been dragged through hell backwards," she observed, already reaching for a mug and the coffee pot. I managed a weak laugh. "Feels that way too." "Hank with you?" "Headed home. Wanted to check on Emma and the kids." Caroline nodded, setting a steaming mug of coffee in front of me. "Smart man. After what's been happening, family's where he should be." I paused, the mug halfway to my lips. "What do you mean, what's been happening?" Caroline looked at me, those sharp eyes suddenly careful. "You haven't heard? 3 people gone missing this month, all from out near the Miller place." I set the mug down, coffee forgotten. "Missing? Why wasn't I told?" "County sheriff's handling it. Said they didn't want to alarm folks unnecessarily." Caroline's tone made it clear what she thought of that decision. "But word gets around. People have been seeing things, Ray. Strange things in the woods." My mind flashed back to what Hank and I had seen. That impossible creature with its too many teeth and wrong-way limbs. "What kind of things?" Caroline hesitated, something unusual for her. "Shadows where there shouldn't be, sounds that don't belong, and—" She lowered her voice, though we were alone in the diner. "Old Pete says he saw something by the creek last week. Something big," he said, "moving like a man, but not shaped like one." A chill ran down my spine, despite the warmth of the diner. "Did he report it? To who? The county boys? They'd laugh him right out of their office." Caroline shook her head. "No, folks around here know better than to talk too much about things like that. But they're scared, Ray. Real scared." I took a long sip of coffee, trying to gather my thoughts. 3 people missing, strange sightings, and now whatever Hank and I had encountered at the Miller place. "I need names," I said finally, "of the missing people." Caroline nodded as if she'd been expecting this. 2 were just passing through, hikers according to the county sheriff. But the third— She paused and I saw real pain cross her face. It was Jimmy Larson. My heart sank. Jimmy was one of ours, a Holbrook kid born and raised, just 18, set to leave for college in the fall. His parents, Tom and Sarah, ran the hardware store on the edge of town. "When?" I asked, my voice hollow. 3 days ago. He was out with friends, camping up by the old fire tower. The others said he went to gather more firewood and just never came back. I filed my report the next day, kept it simple. No need to mention the thing we saw. Just said there was some kind of animal attack, that we'd scared it off. But between you and me, Hank and I both knew it wasn't any kind of animal we'd ever seen. The next morning dawned gray and cold, a fine mist hanging over Holbrook like a shroud. I'd barely slept, my dreams haunted by what I'd seen at the Miller place, that thing with its too many teeth and wrong-way limbs, chasing me through endless dark corridors. I showered, dressed, and made my way to the station, moving on autopilot. My ankle still throbbed from the fall, and my back felt like one massive bruise, but physical pain was easier to deal with than the questions rattling around in my head. The station was empty when I arrived, which wasn't unusual. Holbrook's budget didn't stretch to a deputy, so it was just me and a part-time dispatcher named Mary, who wouldn't be in until noon. I hung my jacket, made a pot of coffee that could strip paint, and sat down to write my report. I stared at the blank form for a long time, pen hovering over paper. What exactly was I supposed to write? That I'd encountered something impossible, That the woods around Holbrook might be home to a monster? In the end, I kept it vague. Possible animal attack. Subject fled when shots were fired. No injuries reported. No property damage beyond normal deterioration at the abandoned Miller property. It was a lie of omission, but it was better than the alternative, being labeled the crazy cop who saw monsters in the woods. Besides, what good would the truth do? It would only scare folks more than they already were. I was just filing the report when the door opened, bringing with it a gust of cold air and the county sheriff, Dan Hollister. Dan was a career lawman, 20 years with the county, all polished badge and pressed uniform. We'd never quite seen eye to eye. He thought Holbrook was beneath his notice, and I thought he was more concerned with appearances than actual police work. "Franklin," he said by way of greeting, removing his hat. "Got a minute?" I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "Coffee?" "No thanks." He sat, placing his hat carefully on the edge of my desk. "Heard you had some excitement out at the Miller place last night." News traveled fast in small towns, especially bad news. Nothing major, some kind of animal. Hank Donovan and I scared it off. Dan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Animal, huh? What kind?" I shrugged, trying to look casual. "Hard to say in the dark. Big, though. Bear, maybe." "Uh-huh." Dan leaned back, clearly not buying it. "And it just happened to be at the same place where 3 people have gone missing in the past month." So Caroline had been right. "Funny you should mention that," I said, leaning forward. "I only heard about those disappearances last night, from a civilian. Care to tell me why I wasn't informed of a potential serial disappearance in my jurisdiction?" Dan had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. "It was a county matter. 2 of them were hikers, outside town limits. And the Larson kid." He shook his head. "We're still treating that as a runaway. Kid was having trouble at home, according to his friends. That wasn't the Jimmy Larson I knew, but I let it pass for now. Still, 3 people gone in the same area? That's a pattern, Dan." "Maybe." Dan drummed his fingers on my desk, a nervous habit I'd noticed before. "But jumping to conclusions doesn't help anyone. Could be coincidence. Could be they all had their reasons for disappearing." I thought about what Hank and I had seen, that thing that moved like smoke but hit like a freight train, with its impossible anatomy and that god-awful smell. "And if it's not coincidence?" Dan sighed, looking suddenly tired. "Then we deal with it. But by the book, Ray. No wild goose chases, no stirring up the locals with talk of whatever it is you think is out there." So he had heard something, maybe from Hank, though that seemed unlikely. More probably from someone who'd overheard us at the diner last night. "I'm just doing my job, Dan," I said, keeping my voice level, same as always. "See that you do." He stood, replacing his hat with careful precision. "And Ray, stay away from the Miller place. That's a direct order. County's handling it from here on out." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Dan gave me one last long look, then turned and left, the door closing behind him with a finality that felt like a period at the end of a too-short sentence. I waited until I was sure he was gone, then reached for the phone. I had calls to make, starting with the Larsons. If Jimmy really was missing and not just running away from home trouble, I needed to know more. And I needed to hear it from his parents, not from Dan Hollister's sanitized report. The hardware store was closed when I drove by. Unusual for a weekday, but understandable under the circumstances. I continued on to the Larson house, a neat 2-story at the edge of town, its garden usually immaculate, but now showing signs of neglect. Sarah Larson answered the door on the 3rd knock, looking like she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her normally tidy hair pulled back in a hasty ponytail. "Ray," she said, her voice flat, "Tom's not here. He's out with the search party." "I know, Sarah. I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to ask about Jimmy." She hesitated, then stepped back, allowing me in. The house was dim, curtains drawn against the day. In the living room, photos of Jimmy smiled down from every surface. Jimmy as a baby, as a gap-toothed schoolboy, as the high school quarterback he'd become. "Can I get you anything?" Sarah asked, more from habit than hospitality. I shook my head. "I'm fine. I just wanted to talk about Jimmy, about when he disappeared." Sarah sank onto the couch, her movement slow, as if she was underwater. "They're saying he ran away. That Sheriff Hollister says Jimmy had Problems at home. The bitterness in her voice cut like a knife. Did he? No. The word was firm, certain. Jimmy was happy, Ray. He was excited about college, about the future. He wouldn't just... She trailed off, hands twisting in her lap. I believe you, Sarah, I said gently. Can you tell me about that night, when he went camping? She took a deep breath, visibly steadying herself. It was just a normal weekend. He and his friends, Mark Winters, Tyler Green, and that new boy, Carson something. They went up to the old fire tower. Said they wanted one last camp out before they all went their separate ways for college. I knew the place. An abandoned fire lookout about 5 miles outside of town, popular with teenagers looking for a place to drink beer and tell ghost stories. Jimmy called around 9, said they were having a good time, that they'd be back Sunday afternoon. Sarah's voice cracked. That was the last time I heard from him. And his friends? What did they say happened? That he went to get more firewood, that it was getting dark and he had a flashlight and he just never came back. Sarah looked up at me, her eyes hollow. They searched all night, they said. Called for him until they were hoarse. Nothing. I nodded, making mental notes. And the area was searched thoroughly? County sent out a team the next day, dogs and everything. They found nothing, not even... She swallowed hard. Not even a trace. Just like the hikers, I thought. Gone without a trace, as if they'd simply been erased from the world. Sarah, did Jimmy ever mention seeing anything strange in the woods? Anything unusual? She looked at me sharply, a spark of something, hope, maybe, or fear in her eyes. Like what? I hesitated. How could I explain without sounding like I'd lost my mind? Just anything out of the ordinary, sounds, shapes, anything that bothered him. Sarah was quiet for a long moment, her gaze distant. He did say something a few weeks back. Said he and Mark were fishing up at Crooked Creek, and they heard something in the trees. Something big, he said, moving around. They thought it was a bear at first, but... But what, Sarah? But then it spoke. Her voice was barely a whisper now. Or at least that's what Jimmy said. Mark laughed it off, said it was just the wind in the trees, or maybe another hiker. But Jimmy was sure. He said it wasn't words exactly, but it was trying to sound like words, like something that didn't know how to talk, but was trying to copy what it had heard. A chill ran down my spine, the memory of that thing at the Miller place suddenly vivid in my mind, its mouth too wide, full of too many teeth. Had it been trying to speak? Did he say what it sounded like, what it was trying to say? Sarah shook her head. No, just that it scared him, really scared him. And Jimmy wasn't easily frightened, Ray, you know that. I did. Jimmy Larson had been a solid kid, level-headed and practical. If something in those woods had scared him, it wasn't just his imagination working overtime. Thank you, Sarah, I said, standing. I'm going to look into this, all of it. She looked up at me, and for the first time since I'd arrived, I saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes. You believe me, that he didn't just run away. I do, I assured her, and I'm going to find out what happened to him. As I left the Larson house, the mist had thickened into a light rain, the kind that seeps into your bones and stays there. I sat in my cruiser for a long moment, thinking about what Sarah had told me. Something in the woods that tried to mimic human speech. 3 people missing without a trace, and what Hank and I had seen at the Miller place, a creature that shouldn't exist. It was all connected. It had to be. And the center of it all seemed to be the Miller property, a place steeped in local legend and whispered stories. Stories I'd always dismissed as small-town superstition. But what if they weren't just stories? I started the cruiser and headed back toward town, my mind racing. I needed to talk to Jimmy's friends, especially Mark Winters, who'd been with him when they heard that strange voice in the woods. I needed to look at whatever scant evidence the county had collected. And I needed to understand what was happening in my town, before anyone else disappeared. Dan Hollister's warning echoed in my mind. Stay away from the Miller place. But I knew with a certainty that settled in my gut like a stone that I couldn't do that. Because whatever was happening, whatever was taking people from Holbrook, it had started there, and sooner or later I would have to go back. The thought made my skin crawl, the memory of that creature's presence, the wrongness of it still fresh in my mind. But I was Holbrook's only cop. the only one who could stand between my town and whatever lurked in those woods. And stand I would, even if it meant facing that nightmare again. The rain had settled into a steady downpour by evening, drumming against the roof of my cruiser as I parked outside Mark Winter's house. The neighborhood was quiet, porch lights glowing softly through the gray curtain of water, normal life continuing despite the shadow that had fallen over Holbrook. Mark's mother answered the door, her face tight with worry when she saw my uniform. "Officer Franklin, is there news about Jimmy?" "No, ma'am," I assured her quickly. "I just need to speak with Mark if he's available." She nodded, relief and disappointment warring in her expression. "He's in his room. I'll get him." Mark appeared a few minutes later, lanky and pale, his eyes shadowed with what looked like several nights of poor sleep. He led me to the back porch, where we could talk privately, the rain creating a wall of white noise around us. "You found something?" he asked immediately, his voice eager despite his exhausted appearance. "About Jimmy?" "Not yet," I admitted, "but I'm working on it. I need to ask you about something Jimmy told his mother, about a day you two were fishing at Crooked Creek." Mark's face changed, something like fear flickering across his features. "What about it?" "He said you heard something in the woods, something that sounded like it was trying to talk." Mark looked away, his hands fidgeting in his lap. "It was nothing, just the wind or maybe another hiker." "That's not what Jimmy thought," I pressed. "He was scared, Mark, really scared. And Jimmy wasn't the type to get spooked over nothing." Mark was silent for a long moment, the only sound the steady patter of rain on the porch roof. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. "We were just fishing. It was normal, you know, just a regular day." "And then," he trailed off, swallowing hard. "And then what?" I prompted gently. "And then the birds stopped singing." Mark looked up at me, his eyes wide. All at once, like someone had flipped a switch, and it got cold even though it was a hot day, like walking into a freezer. I nodded, encouraging him to continue. "That's when we heard it, in the trees behind us, something big, moving around, breaking branches." Mark's voice had taken on a distant quality, as if he was back there, reliving it. "Jimmy thought it was a bear at first. We were grabbing our stuff, getting ready to run when it made that sound." "What kind of sound, Mark?" He shuddered visibly, like it was trying to say our names, but wrong, all wrong, like its mouth wasn't made for talking, but it was trying anyway. "Ma-rurk, jayim me," like that, but deeper than any human voice could be, and wet, like it was talking through mud or something. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, remembering the creature at the Miller place, its mouth too wide, too full of teeth. "What did you do?" "We ran," Mark said simply. "Left everything, our rods, our tackle, everything. Just ran until we hit the main road. Jimmy wanted to tell someone, but I convinced him not to. Said no one would believe us, that they'd think we were drunk or high or something." He looked at me, guilt etched in every line of his young face. "If we'd told someone, would Jimmy still be here? Is that thing, whatever it was, is that what took him?" I wished I could give him an answer, but the truth was I didn't know. All I had were pieces of a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. A creature that shouldn't exist, voices in the woods, people vanishing without a trace. "I don't know, Mark," I said honestly, "but I'm going to find out. Can you show me exactly where this happened, where you heard the voice?" Mark hesitated, then nodded, though his reluctance was obvious. "Tomorrow, in daylight?" "Tomorrow," I agreed. It was probably better to wait for daylight anyway, given what might be out there in the dark. As I drove back to the station, the pieces began to arrange themselves in my mind. The Miller place, abandoned for decades, suddenly a hot spot of strange activity. 3 people missing in the same general area. A creature that moved wrong, looked wrong, tried to mimic human speech. I needed more information about the Miller family, about the history of that place. If there was a connection, I needed to find it. The station was dark when I arrived, but I wasn't planning to stay long. I just needed to check one thing before heading home. The old files stored in the basement, records going back to the town's founding in the late 1800s. The basement was cold and smelled of damp paper and forgotten time. I flipped on the light, a single bulb that cast more shadows than it dispelled, and made my way to the back wall, where the oldest records were kept. It took some searching, but eventually I found what I was looking for. Records from the 1970s, around the time Joseph Miller had disappeared. The file was thin, just a few pages of notes and a missing person report that had never been resolved. Joseph Miller, 54, last seen on October 12, 1973. Reported missing by his housekeeper when she arrived to find the house empty. A half-eaten breakfast on the table. Miller's car still in the garage. The investigating officer, Chief George Howard, my predecessor, had noted that nothing seemed disturbed, no signs of struggle or forced entry. Miller had simply vanished, as if he'd stepped out of his life in mid-stride. But what caught my eye was a note scrawled in the margin of the report, in Howard's distinctive handwriting. "Check root cellar, something down there." There was no follow-up, no indication of what, if anything, Howard had found in that root cellar. But a chill ran down my spine at the thought. What had he seen? And why hadn't he documented it properly? I was still pondering this when my radio crackled to life, making me jump in the silent basement. "Ray, you there?" It was Caroline, her voice strained in a way I'd never heard before. I grabbed the radio. "I'm here, Caroline. What's wrong? You need to come to the diner, now." There was real fear in her voice. "It's here, Ray. The thing from the woods. It's watching the diner." My blood ran cold. "Stay inside. Lock the doors. I'm on my way." I took the stairs 2 at a time, grabbed my shotgun from the rack, and ran for my cruiser. The rain had intensified, sheets of water reducing visibility to almost nothing. I hit the lights and siren, though in this weather I doubted anyone would hear or see me coming. The diner was lit up like a beacon in the storm, its windows glowing yellow against the dark. I pulled up in front, scanning the area. Nothing moved in the downpour, no sign of anything watching. I approached cautiously, shotgun ready, water soaking through my uniform in seconds. The door was locked as I'd instructed, but I could see Caroline inside, her face pale as she peered out at me. She hurried to unlock the door. "Where?" I asked as soon as I was inside, water pooling at my feet on the linoleum floor. Caroline pointed toward the back of the diner, where the kitchen window looked out on the small parking lot and the woods beyond. There, in the trees. I was closing up, and I saw it, just standing there watching, like it was waiting for something. I moved cautiously to the window, scanning the tree line. The rain made it hard to see anything clearly, but for a moment I thought I caught a glimpse of something, a shape darker than the surrounding darkness, tall and too thin, watching from just within the tree line. "How long has it been there?" I asked, not taking my eyes off the spot. "I first noticed it about 20 minutes ago. Called you right after." Caroline's voice was steady now, but I could hear the underlying fear. "What is it, Ray? What's out there?" I didn't answer immediately, still watching the trees. There, a movement, too deliberate to be the wind, too smooth to be an animal, something sliding between the trunks, circling around toward the back of the diner. "Stay here," I ordered, moving toward the back door that led to the kitchen. "Lock this behind me and don't open it for anyone but me." "Ray, you can't go out there alone," Caroline protested. But I was already moving, checking the shotgun's load as I went. The kitchen was warm and smelled of coffee and pie, a stark contrast to the cold dread settling in my gut. I paused at the back door, listening. The rain drummed on the roof, a constant white noise that could mask any number of sounds. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, then pushed the door open and stepped out into the storm. The small parking lot was empty except for Caroline's old station wagon, its windows fogged with condensation. The rain hammered down, reducing the world to shades of gray and black. I moved cautiously, shotgun at the ready, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved, no sound but the rain. I was beginning to think Caroline might have been mistaken, a deer perhaps, or just shadows playing tricks in the storm, when I caught a whiff of that smell, decay and chemicals and something else, something fundamentally wrong. The same smell from the Miller place. It was close. I turned slowly, my finger tightening on the trigger, and that's when I saw it. Not in the trees, but on the roof of the diner, crouched like a gargoyle, watching me with eyes that reflected no light. It was larger than I remembered, its body elongated and jointed in impossible ways, skin that seemed to shift and flow like oil on water. The head was wrong, too large for the body, with that terrible mouth, open now in what almost looked like a grin. "What are you?" I whispered, though I knew it couldn't understand, or so I thought. "Ray!" The sound was a mockery of speech, deep and wet, like stones being ground together underwater. Ray Franklin. It knew my name. God help me, it knew my name. I raised the shotgun, but the creature moved with blinding speed, leaping from the roof and landing with impossible grace just yards away from me. It stood upright now, towering over me, its limbs bent at angles that would break human bones. "Where are they?" I demanded, my voice steadier than I felt. "The missing people. What did you do with them?" The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture from something so fundamentally inhuman. "Goon," it said, that terrible approximation of speech sending shivers down my spine. "All goon to the deep dark." I didn't understand, but I knew I was in danger. This thing, whatever it was, had taken 3 people already. I might be next. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening in the enclosed space of the parking lot. The creature jerked, a sound like tearing cloth emanating from it. But it didn't fall. Instead, it seemed to ripple, its form becoming less solid for a moment before re-solidifying. Before I could fire again, it lunged, moving with that unnatural speed. I tried to dodge, but the wet pavement betrayed me, my feet slipping as I tried to pivot. The creature's arm, or what passed for an arm, caught me across the chest, sending me flying backward into the diner's wall. The impact knocked the breath from my lungs, the shotgun clattering from my grasp. I scrambled for it, but the creature was already there, 1 foot, a thing of too many toes and curved claws, pinning the weapon to the ground. "Ray," it said again, leaning down, that face too close to mine. "Come with us to the deep dark." I could feel its breath on my face, cold and reeking of decay. This was it, I thought. This was how it ended. Not with a blaze of glory, but pinned against a diner wall in the rain at the mercy of something that shouldn't exist. But then the night was split by the roar of an engine, headlights cutting through the rain like searchlights. The creature turned, momentarily distracted, and I seized my chance. I rolled sideways, away from it, my hand finding the grip of my sidearm. A truck skidded into the parking lot. Hank's truck, I realized with a surge of relief. It screeched to a halt, and Hank was out in an instant, rifle in hand. "Down," he shouted, and I dropped, flattening myself against the wet pavement as Hank fired. The creature screamed, a sound that no human throat could produce, high and piercing and wrong, as the bullet struck it. It staggered, its form rippling again, and for a moment I thought it might collapse. But then it gathered itself, and with one last look at me, a look that conveyed something almost like recognition, it turned and fled, moving in that uncanny way, too fast and too fluid, disappearing into the tree line before either Hank or I could fire again. For a long moment we just stood there in the rain, listening to the retreating sounds of the creature as it crashed through the underbrush. Then Hank was beside me, helping me to my feet. "You okay?" he asked, his face grim in the truck's headlights. I nodded, though my chest ached where the creature had struck me, and my back throbbed from the impact with the wall. "How did you know?" "Caroline called me right after she called you, said you might need backup." Hank looked toward the trees where the creature had disappeared. "Good thing she did." I couldn't argue with that. Without Hank's arrival, I might have joined the ranks of the missing. "It knew my name, Hank," I said, my voice low. It spoke, like what Jimmy Larson and Mark Winters heard. Hank's expression darkened. "What else did it say?" "Something about the deep dark. And it said the missing people were gone. All gone." I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. "What is that thing, Hank? What are we dealing with here?" Hank was silent for a long moment, rain streaming down his face before he spoke again. "My grandfather used to tell stories, old stories from before the town was founded, about something that lived in these woods, something that wasn't supposed to be here, that came from somewhere else." "What kind of stories?" "The kind you tell to scare children," Hank said, but his expression was deadly serious. "But my grandfather, he believed them. Said his father had seen it once, back in the 1920s, called it the Tall Walker. Said it took people, folks who wandered too far into the deep woods, took them to a place they couldn't come back from." I thought about the Miller place, about Chief Howard's cryptic note about the root cellar. The deep dark, I murmured. That's what it said. To the deep dark. Hank nodded, his face grim. There's a place up by the old Miller property, a cave system that runs deep under the hills. Some of it's mapped, but most of it no one's ever seen. The pieces were starting to fit together. The Miller place, the cave system beneath it, the missing people taken to the deep dark. We need to go back, I said, the decision crystallizing in my mind. To the Miller place, to those caves. Hank looked at me like I'd lost my mind. After what just happened, after what we've seen, that thing is dangerous, Ray. More dangerous than anything we've ever dealt with. I know, I acknowledged, but people are missing, Hank. Jimmy Larson, those hikers, they might still be alive. Or they might be dead, Hank countered, his voice harsh. And we'd be risking our lives for nothing. It's our job to risk our lives, I reminded him. At least it's mine. You don't have to come. Hank stared at me for a long moment, rain running down his face like tears. Then he sighed, a sound of resignation and determination. Like hell I don't. Someone's got to watch your back. We didn't stick around to find out if it was coming back. By the time we made it back to town, it was well past midnight and neither of us spoke a word on the drive. I filed my report the next day. Kept it simple. No need to mention the thing we saw. Just said there was some kind of animal attack, that we'd scared it off. But between you and me, Hank and I both knew it wasn't any kind of animal we'd ever seen. Folks around here have their stories, legends really. They say there's things out in the woods, things that have been here long before any of us, things that shouldn't be disturbed. Maybe that's true, or maybe we just got unlucky that night. Whatever it was, it's still out there, in the deep dark, waiting. And sooner or later, I'm going to have to face it again. Because that's the thing about working in a small town. You're always the one who gets called when people can't deal with the worst of it themselves. Even when the worst is something no one should have to face alone. But I won't be alone. I've got Hank, and the truth, and the determination to find out what happened to those missing people. And maybe, just maybe, that will be enough to face what waits in the darkness beneath the Miller place. Maybe. But I wouldn't bet on it. Not in Holbrook, not in a town where the shadows have teeth. The diesel rumble of an 18-wheeler has always been my lullaby. 20 years behind the wheel teaches you to find comfort in the constant vibration beneath you, to read the asphalt like others read books. The highway becomes a second home, each exit, rest stop, and roadside diner a familiar landmark on an ever-changing map. I'm Raymond Griggs, though I haven't been called anything but Ray since my Army days. Trucking wasn't my first choice, but after 2 tours in Afghanistan, I needed the solitude. Needed the endless horizons to outrun the memories that followed me home. The open road offered that escape. No boss breathing down my neck, just me, 40 tons of steel, and whatever cargo needed delivering. July 17th started like any other haul. I'd kissed Sharon goodbye in the pale light of dawn, her sleep-heavy eyes blinking up at me from our bed. She'd wrapped her arms around my neck, holding on a beat longer than usual. "I don't like this route, Ray," she murmured against my shoulder. "Take the interstate instead." "That's an extra 200 miles, honey. Besides, the company's paying premium for this run, time-sensitive agricultural supplies." I pressed my lips to her forehead. "I'll be home before you know it. Just promise me you'll call, every stop." "Every stop," I agreed, not understanding then why she was so worried. Sharon had a way about her, sensing things before they happened. I should have listened. The dispatch office was quiet when I arrived. Just Jerry behind the counter, nursing a coffee that smelled strong enough to wake the dead. "Griggs," he nodded, sliding a manila folder my way. "Got you that rush order to Millfield. Pays double." "What's the catch?" I asked, knowing Jerry well enough to read between the lines. He shrugged, eyes not quite meeting mine. "Route 177's seen some trouble lately. 3 rigs gone missing in the past month." "Missing how?" "Drivers radioed in passing the Blackwater Ridge marker, then nothing. Trucks found abandoned, no drivers." He took a sip of his coffee. "Sheriff thinks it's some kind of theft ring targeting the cargo." "And what do you think?" Jerry's weathered face creased. I think that stretch of road has always been strange. My daddy used to say the land out there was wrong somehow. Too quiet. He shook his head. But that's just old trucker superstition. I laughed it off, signed the paperwork, and headed to the loading dock. The job was straightforward. Specialized fertilizer for the Millfield Agricultural Cooperative, needed before their planting window closed. 6 hours there, overnight rest, 6 back. Easy money. The first few hours on the road were peaceful. I settled into the rhythm of driving. The playlist Sharon had made me playing through the speakers. Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, the classics. The landscape gradually shifted from suburban sprawl to farmland, then to the scrubby flatlands that seemed to stretch forever. By late afternoon, I'd hit Route 177. The change was immediate and unsettling. The road narrowed, the pavement cracked and patched in places. Signs became scarce, and traffic all but disappeared. I'd driven this route years ago, but something felt different now. A heaviness in the air, a stillness that seemed to press against the windows of my cab. I called Sharon at my scheduled stop, a small roadside cafe that looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. The waitress, a gray-haired woman with tired eyes, placed a cup of coffee in front of me without asking. "Not many truckers come through here these days," she remarked, refilling the mug of a man seated at the counter. "Not since the disappearances started." I glanced up from my phone. "You know anything about that?" She lowered her voice. "Just that they all vanish around Blackwater Ridge. Some folks say they've seen things out there. Strange lights. Figures standing in the road that ain't there when you get close." She shook her head. "I'd stay off that road after dark if I were you." I nodded politely, but inwardly dismissed her warnings as small-town gossip. I'd driven through plenty of haunted stretches in my career. The road holds no ghosts, only the occasional drunk driver or deer. As I climbed back into my rig, the sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The GPS estimated I'd reach Blackwater Ridge just after nightfall. I wasn't concerned. I'd driven plenty of night routes before. But as the daylight faded and shadows lengthened across the landscape, an inexplicable unease settled in my stomach. The radio signal grew weaker, stations dissolving into static before disappearing altogether. Even the satellite radio began to cut in and out, something I'd never experienced before. The darkness that settled over Route 177 was absolute. No streetlights, no distant farmhouses, not even the glow of an approaching town on the horizon. Just my headlights cutting through the night, illuminating an endless ribbon of asphalt stretching into nothingness. I checked my phone. No service. Not unusual in remote areas, but combined with the radio issues, it left me feeling strangely isolated. I reached for the CB radio, thinking I might catch another trucker on the frequency. "Breaker 19, this is Nighthawk. Anybody on this channel? Over." Nothing but static answered me. The mile marker for Blackwater Ridge appeared in my headlights, the reflective paint dull and faded. As I passed it, the engine coughed once, twice, before smoothing out again. The dash lights flickered briefly, then stabilized. "What the hell?" I muttered, checking the gauges. Everything appeared normal, but a sense of wrongness lingered. I'd had this rig for 5 years, knew every sound, every quirk. Something wasn't right. The road ahead curved sharply, following the contour of a ridge I could barely make out against the night sky. As I rounded the bend, my headlights swept across something that made my blood run cold. A car overturned in the ditch, its wheels still spinning slowly. I hit the brakes, pulling onto the shoulder. Highway safety was drilled into every trucker. You don't leave someone stranded if you can help. But as I reached for the door handle, I hesitated. Jerry's words echoed in my mind. 3 rigs gone missing. The smart move would be to drive to the next town, report the accident. But what if someone was hurt? I couldn't live with myself if I left someone to die out here. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped down from the cab, the night air hitting me like a physical force, unnaturally cold for July, carrying a smell like ozone and wet earth. My boots crunched on gravel as I approached the overturned vehicle. "Hello?" I called out. "Anybody hurt? Need some help?" No answer came from the car, but as my flashlight beam swept the area, I noticed something strange. No skid marks on the road, no broken glass. The car looked like it had been placed there, arranged in the ditch like a prop on a movie set. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Every instinct screamed danger. That's when I saw him, a tall figure standing at the tree line just at the edge of my flashlight's beam, watching me. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then he stepped forward, his face coming into the light, gaunt, pale, with eyes that seemed to swallow my flashlight's glow rather than reflect it. "Thank God," he called, his voice carrying oddly in the still air. "I thought no one would come." The man approached with an awkward, jerky gait that immediately set me on edge. Something wasn't right about his movements, like watching someone trying to remember how to walk naturally. His clothes were disheveled, covered in dirt that looked days old. Dark stains spotted his shirt, which hung loose on his lanky frame. "Car trouble?" I asked, keeping my distance, flashlight trained on him. Up close, his face was even more unsettling, angular and sharp, with hollow cheeks and eyes that seemed too large for his face. "You could say that," he replied, gesturing vaguely toward the overturned vehicle. His voice had a raspy quality, like sandpaper on metal. "Lost control on the curve. Been waiting hours for someone to come by." I glanced back at the car, noting again the lack of damage, the strange positioning. Nothing added up. "You call for help?" I asked. "No service out here," he said, patting his pockets. "Phone's dead anyway." I took a step back toward my truck. "I can radio for assistance once I get to the next town." The man's face fell, a momentary flash of something, anger, frustration, crossing his features before settling back into a placid smile. "Please," he said, his voice suddenly softer. "I've been out here for hours. It's freezing. Could you at least give me a lift to the next town? It can't be far." Every trucker knows the unwritten rules of the road. You help your fellow drivers, but civilians in distress are a different matter. Too many stories of robberies, hijackings, worse. But standing there in the unnatural cold, leaving another human being seemed cruel, even with my suspicions. "All right," I said finally, "but just to the next town. What's your name?" "Frank," he replied, that odd smile returning. "Frank Elias." As we walked back to the truck, I noticed Frank didn't look back at his car once. No concern for personal belongings, no mention of insurance or a tow, just an eagerness to get on the road. "Climb in," I said, unlocking the passenger door. "It's warm inside." Frank hauled himself up with surprising agility, settling into the seat like he belonged there. Up close in the cab's interior light, I noticed more details. His fingernails were filthy, caked with what looked like dried mud. A strange odor emanated from him, not just body odor, but something underneath, metallic and organic, like meat left too long in the sun. I pulled back onto the road, the big diesel engine rumbling beneath us. Frank sat silently for several minutes, staring straight ahead, his hands resting unnaturally still on his thighs. "You're a long way from anywhere," I said, trying to break the tension. "What brings you out this way?" Frank turned his head slowly, as if the question required careful consideration. "Just passing through, like yourself." "Where you from originally?" "Here and there," he said, that vague smile never leaving his face. "Nowhere special." The conversation died again, leaving only the sound of the engine and the tires on asphalt. I tried the radio again, but still got nothing but static. The digital clock on the dash read 10:17 p.m. If the map was right, we'd reach the next town, Riverton, in about an hour. "You drive this route often?" Frank asked suddenly, his head turning toward me with that same mechanical slowness. "Not for years," I replied, keeping my eyes on the road. "Usually stick to the interstate." "Smart," he said, nodding. "This road has a bad reputation." Despite myself, I was curious. What kind of reputation? Frank's smile widened slightly. "People go missing, trucks found empty, strange lights in the sky." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "They say there's something wrong with this stretch of land. Always has been, even before the road was built." "Sounds like small-town ghost stories to me," I said, trying to sound dismissive despite the chill that ran down my spine. Frank laughed, a dry, rattling sound that didn't resemble genuine amusement. "Maybe so, but I've been traveling this road a long time, Ray. I've seen things." I frowned, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. "I don't remember telling you my name." The silence that followed was deafening. When I glanced over, Frank was staring at me, that horrible smile frozen on his face. "Didn't you?" he asked finally. "Must have slipped my mind." My mouth went dry. I focused on the road ahead, trying to rationalize. Maybe I had mentioned my name. Maybe he'd seen it on my logbook or ID badge. There had to be a logical explanation. "How much further to Riverton?" Frank asked, changing the subject. "About 50 miles, I replied, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. Frank nodded, turning to look out the window at the darkness rushing past. "Shame about those missing truckers, 3 in the last month alone." I didn't respond, uncomfortable with how he knew the exact number Jerry had mentioned. "You ever wonder what happened to them?" he continued, seemingly oblivious to my discomfort. "Just vanishing like that, no trace." "Police will figure it out," I said flatly. Frank laughed again, that same unsettling sound. "Police don't come out here anymore, not at night, not after what happened to Deputy Collins." I didn't ask what happened to Deputy Collins. I didn't want to know. The miles stretched on, the tension in the cab growing with each passing minute. I began to notice Frank's odd behaviors more acutely. How he never blinked, how his breathing seemed deliberately timed rather than natural, how his head would occasionally twitch to the side as if responding to a sound I couldn't hear. When we passed a weathered sign indicating Riverton was 30 miles ahead, Frank shifted in his seat. "I've been thinking, Ray," he said, his voice taking on a conversational tone that somehow sounded rehearsed. "I don't actually need to go to Riverton. There's a turnoff coming up, an old service road. If you could drop me there, I'd appreciate it." Warning bells clanged in my mind. Drop him on an unmarked service road in the middle of nowhere. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed before my eyes. "I thought you needed to get to town," I said carefully. "Change of plans," Frank replied, his smile never wavering. "You've already been so helpful." Ahead, the beam of my headlights caught a small dirt road branching off to the right, barely visible among the scrub brush. "There it is," Frank said, pointing. "You can just let me out there." I slowed the truck slightly, mind racing. If I stopped, would he leave peacefully? Or was this the moment when things went bad? The smart move would be to keep driving, get us both to Riverton where there were people, lights, safety. "I think it's best if I take you all the way to town," I said firmly. "There's nothing out here but wilderness." Frank's smile faltered for the first time, his eyes narrowing. "I insist, Ray, pull over." The way he said my name sent ice through my veins. I maintained my speed, passing the dirt road without slowing further. "Sorry," I said, not feeling sorry at all. "It's not safe out here. I'll take you to town." Frank went completely still, his eyes fixed on me. The silence stretched for several long seconds before he spoke again. "You're making a mistake," he said softly, all pretense of friendliness gone from his voice. "Maybe," I acknowledged, "but it's my mistake to make." From the corner of my eye, I saw his hand move to his jacket pocket, withdrawing something that caught the dim light of the dashboard, something metallic with a wooden handle. My heart nearly stopped. "What's that?" I asked, though I already knew. Frank held up a hunting knife, the blade at least 6 inches long. "Insurance," he said simply. "Now pull over, Ray." My mind raced through scenarios, none of them good. If I stopped, I was dead. If I tried to fight while driving, we'd crash, and I'd still likely end up dead. My only option was to keep driving and hope we reached civilization before he decided to use that knife. "Put that away," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You don't need it." "I think I do," Frank replied, turning the blade so it caught the light. "You see, Ray, I can't let you reach Riverton. That would complicate things." "What things?" I asked, buying time, my eyes searching the darkness ahead for any sign of lights, buildings, other vehicles. Frank's smile returned, wider than ever. "You ask too many questions." He shifted in his seat, angling the knife toward me. "Pull over now or I start cutting." I had seconds to decide. The knife was close enough that he could easily slash at me before I could react, but stopping meant certain death. That's when I saw it, a small gas station up ahead, a single light illuminating a weathered sign. Salvation if I could reach it. "Okay," I said, letting fear creep into my voice. "Okay, I'll pull over. Just don't hurt me." Frank nodded, satisfied. "Smart choice, Ray." I eased off the accelerator, making a show of preparing to stop. Frank's attention focused on the road shoulder, anticipating our stop. The moment his eyes left me, I floored it. The truck lurched forward, the sudden acceleration throwing Frank against the seat. He cursed, lunging toward me with the knife, but I was ready. I swerved hard, throwing him off balance, then grabbed his wrist as the blade came toward my side. We struggled, the truck weaving dangerously across the empty road. "You're dead, Ray," he snarled, his face contorted with rage. "You're already dead." The gas station approached rapidly. I could see now it was closed, abandoned perhaps, but the small building might still offer shelter, a chance to escape. With all my strength, I slammed Frank's knife hand against the dashboard. He howled in pain but didn't drop the weapon. As we wrestled, the truck veered sharply, catching the edge of the pavement. Before I could correct, we were careening toward the gas station, out of control. The truck slammed into one of the ancient gas pumps with a sickening crunch of metal. The impact threw me forward, the seatbelt cutting into my chest as it arrested my momentum. Frank, who hadn't bothered to buckle up, smashed into the windshield with a thud that would have killed a normal person. To my horror, he merely shook his head and turned back to me, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. His smile returned, ghastly now with crimson streaks between his teeth. "That wasn't very nice, Ray," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. I fumbled with my seatbelt, desperate to escape the cab. The knife had fallen during the crash, disappearing somewhere in the footwell. Frank seemed in no hurry, methodically extracting himself from the crumpled passenger side. The belt released and I shoved my door open, stumbling out into the cold night air. The gas station was even more decrepit up close. Windows boarded, pumps rusted, a faded sign reading "Last Chance Gas" hanging crookedly above the shuttered convenience store. I ran toward the building, hoping to find a door, a window, any way inside. Behind me, I heard Frank extricate himself from the truck, his boots crunching on broken glass. "Running only makes it more interesting, Ray," he called, his voice echoing in the empty lot. "I like when they run." The front door of the station was padlocked, but a side entrance hung partially open, its hinges rusted and bent. I squeezed through, finding myself in a dark, musty space that had once been the store's stockroom. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for what looked like years. No one had been here in a very long time, except there were footprints in the dust, fresh ones leading further into the building. I froze, straining my ears. Outside, Frank's footsteps circled the building. Inside, nothing but silence, yet the footprints suggested otherwise. "I know you're in there, Ray," Frank's voice came from just outside the door I'd entered through. "This little game of hide-and-seek is pointless. There's nowhere to go." I moved deeper into the building, following a narrow hallway that led to what had once been the front of the store. Moonlight filtered through cracks in the boarded windows, casting long shadows across empty shelves and broken display cases. The footprints continued, leading behind the counter where a door stood ajar. A closet or office, perhaps. A hiding place or a trap. Frank's voice came again, closer now. He'd found the side entrance. "I can smell you, Ray. Fear has a distinct aroma." I made my decision, ducking behind the counter and through the door. It led to a small office, abandoned like the rest of the place. An ancient desk dominated the space, covered in yellowed papers. On the wall hung a map of the region, marked with strange symbols I didn't recognize. But what caught my eye was the payphone mounted on the wall, a relic from another era. If it still worked, I could call for help. I lifted the receiver, my heart sinking as I pressed it to my ear. Dead silence. No dial tone, no static, nothing. I examined the phone more closely, noticing deep gouges in the metal casing. Claw marks almost, as if something had tried to tear it from the wall. "Phones don't work out here, Ray." I spun around. Frank stood in the doorway, the knife back in his hand, gleaming dully in the dim light. Blood still trickled from the wound on his forehead, but he seemed unbothered by it. His eyes reflected no light at all, black pools that seemed to absorb the darkness around them. "What do you want?" I asked, backing up until I hit the desk. Frank tilted his head, that unnatural smile stretching his face. "What I always want, Ray. A ride, a conversation, a life." He stepped forward, and I searched desperately for a weapon, anything to defend myself. My hand closed around a heavy stapler on the desk, pathetic against a knife, but better than nothing. "You're not human," I said, the realization hitting me with certainty. Frank laughed, that horrible dry sound. What gave it away? The not bleeding out after hitting a windshield at 50 miles an hour? Or maybe how I knew your name without you telling me? "What are you?" He shrugged, an oddly human gesture from something so clearly inhuman. "Does it matter? Names have power, Ray, but if you need one, you can call me a collector. Collector of what? Lives, stories, souls. He took another step forward. The other truckers had interesting stories too. Not as good as yours will be, but decent additions to my collection. I thought of the missing drivers, the abandoned trucks. You killed them. Kill is such a limited term, Frank replied, running his finger along the knife's edge. I absorbed them, their memories, their experiences, everything they were. He tapped his temple. They're all in here now, parts of my collection. My grip tightened on the stapler, knowing how futile it was. Why me? Why truckers? Truckers travel lonely roads. Nobody misses them for days. His smile widened impossibly further. And you specifically, Ray? You have such an interesting mind. So many memories of the road, of war, of loss. Your wife, Sharon, she sensed something, didn't she? Some women have that gift. Pity she won't see you again. The mention of Sharon's name in his mouth filled me with rage. I hurled the stapler at his head with all my strength. He dodged with inhuman speed, but the momentary distraction was all I needed. I charged, slamming my shoulder into his chest, driving him backward into the doorframe. Frank hissed, slashing wildly with the knife. I felt a burning line across my forearm, but pushed through the pain, shoving him back into the store. We crashed into a display rack, sending dusty merchandise clattering to the floor. Frank recovered quickly, lunging at me with the knife. I grabbed his wrist with both hands, using my weight to force him back. You can't win this, Ray, he snarled, his face inches from mine. I've collected dozens like you. Stronger men, smarter men. Maybe, I grunted, straining against his supernatural strength. But they weren't me. With a desperate heave, I twisted his arm, the knife inching back toward his own body. Frank's eyes widened in surprise as the blade pressed against his chest. This won't kill me, he hissed. Nothing here can kill me. Let's find out, I replied, and with one final surge of strength drove the knife into his chest. Frank let out an inhuman shriek, more of rage than pain. Black ichor, not blood, oozed from the wound as he staggered backward, clutching at the embedded knife. You'll pay for that, he growled, his voice distorting, dropping to a register that vibrated the dust on the floor. I was going to make it quick, but now I'll take you apart piece by piece. I didn't wait to see if he made good on his threat. I ran, bursting through the front door, splintering the rotted wood around the padlock. Behind me, Frank's inhuman howl echoed through the abandoned station. The truck was damaged, but might still run. I sprinted toward it, yanking the driver's door open and climbing inside. The engine sputtered when I turned the key, coughed, then roared to life. Thank God for diesel engines. Tough to kill even after a crash. I threw the truck into reverse, the tires spinning on broken glass before finding purchase. As I backed away from the ruined gas pump, I saw Frank emerge from the station, the knife still protruding from his chest. He walked with purpose now, all pretense of humanity gone. His movements were fluid, predatory. Slamming the transmission into drive, I floored the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, aiming straight for Frank. He smiled that terrible smile, making no move to dodge. At the last second, I closed my eyes, bracing for impact. The truck shuddered as it hit him, the front grille caving inward with a screech of metal. I kept my foot down, pushing forward until I felt the resistance give way. When I finally opened my eyes and checked the mirror, there was nothing on the ground behind me. No body, no blood, nothing to indicate I'd hit anything at all. I didn't slow down, pushing the damaged truck as fast as it would go. Riverton had to be close now. Civilization, safety, humanity. The digital clock on the dash read 11:42 p.m. Less than 2 hours since I'd picked up Frank, but it felt like a lifetime. The truck's engine made alarming noises, damaged from the crash and from whatever had happened when I hit Frank. Steam began to seep from under the hood, the temperature gauge climbing rapidly into the red. Come on, I muttered, patting the dashboard. Just a little further. As if in response, the engine coughed, sputtered, and died. The truck coasted to a stop in the middle of the empty highway. I tried the starter again and again, but nothing happened. The cab was silent except for the ticking of cooling metal and my own ragged breathing. I reached for my phone, still no signal. The CB radio remained dead, producing nothing but static. I was stranded, alone in the darkness, or not alone. In the rearview mirror, a figure appeared on the road behind me, walking with that same unnatural gait, unhurried but steady, unstoppable. Frank. I abandoned the truck, grabbing only my flashlight before fleeing into the night. The rational part of my brain screamed that running into the wilderness was suicide, but staying meant facing Frank again, a fate I now understood was worse than death. The landscape around Route 177 was desolate, scrubby fields stretching into darkness, broken occasionally by stands of twisted, stunted trees. I ran parallel to the road, staying within sight of it but far enough away to disappear into the shadows if necessary. Behind me, Frank's voice carried on the still air. "I can follow you forever, Ray. I don't tire. I don't sleep. I just collect." I ignored him, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. My arm throbbed where his knife had cut me, the sleeve of my shirt sticky with blood. How much had I lost? Not enough to worry about yet, but combined with exhaustion and fear, it was taking its toll. As I ran, I tried to make sense of what Frank had said. A collector of lives and stories. The missing truckers were in his collection. What did that mean? Were they dead or something worse? The moonlight revealed a structure ahead. A barn or shed, abandoned like everything else out here. It wasn't ideal, but it might offer temporary shelter, a place to catch my breath and think. The building was indeed an old barn, its wooden slats weathered gray, roof partially collapsed at one end. I slipped inside through a gap in the wall, finding myself in a cavernous space thick with the smell of old hay and animal droppings. My flashlight beam swept the interior, revealing rusty farm equipment, rotted bales of hay, and something else, a wall covered in photographs. I approached slowly, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten. The photos were truckers' IDs, driver's licenses, family snapshots, dozens of them, pinned to the wooden wall in a macabre display. Below each photo, something had been written in what looked horribly like dried blood. David Mercer, 1997, fought hard, tasted like regret. Thomas Willingham, 2003, easy prey, tasted like fear. James Kowalski, 2018, runner, tasted like desperation. The most recent entries were the 3 drivers Jerry had mentioned, their photos still bright, the blood writing still dark and fresh. "My collection," Frank's voice came from behind me. "What do you think?" I whirled around, flashlight beam landing on his face. He stood in the doorway I'd entered through, the knife no longer in his chest. The wound had closed, leaving only a tear in his shirt as evidence it had ever existed. "You're a monster," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the terror coursing through me. Frank smiled, spreading his arms wide. "I'm a curator, Ray, an artist. Each life I take becomes part of me, adding to what I am. Some I've kept for decades, their memories and experiences enriching my own." "How long have you been doing this?" I asked, backing away as he entered the barn. "Longer than this road has existed. Longer than your grandparents' grandparents have walked this earth." He ran his fingers lovingly over the photographs. "This collection is just the recent additions, the special ones. And the others? The ones not on your wall?" Frank's smile widened. "Consumed, forgotten, unremarkable lives that added nothing to my palette." He tapped his temple again. "But these I remember, these I savor." I continued backing away, my mind racing. There had to be a way out, a weakness, something I could use against him. "What are you afraid of, Frank?" I asked suddenly. "Everyone's afraid of something." His smile faltered for a fraction of a second, so briefly I almost missed it. "Clever, Ray. Trying to find my weakness?" He shook his head. "I've existed too long to fear anything you could comprehend." But there had been something, a flicker of uncertainty when I mentioned fear. I pressed on. "You're stuck here, aren't you? Bound to this road, this area. That's why you need rides. You can't leave on your own." This time his smile disappeared completely, replaced by a cold stare. "Boundaries exist in all realms, Ray, even mine." "So I'm right," I said, a desperate plan forming in my mind. "You're trapped here, a predator confined to a shrinking territory as civilization encroaches." Frank hissed, an inhuman sound. "My territory is sufficient. Travelers still come, truckers still take shortcuts, I still feed. But for how long?" I countered. "Eventually this road will be bypassed, forgotten. No more travelers, no more truckers, just you alone with your fading collection of memories. He moved with blinding speed, crossing the barn in seconds, his hand closing around my throat. You think you understand what I am? What I need? His grip tightened, lifting me off the ground. I've survived epochs, Ray. I'll be here long after your civilization crumbles to dust. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision as his supernatural strength crushed my windpipe. With the last of my strength, I brought the flashlight down on his head with all the force I could muster. The impact did little damage, but it startled him enough to loosen his grip. I fell to the floor, gasping for air. Frank loomed over me, his form seeming to shift and waver in the flashlight's beam, sometimes the lanky hitchhiker, sometimes something much worse, with too many angles and not enough humanity. You can't escape me, Ray, he said, his voice overlapping with others, dozens of voices speaking in unison from his mouth. No one escapes my collection. I scrambled backward, my hand closing around something cold and metallic. An old hay hook, its curved blade rusted but still sharp. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. I may not escape, I wheezed, my bruised throat making speech painful. But I won't be an easy addition to your wall. Frank laughed, that horrible multi-voiced laugh. I was hoping you'd say that. The fighters always taste better. He advanced slowly, savoring the moment, confident in his immortality. I held the hay hook ready, knowing it would do little against whatever Frank truly was, but unwilling to die without a fight. The standoff was broken by a sound neither of us expected. Headlights on the road outside, an engine approaching. Frank's head snapped toward the barn entrance, his expression suddenly wary. Unexpected, he murmured. I didn't waste the opportunity. I lunged forward, driving the hay hook into his side with all my remaining strength. Frank howled, not in pain but in rage, swatting me away like an insect. I crashed into the wall of photographs, several falling around me as I slumped to the floor. You'll pay for that, Frank snarled, advancing again. I'll make your collection slow and painful. Outside, the vehicle had stopped. A car door slammed, followed by a voice calling out, Hello? Anyone there? I saw a flashlight. Frank froze, his head turning again toward the entrance. For the first time, I saw something like uncertainty cross his features. This isn't over, Ray, he said softly. We'll conclude our business another time. With that, he backed away, fading into the shadows of the barn until he disappeared completely, leaving me alone among the grisly trophies of his previous victims. The voice called again, closer now. Hello, is someone hurt? I'm a deputy sheriff. I tried to respond, but my damaged throat produced only a raspy whisper. Instead, I dragged myself toward the entrance, the flashlight beam bouncing weakly as my strength ebbed. The figure that appeared in the doorway was human, blessedly, wonderfully human. A man in his 50s wearing a khaki uniform, his hand resting cautiously on his sidearm. Jesus Christ, he said when the flashlight illuminated my battered form. What happened to you, son? I tried to speak again, managing only, Frank, collector, help. The deputy's eyes widened, his face paling in the flashlight's glow. Frank, he repeated, his voice suddenly tense. Tall fella, thin, smiles too much? I nodded weakly, surprised by his recognition. The deputy drew his weapon, scanning the barn's interior. We need to go, now. He helped me to my feet, supporting my weight as we staggered toward his patrol car. This place isn't safe after dark. Never has been. As we reached his vehicle, a Riverton County Sheriff's Department cruiser, I glanced back at the barn. For a moment I thought I saw Frank watching from the shadows, that terrible smile visible even at this distance. He's still there, I croaked, pointing with a trembling hand. The deputy looked, his jaw tightening. I don't see anything, but I believe you. Get in the car. Once inside, he started the engine and performed a rapid three-point turn, heading back toward Riverton at a speed that suggested he knew exactly what we were fleeing from. You're not the first, he said after several minutes of silence. There have been stories about Frank for generations around here. My grandfather told me about him when I was a boy. What is he? I managed to ask. The deputy shook his head. Nobody knows for sure. Some say he's a demon. Others think he's the ghost of a serial killer who operated in these parts back in the 1800s. He glanced at me. All we know is he takes people. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. The wall. Photos. His trophies, the deputy nodded grimly. We found that barn before, but it's never in the same place twice. And Frank is always gone by the time we get there. I slumped against the seat, exhaustion finally overcoming adrenaline. The deputy's words confirmed my worst fears. Frank wasn't a one-time encounter, a random hitchhiker. He was something ancient, patient, and enduring. You're lucky, the deputy continued. Most who meet Frank don't live to tell about it. As we approached Riverton, the first lights of civilization appearing on the horizon, I wondered if luck had anything to do with it, or if perhaps Frank had let me go intentionally, a rare specimen released back into the wild, marked for future collection. The thought sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with blood loss or shock. Frank wasn't finished with me, of that I was certain. The Riverton Medical Center was exactly what you'd expect in a town of 3,000 souls, small, understaffed, but clean and efficient. Dr. Murray, a woman in her 60s with steel-gray hair and kind eyes, stitched up my arm and examined my bruised throat with practiced hands. You're lucky the laceration wasn't deeper, she remarked, tying off the last suture. Another half-inch and it would have hit the artery. Lucky wasn't the word I would have chosen, but I nodded anyway, my throat still too sore for unnecessary conversation. Deputy Wallace, the officer who'd rescued me from the barn, stood in the doorway, his weathered face set in grim lines as Dr. Murray completed her examination. Bruising to the trachea is significant, she told him, but there's no crushing injury. His voice should return to normal in a few days. She turned back to me. I'd like to keep you overnight for observation. I shook my head firmly. The last thing I wanted was to spend another night anywhere near Route 177 and whatever hunted there. I understand, Dr. Murray said, though her disapproving look suggested otherwise. At least let me give you something for the pain before you go. While she prepared an injection, Deputy Wallace approached my bedside, his voice low to avoid being overheard by the nurse assisting Dr. Murray. I called your dispatcher, he said. Told him you had an accident on 177 and would be delayed. He's arranging a tow for your truck and a ride home for you. I nodded gratefully, then rasped out, the others, missing drivers. Wallace's expression darkened. We've been searching for them for weeks, found their trucks abandoned, but no signs of the men. He hesitated. Until tonight. Those photos you saw, we'll send a team out at first light. He'll be gone, I whispered. Everything will. Probably, Wallace agreed, but we have to try. He shifted uncomfortably. Listen, when you give your official statement, maybe leave out the part about Frank being some kind of whatever he is. Stick to an armed hitchhiker who attacked you. It'll be easier for everyone. I understood what he was asking. The truth would sound like the ravings of a man in shock, a monster that collected lives, a wall of trophies that appeared and disappeared, a creature that couldn't be killed by knife or truck impact. Even in Riverton, where the legends of Frank apparently ran deep, official reports needed to reflect a reality that could be processed by the system. Sure, I managed, my voice a painful whisper. Armed hitchhiker. Wallace nodded, relieved. Get some rest, I'll take your full statement in the morning. After he left, Dr. Murray administered the pain medication. As the drug took effect, dulling the fire in my throat and arm, I finally allowed myself to feel the full weight of exhaustion. I closed my eyes, drifting into a fitful sleep filled with dreams of endless roads and Frank's terrible smile. Morning came with harsh fluorescent light and the smell of hospital disinfectant. True to his word, Deputy Wallace returned to take my statement, a sanitized version of events that omitted the supernatural elements but retained enough truth to be believable. An armed hitchhiker, a struggle, a crash at an abandoned gas station, my escape to a barn where I was found by the deputy. Simple, logical, false. By noon, arrangements had been made for my return home. My truck had been towed to a local garage, where it would require extensive repairs before it could be driven again. The agricultural supplies I'd been hauling were transferred to another carrier. Jerry had dispatched a driver to pick me up, one of our regular guys who'd just completed a delivery in a neighboring state. Before I left Riverton, Wallace pulled me aside one last time. We found the barn, he said quietly. Just like I thought, nothing there. No photos, no blood writing, no sign anyone had been inside for years. He studied my face, looking for signs of surprise or disbelief. Finding none, he continued, "But we did find this." He handed me a small evidence bag containing a driver's license. The photo showed a man in his 40s with a broad face and receding hairline, one of the 3 recently missing truckers. "It was lying on the ground outside like it had been dropped or discarded," Wallace explained. "First concrete evidence we've had in any of the disappearances." I stared at the license, remembering the wall of photos, each with its gruesome annotation. "He's keeping the others," I said hoarsely. Wallace didn't ask what I meant. Perhaps he already knew. "One more thing," he said, producing a business card with his name and number. "If he contacts you again, if you see him, hear from him, anything, call me immediately, day or night." I took the card, a chill running through me at his words. "You think he will?" Wallace's eyes were grave. "Frank doesn't let go easily, especially not someone who fought back." He hesitated, then added, "You might consider finding a new line of work, Mr. Griggs, one that keeps you off isolated highways." The ride home was quiet, the relief of distance from Route 177 growing with every mile. The driver Jerry sent, a veteran named Mick with 3 decades on the road, didn't ask many questions, respecting my obvious desire for silence. He'd heard about the hitchhiker attack, of course. News traveled fast in trucking circles. "Bad business," was all he said. "Real bad business." I nodded, watching the landscape transform from Midwest flatlands to the more familiar terrain of home. By nightfall, we were pulling into my driveway, the porch light a beacon of normalcy and safety. Sharon was waiting, her face pale with worry despite our phone conversations over the past 24 hours. When she saw my bandaged arm and the bruises on my neck, she burst into tears, pulling me into an embrace so tight it hurt my injuries. I didn't mind. "I knew it," she sobbed against my shoulder. "I knew something would happen on that route. I felt it." I held her close, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair, letting her presence wash away the lingering cold of Frank's touch. "You were right," I whispered. "I should have listened." Later, after Sharon had fussed over my wounds and fed me a dinner I barely tasted, we sat together on the porch swing, watching the stars appear in the evening sky. I hadn't told her everything, couldn't bring myself to describe Frank's true nature or the wall of trophies. Some horrors were better left unshared. "Will you go back to driving?" she asked, her head resting against my shoulder. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Not right away." Wallace's warning echoed in my mind. Frank doesn't let go easily. We sat in companionable silence for a while, the gentle creaking of the swing and distant neighborhood sounds enveloping us in comfortable normalcy. Then Sharon's phone buzzed with a text message. She checked it, frowning slightly. "Strange," she murmured. "Unknown number." "What does it say?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. She showed me the screen. The message consisted of just 3 words. "Ask Ray why." My blood ran cold. "Block that number," I said, my voice sharper than intended. "Right now." Sharon looked startled, but did as I asked. "What's wrong? Who is it?" I forced a reassuring smile. "Probably just spam, but better safe than sorry." She seemed unconvinced but didn't press the issue. We went inside soon after, locking doors and windows with a thoroughness that made Sharon raise her eyebrows questioningly. I blamed it on post-trauma paranoia. She accepted the explanation, but I could tell she sensed there was more to it. That night I lay awake long after Sharon had fallen asleep, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle around us. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the windows made me tense. I kept seeing Frank's face, his unnatural smile, the way he moved with jerky, inhuman grace. Around 3 in the morning, my phone lit up on the nightstand. No sound, just the blue glow of a notification. A text message from an unknown number, the same one Sharon had blocked on her phone. With trembling fingers, I opened it. "See you on the road someday, Ray. We have unfinished business. I never discard a specimen once I've marked it for my collection." I deleted the message immediately, then turned off my phone. It made no difference. The damage was done. Sleep was impossible now. In the gray light of dawn, I made a decision. I called Jerry and told him I needed time off. Medical leave, stress, whatever he wanted to call it. He was understanding, more so than I expected. "Take all the time you need, Ray," he said. "That route's cursed anyway. Should have never sent you there. Cursed. If only it were that simple. In the weeks that followed, I tried to settle back into normal life. The physical wounds healed, the cut on my arm leaving only a thin scar, the bruises on my throat fading to yellow, then disappearing altogether. But the mental scars remained raw and painful. I jumped at shadows, avoided going out after dark, and flinched whenever someone smiled too widely. Sharon noticed, of course, how could she not? But she attributed it to trauma from the attack, suggesting therapy, which I reluctantly agreed to. The therapist, a kind woman named Dr. Brewer, listened to my heavily edited account of what happened on Route 177. I told her about an armed hitchhiker who attacked me, omitting anything that would sound delusional. She diagnosed PTSD and recommended a treatment plan that included medication and weekly sessions. I followed her advice, went through the motions, even felt some improvement. But I knew the truth. No amount of therapy could erase what I'd seen, what I'd learned about the things that hunted in the darkness beyond the reach of civilization. 2 months after my encounter with Frank, I received a package in the mail. No return address, just my name and home address in neat, precise handwriting. Inside was a trucking magazine, ordinary except for a photograph circled in red on one of the pages. It showed a truck stop I knew well, one I'd frequented on my regular routes. But what made my blood freeze was the figure barely visible in the background. A tall, thin man watching the camera from the shadows, his face partially obscured but his smile unmistakable. Written in the margin next to the photo, in the same neat handwriting as the address, "Still collecting, Ray. See you soon." I burned the magazine in the backyard grill that night, watching the pages curl and blacken until nothing remained but ash. Sharon found me there, staring into the embers long after they'd cooled. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, wrapping her arms around herself against the evening chill. I looked up at her, at the concern in her eyes, and made my final decision. "Thinking about the future," I said, my voice steady for the first time in months. "I'm not going back to trucking." Relief flooded her face. "Are you sure? I know how much you love the road." "I'm sure," I replied, taking her hand. "Some roads aren't worth traveling." The next day I called Jerry and officially resigned. He wasn't surprised, had been expecting it, he said. He wished me luck and promised to send my final paycheck. Just like that, 20 years of trucking came to an end. I found work at a local warehouse, a job that kept me close to home and away from isolated highways. The pay wasn't as good. The work was more physically demanding, but I slept better knowing I wouldn't have to face the darkness of Route 177 again. Or so I thought. 6 months after my encounter with Frank, I received one final text from that unknown number. "No matter how far you run, Ray, some collectors are patient. Years, decades, it makes no difference. You're in my catalog now. When you least expect it, when you think you're safe, look for me in your rearview mirror. I'll be there, smiling." I deleted it without response, changed my number the next day, and tried to convince myself it was just harassment, not a genuine threat. But deep down I knew better. Frank, or whatever he truly was, had marked me for his collection. Whether in a year or 50 years, he would come for me again. Some nights when the house is quiet and sleep eludes me, I find myself at the window, looking out at the empty street, half expecting to see a tall, thin figure standing beneath the streetlight smiling up at me. He's never there, of course. Frank is too patient, too calculating for such obvious tactics. But I know he's out there, waiting, collecting, and somewhere on his ever-changing wall of trophies, there's a space reserved for me. Raymond Griggs, fighter, runner, the one who got away. For now. The forest welcomed me with outstretched arms of ancient oaks, and whispers carried on mountain winds. Not that I recognized the welcome for what it was. I was too busy checking my GPS for the third time in 15 minutes, wondering if I'd made a terrible mistake. My name is Thaddeus Miller, and in the spring of 2007 I found myself deep in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I'd always been a city guy, the kind who considered roughing it to be staying at a hotel without room service. But after Emily walked out of my apartment, and my life with a cardboard box of shared memories and a curt, "It's not working," I needed something drastic. something that would reset my mind as thoroughly as pulling a computer's plug from the wall. A solo hiking trip seemed like the answer. Turns out I wasn't exactly Bear Grylls, but I figured how hard could it be? Thousands of people hike these trails every year. Some were probably even more pathetic than me. I arrived at the park visitor center with a backpack full of gear I barely knew how to use and a map I couldn't read to save my life. The ranger at the desk, a weathered man with a salt and pepper beard and eyes that had seen everything the mountains could offer, gave me a once-over that felt like an X-ray. "You sure you're up for this trail?" he asked, tapping a gnarled finger on my intended route. "It's not exactly a walk in the park." I chuckled nervously. "Well, it's called a park, isn't it?" He didn't laugh. Instead, he handed me a permit and a pamphlet titled Wildlife Safety. His eyes lingered on me a moment too long. "Weather's supposed to turn nasty in a few days. Make sure you're back by then." I nodded, pocketing the pamphlet without reading it. What was there to know? Make noise, don't feed the bears, store your food properly. I'd watched enough Discovery Channel to get the basics. The Appalachian Trail stretched before me like nature's welcome mat as I set off that afternoon. The trees towered above, their branches swaying like they were whispering secrets I wasn't privy to. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth and something else I couldn't quite place, something ancient and untamed. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves under my boots and the occasional rustle in the bushes. I told myself it was probably just squirrels, but each noise made me jump like I was walking through a haunted house rather than a national treasure. 3 hours in, my shoulders ached from the pack that suddenly seemed to contain bricks rather than camping supplies. My feet had developed hot spots that threatened to become blisters, and I was seriously questioning my life choices when I spotted 2 figures ahead on the trail. Sam and Lisa were exactly what you'd picture when someone says outdoor enthusiasts. Lean, tanned, and equipped with gear that looked well used rather than fresh out of the REI catalog like mine. They were the kind of people who could probably start a fire with 2 sticks and a stern look, while I struggled with matches and lighter fluid. "First time out here?" Sam asked, eyeing my brand new boots and the price tag I'd forgotten to remove from my trekking pole. "Is it that obvious?" I replied, trying to casually rip off the tag. Lisa laughed, a warm sound that seemed to belong in these woods. "Just stick with us. We'll make sure you don't end up on a missing persons poster." We hiked together for the remainder of the afternoon, and they shared stories of their adventures that both fascinated and terrified me. Sam recounted a time they encountered a grizzly out west, his hands animating the tale while Lisa rolled her eyes at his embellishments. "He was more scared of us than we were of him," Sam insisted. "I doubt that," I muttered under my breath. Lisa grinned. "Don't worry, the scariest thing out here is running out of trail mix." Little did we know how wrong she was. As dusk approached, we set up camp in a clearing near a babbling brook. The mountains rose around us, their peaks disappearing into a blanket of mist that seemed to thicken as the sun retreated. Sam showed me how to pitch my tent properly, correcting the haphazard arrangement of poles I'd created. "You're overthinking it," he said kindly. "It's not rocket science." Lisa offered me some of their homemade jerky as we settled around a small campfire. "Trust me, it's better than anything you brought," she said. I took a bite and nearly choked on the intense flavor. "What's in this stuff?" I coughed. "Secret family recipe," she winked. "My grandfather swore it would keep away everything from bears to bad dreams." We sat around the campfire, swapping jokes and trying to outdo each other with bad puns. The dancing flames cast our shadows long against the surrounding trees, and occasionally I thought I saw movement in the darkness beyond our little circle of light. But each time I looked, there was nothing there. "Why don't bears wear shoes?" Sam started, interrupting my paranoid scan of the forest. "Because they have bare feet," he answered before I could respond. We groaned in unison. "That's unbearable," I retorted, earning a high five from Lisa. As stars dotted the sky and constellations I couldn't name, we decided to turn in. The temperature had dropped considerably, and my breath fogged in the air. "See you bright and early," Lisa said, zipping up their tent. "Don't let the bedbugs bite." I settled into my sleeping bag, listening to the night sounds of the forest. The creek's gentle babble, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Despite my aching muscles and the hard ground beneath me, I felt more relaxed than I had in weeks. Away from the constant ping of emails and the pressure of deadlines, I could finally think clearly. Maybe this trip wasn't such a bad idea after all. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't know that in just a few hours, I'd be facing a nightmare that no city nightmare could have prepared me for. That beyond the comfort of our campfire's dying embers lurked something that shouldn't exist. Something that had been waiting in these mountains for a very long time. Something hungry. Sometime in the middle of the night, I awoke to a strange sound. It wasn't the gentle babble of the brook or the whisper of wind through leaves. This was a low, throaty noise that seemed to vibrate the very air, a rumbling growl unlike anything I'd ever heard. At first I thought it might be Sam snoring, but it was too primal, too hungry. I sat up, my heart pounding against my ribs like it wanted to escape. The fire had died down to glowing embers that cast barely enough light to see the outline of my tent walls. The darkness felt thick, almost suffocating, pressing in from all sides. I heard rustling outside my tent, followed by a muffled scream that cut off abruptly. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. "Sam? Lisa?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. No response. Only the sound of heavy breathing, not mine, and the snap of twigs under substantial weight. Summoning every ounce of courage, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The moonlight cast eerie shadows across our campsite, transforming familiar objects into monstrous shapes. And among those shapes I could make out a large figure moving near the trees. It was massive, standing on all fours, but easily as tall as a moose. Its fur was dark and matted, hanging in clumps that revealed patches of skin that seemed too pale, almost translucent in the moonlight. Its movements were both fluid and unnervingly quick, like nothing that size should be able to move. The creature sniffed the air, its head turning sharply in my direction. I froze, hoping it hadn't seen me, praying that whatever it was couldn't hear the thunderous beating of my heart. Suddenly it darted toward Sam and Lisa's tent with a speed that defied its bulk. I wanted to shout to warn them, but my voice caught in my throat, trapped by a primal fear that rendered me mute. The creature tore through the tent like it was tissue paper, its massive claws shredding the nylon with terrifying ease. Sam and Lisa's screams pierced the night, a horrifying symphony of terror and pain that will haunt my dreams forever. I grabbed the only weapon I had, a flimsy pocket knife with a 3-inch blade, and crawled out of my tent. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline pushed me forward. What was I going to do against that thing? I had no idea, but I couldn't just lie there and listen to them die. As I approached, I could see the creature more clearly in the moonlight. It resembled a wolverine, but was far larger and more ferocious. Its jaws were powerful, lined with razor-sharp teeth that glinted wetly. But its eyes? God, its eyes were the worst part. They weren't animal eyes. They reflected a predatory intelligence that seemed almost human. Sam lunged at the beast with a camping axe, striking its shoulder with a blow that would have felled a normal animal. The creature roared in anger, a sound that contained both bestial rage and something else, something like words twisted beyond recognition. It swiped at him with a massive paw, claws extended. Sam was knocked back several feet, landing hard against a tree trunk with a sickening crack. He slumped to the ground, blood darkening his hair. Lisa was trying to crawl away, her lower body soaked in blood that looked black in the moonlight. Her face was a mask of pure terror as she dragged herself toward the trees. Without thinking, I yelled to distract it. "Hey, over here!" The creature snapped its head toward me, those terrible eyes reflecting a cold calculation that froze me in place. It charged, covering the distance between us in mere seconds, moving in a way that seemed to defy physics. Too fast, too fluid, too wrong. I braced myself, holding out the pocket knife like it was Excalibur, knowing it would do nothing against this monster but unable to run. The creature leaped, its massive form blotting out the stars as it sailed through the air toward me. Just as I prepared to feel those teeth sink into my flesh, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the trees like thunder. The creature yelped, a surprisingly vulnerable sound from something so terrifying, and veered off course, disappearing into the underbrush with a crash of breaking branches. I spun around to see an old man emerging from the shadows, a rifle in his weathered hands. He wore a flannel shirt and canvas pants that had seen better days, and his face was a map of wrinkles and scars. "Get over here now," he barked, his voice carrying the gravel of decades of hard living and harder whiskey. We regrouped near the remnants of the campfire. Sam was unconscious but breathing, a gash on his forehead oozing blood. Lisa was in shock, clutching her mangled arm against her chest, her eyes wide and unfocused. The old man threw a log onto the fire, rekindling the flames that cast dancing shadows on his lined face. "Name's Earl," he said gruffly, keeping his rifle pointed toward the darkness where the creature had disappeared. "You folks picked a bad night for camping." "What the hell was that?" I demanded, my voice shaking uncontrollably. Earl glanced toward the dark woods, his eyes narrowing. "Locals call it the Shadowback. Been stalking these parts for years. Thought we'd seen the last of it." "Shadowback? Are you kidding me?" I was incredulous, bordering on hysterical. "That thing nearly killed us. It's not some local legend. It's real." "No joke, son," he replied, checking his rifle. "It's smart and it's hungry. And now it's wounded, which makes it twice as dangerous. We need to get your friends to safety before it comes back." We fashioned a makeshift stretcher for Sam using tent poles and a sleeping bag. His breathing was shallow, and his skin had taken on a grayish pallor that frightened me more than his visible wounds. Lisa insisted she could walk, though she winced with every step. "I think it's broken," she whispered, looking down at her arm. Earl led the way through the darkened forest, his rifle at the ready. The moon had disappeared behind clouds, leaving us with only Earl's flashlight and the dying embers of a branch he'd grabbed from the fire. "Stay close and keep quiet," he whispered as we moved between trees that seemed to reach for us with skeletal fingers. "It hunts by sound and smell, and it's got plenty of your scent already." As we moved through the forest, the sounds of nocturnal creatures surrounded us. Every snap of a twig made my heart skip a beat. I tried to lighten the mood, if only to keep myself from screaming. "So, Earl, you come here often?" he grunted, not bothering to look back. "Not the time for jokes, kid." "Right, sorry," I mumbled, just trying to keep from losing my mind. We trekked for what felt like hours. The forest seemed endless, each tree looking the same as the last, until I was convinced we were walking in circles. Occasionally, we'd hear rustling in the underbrush that would send us all into panicked silence. Suddenly, Earl stopped and held up his hand. "Hear that?" I strained my ears but heard nothing beyond our own breathing and the persistent drip of dew from leaves. Then it came, a distant howl that echoed through the trees, a chilling guttural sound that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. It wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human, but something horrifically in between. "It's tracking us," Earl said grimly. "We need to move faster." We picked up our pace, struggling with Sam's weight and the uneven terrain. Lisa stumbled, her face as pale as the hidden moon. "I don't feel so good," she whispered, swaying on her feet. "We're almost there," Earl assured her, though I wondered how he could possibly know where there was in this endless maze of trees. Then I saw it, the faint outline of a cabin up ahead, barely visible through the trees. Relief washed over me like a wave. "Is that your place?" I asked. Earl nodded. "We'll be safe inside, for a while at least." As we approached, I could see it was an old hunting cabin, the kind that had stood for generations against mountain winters and summer storms. The logs were weathered, but the structure looked solid, except for the windows, which were covered with heavy wooden shutters reinforced with what looked like iron bands. We hurried toward it, the howl sounding again, closer this time. Earl ushered us into the cabin with an urgency that made my skin crawl. The interior was sparse but sturdy, a single room with a small kitchen area, a worn couch, 2 chairs, and a fireplace. The walls were lined with shelves holding supplies, books, and what looked like hunting trophies, though none resembled the creature we'd encountered. He bolted the door and secured a metal bar across it. "Help me with him," I said, laying Sam on the couch. His breathing was shallow, and his pulse was weak beneath my fingers. Lisa sank into a chair, clutching her injured arm. Earl handed me a first aid kit from one of the shelves. "Do what you can for them. I'll keep watch." I cleaned Sam's head wound as best I could, relieved to find that it looked worse than it was. Head wounds always bled like crazy, but the gash wasn't as deep as I'd feared. I wrapped Lisa's arm in bandages, noticing the unnatural angle of the bone beneath. "You're doing great," I told her, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Just hang in there." A loud thud shook the cabin, causing dust to rain down from the rafters. Lisa let out a small cry, and I nearly dropped the bandages. "It's here," Earl whispered, peering through a small slit in one of the shutters. The creature prowled outside, its massive form silhouetted against the pre-dawn light. It moved with that same unnatural fluidity, circling the cabin like a shark circles a lifeboat. "Can it get in?" I asked, fear gripping me anew. "Not unless it learns how to use a door," Earl replied, though his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. "This place was built to keep things out. My grandfather knew what lived in these mountains." The creature circled the cabin, occasionally scratching at the walls and emitting low snarls that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. I clutched the pocket knife, feeling utterly helpless. "Got any more weapons?" I asked Earl. He tossed me a hunting knife with a blade that gleamed wickedly in the dim light. "Not that it'll do much good against that thing, but it's better than nothing." Minutes felt like hours as we waited for the creature to give up, but instead it grew more aggressive, ramming the door with its massive body. The wood groaned under the strain, and one of the hinges gave a warning creak. "We can't just sit here," I exclaimed, panic rising in my throat. Earl nodded grimly. "You're right, that door won't hold forever." He moved to the center of the room and pulled back a worn rug, revealing a trap door in the floor. "There's an old root cellar down here. Might buy us some time." We helped Lisa down the narrow steps into the damp cellar. It was cramped and smelled of earth and something else, something metallic and old. Earl and I carefully maneuvered Sam down, laying him on a pile of burlap sacks in the corner. Earl stayed at the bottom of the steps, his rifle pointed upward. "I'm going back up," he announced. "Can't let that thing break in without a fight." "That's suicide," I protested. He gave me a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Wouldn't be the first time I've faced it. Won't be the last." He pressed a small revolver into my hand. "If I don't make it, well, there are only 3 bullets. Make them count." The weight of the gun was unfamiliar and terrifying. I'd never fired a weapon in my life, and now I was expected to potentially... "What is this thing, really?" I asked, desperate to understand. "Where did it come from?" Earl's face darkened. "Some things shouldn't be talked about, especially when they might be listening." He glanced upward. "But I'll tell you this much. It wasn't always what it is now." Before I could ask what he meant, a deafening crash echoed above us. The creature had breached the cabin. Earl quickly climbed the steps, closing the trapdoor behind him. We heard the sound of furniture being moved. He was barricading us in, I realized with a chill. From above came the sounds of a struggle, furniture breaking, glass shattering, and Earl shouting obscenities mixed with what sounded like prayers. A gunshot rang out, then another. Lisa huddled against me, trembling. "We're going to die here, aren't we?" she whispered. I tightened my grip on the revolver. "No, we're not." The noises above stopped abruptly. The silence was somehow worse than the chaos, heavy and pregnant with possibility. Then came the slow, deliberate sound of claws on wood, scratching directly above the trap door. It knew we were here. I rose to my feet, stepping carefully over Sam's unconscious form. "Stay with him," I told Lisa. "If anything happens to me, there are 3 bullets." She nodded, her eyes wide with terror. I crept up the stairs, gun held before me like a talisman. My hands were shaking so badly I doubted I could hit the broad side of a barn, let alone a moving creature. Gathering every shred of courage, I pushed against the trapdoor. It didn't budge. Something heavy was on top of it. I pushed harder, muscles straining until it lifted just enough for me to peek through. The cabin was in shambles. Furniture lay splintered, shelves had been torn from walls, and the front door hung from a single hinge. Earl lay on the floor, unmoving, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. The creature stood over him, its back turned to me, massive head bent low. Horror froze me in place as I realized it was feeding. Summoning courage I didn't know I possessed, I pushed the trapdoor open with a violent thrust, tumbling out onto the cabin floor. The creature whipped around, blood dripping from jaws that seemed too wide for its face. Up close, its features were even more terrifying, like a wolf crossed with a bear, but with an unnerving hint of human-like awareness in its eyes. Those eyes locked on mine, and in them I saw recognition. It knew me. Somehow it knew me. It advanced slowly, almost cautiously, as if savoring the moment. I raised the revolver with both hands, trying to steady my aim. "Stay back," I warned, my voice barely a whisper. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture. For a moment I thought I saw something flicker in those terrible eyes, something like amusement. I fired, the shot deafening in the confined space. The bullet struck its shoulder, tearing a chunk of matted fur and flesh. The creature roared, a sound like metal scraping against stone, but didn't falter. It lunged, covering the distance between us in a heartbeat. I fired again, wildly, missing completely. Teeth snapped inches from my face as I fell backward, the gun flying from my hand and skittering across the floor. Desperate, I grabbed the first thing I could reach, a broken chair leg, and swung with all my might, striking its head. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Just then, Earl stirred on the floor. His face was a mask of blood, but his eyes were clear and focused. He reached for his rifle, which lay just beyond his fingertips. "Hey, ugly!" he shouted, drawing the creature's attention. With a supreme effort, he grasped the rifle and fired a shot into the beast's side. The creature howled, a sound that started as animal rage but morphed into something almost like a human scream. It bolted through the shattered door, disappearing into the pre-dawn forest. I rushed to Earl's side. "You okay?" He grimaced, pressing a hand to his side where claw marks had torn through his flannel shirt. "Been better, but I think you scared it off." "Me? Pretty sure your bullet did the trick." He chuckled weakly. "Maybe we're a good team after all." We regrouped in the cellar where Lisa was cradling Sam's head. He had stirred to semi-consciousness, mumbling incoherently. Lisa herself was fading fast, her skin clammy and her eyes unfocused, signs of shock that I recognized from a first aid course I'd taken years ago. "We need to get them to a hospital," I said, stating the obvious. Earl nodded. "Nearest one is miles away, but I have an old truck out back. If it hasn't torn out the engine, we might have a chance." The eastern sky was lightening to a pale gray as we cautiously stepped outside. The truck, an ancient Ford that had probably been new when Earl was young, sat under a lean-to beside the cabin. Miraculously, it was untouched. We loaded everyone into the truck, and I took the wheel while Earl rested in the passenger seat, clutching his wounded arm. The drive was harrowing, the narrow mountain roads illuminated only by our dim headlights and the growing dawn. As we sped towards civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Shadows seemed to shift in the trees that lined the road, and every so often I thought I saw a dark shape keeping pace with us just beyond the tree line. "Don't stop for anything," Earl warned, his eyes scanning the forest. "No matter what you see or hear." "Wasn't planning on it," I assured him, pressing the accelerator harder. We finally reached a small town and pulled up to the emergency entrance of a clinic. Medical staff rushed out to help, and Sam and Lisa were whisked away on stretchers. I slumped into a chair in the waiting room, exhaustion washing over me in waves. Earl sat beside me, his face stern despite his own injuries. A nurse had tried to examine him, but he'd waved her away, insisting the others needed help more. "That thing," I began, my voice hoarse. "What is it really?" He sighed, looking older than ever in the harsh fluorescent light. "Years ago, there was a mining accident up in the mountains. A few men were trapped, presumed dead. The company sealed the mine rather than risk more lives." He paused, his eyes distant. "But some say they survived down there, in the darkness, changed by something they found in those deep tunnels, changed by desperation and hunger." A chill ran down my spine. "You're telling me that was a person, once?" "Not anymore," he replied. "It's become something else, something that shouldn't exist. Every few years it emerges, takes a few hikers or campers. Then it disappears again, back to whatever hole it calls home. Why hasn't anyone done anything about it?" I demanded. He looked at me squarely. "Who would believe us? Folks around here keep quiet. Outsiders like you stumble in, and sometimes you stumble back out. Most don't." Before I could respond, a doctor approached. "Your friends are stable," she said, offering a tired smile. "They'll pull through." Relief flooded me. "Thank you." Earl stood up, wincing slightly. "Well, my part here is done." "Wait," I said, grabbing his sleeve. "What are you going to do?" He gave a thin smile. "Go back. Can't let that thing roam free." "You're going after it alone? You saw what it did, what it can do." "Someone has to," he replied, tipping his hat. "Been my responsibility for longer than you've been alive." I watched as he walked out into the early morning light, disappearing down the quiet street before I could protest further. 3 days later, I sat beside Sam's hospital bed, watching as he flipped listlessly through TV channels. His head was bandaged, and according to the doctors, he had a severe concussion but would make a full recovery. Lisa had been luckier with her injuries than we initially thought. Her arm was broken but cleanly, and required only a cast rather than surgery. The psychological damage, however, was another matter entirely. "I keep seeing it," she whispered when I visited her room. "Every time I close my eyes, those teeth, those eyes." I knew exactly what she meant. Sleep had become my enemy, bringing nightmares so vivid I'd wake up screaming, convinced the shadowback was standing at the foot of my bed. The local sheriff had taken our statements, his face impassive as we described the attack. He'd written it down as a bare incident, despite our protests. "Look," he'd said, closing his notebook with finality, "we don't need panic. Tourism is this town's lifeblood, so it was a bear, understand?" But his eyes had told a different story. He knew. Everyone here knew. I tried to find information about Earl, but no one seemed willing to talk about him. The bartender at the local tavern just shook his head when I mentioned the old man's name. "Don't know any Earl," he'd said, but his eyes had slid away too quickly. When Sam was well enough to be discharged, we checked into a motel to wait for Lisa's release. One night, unable to sleep, I found Sam sitting on the porch staring into the darkness. "Do you think he found it?" he asked without looking at me. I didn't need to ask who he meant. "I don't know." "I've been doing some research," Sam said, pulling out his phone. "Found some old newspaper articles. There really was a mining accident back in 1952, 5 men trapped. The company claimed they all died, but only 3 bodies were ever recovered." I felt a chill despite the warm night. "Earl said it was once human." Sam nodded. "The articles mention a rescue attempt. A local man went in against orders trying to save his brother, never came back out." "You think that was Earl?" I asked. Sam shrugged. "The man's name was Earl Blackwood. According to records, he'd be over 100 years old now." I thought about Earl's weathered face, his eyes that seemed to hold decades of pain. He had seemed old, but not that old. "What are you saying?" "I don't know what I'm saying," Sam admitted. "None of this makes sense, but I found something else." He swiped through his phone and showed me a black and white photograph. "This is from the local Historical Society archives, taken in 1952, just before the accident." The photo showed a group of miners standing in front of a mine entrance. Most were unfamiliar faces, but one stood out. A younger version of Earl, his arm around another man who bore a striking resemblance to him. Brothers. "So Earl was telling the truth," I murmured. "Maybe, but how is he still alive? And why hasn't he aged normally?" We sat in silence, contemplating impossible questions with no answers. When Lisa was finally discharged, we decided it was time to leave. None of us had the courage to return to the trail to retrieve whatever remained of our equipment. Some things were better left behind. As we loaded our meager belongings into the rental car, an old truck pulled up beside us. Earl sat behind the wheel, looking exactly as he had when he left the clinic days ago. His wounds seemed to have healed with unnatural speed. "You folks heading out?" he asked, as if we'd just met at a gas station rather than survived a nightmare together. "Yeah," I replied. "Time to go back to civilization." He nodded. "Probably for the best." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, pressing it into my hand. "Take this." It was a pendant, a piece of dark stone wrapped in copper wire hanging from a leather cord. "What is it?" "Protection," he said simply. "Just in case." "Did you find it?" Lisa asked suddenly. "The shadowback?" Earl's face hardened. "It's gone back into the deep places for now." "Will it come back?" Sam questioned. "It always does," Earl replied. "But so do I." As he drove away, I examined the pendant more closely. The stone seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and there were symbols etched into its surface that I didn't recognize. "What do you think he meant by protection?" Lisa asked. I shook my head. I have no idea. Weeks later, back in my city apartment, I scoured news sites and forums for any reports of the creature. I found nothing official, no mysterious creature sightings, No heroic tales of a man named Earl Blackwood. But on obscure hiking forums and local message boards, I found whispers. Stories of hikers hearing strange howls in the night, of ranger stations mysteriously empty at sunrise, of an old man who appeared from nowhere to guide lost travelers back to the trail. The pendant Earl had given me hung around my neck. I couldn't bring myself to take it off, even though I told myself I was being superstitious. Sometimes at night, I thought I could feel it warm against my skin, pulsing like a second heartbeat. Sam and Lisa had moved on, determined to put the experience behind them. They'd given up hiking for more urban pursuits, and who could blame them? We still talked occasionally, but our conversations carefully avoided that night in the mountains. As for me, I've traded hiking boots for the safety of concrete sidewalks. Nature, I've decided, has too many secrets, and not all of them should be uncovered. But sometimes, when the wind howls around the corners of my building, I swear I can hear something else in it. Something that sounds like my name, called from far away by a voice that isn't quite human. And on those nights, I close my blinds and lock my doors, the pendant clutched tightly in my hand. Because I know the truth that most people never learn. There are shadows in this world deeper than any forest darkness. Shadows that hunger. Shadows that remember. And somewhere in the depths of the Great Smoky Mountains, that creature is still out there, waiting, just as Earl is waiting for it. The hunt never ends, it just pauses, gathering strength for the next encounter. And somehow, I know that one day, it will find its way to me again. The Shadowback remembers those who escape.